Hello, everyone, and welcome back to part two of the Don't Drink and Draft set review for Lorwyn Limited. We've sobered up, and we're ready to go. My name is Dom, also known as the D20 of God, and today I'm joined by Frank, also known as
Frank.
Frank.
Yeah, I don't have another alias. I'm sorry.
That's fine. We'll get you one for the next episode.
Nice.
For those of us who have already seen the first part of this episode, first of all, I'm sorry. And second of all, now that we're a bit more sober, we have edited the list a little bit, just as we've got a sense of sense of the set, and with reviewing it compared to other 17 lands data, we've spread out a few more of the ratings. So it's no longer C minus is the bottom rating for me. We're going all the way down into like D plus F.
Yeah, there are a few too many C minuses to give you that many shots.
Yeah.
It's maybe a bit too cruel.
And if we're going through more colours, then I want to spread out my shots a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
They can't just put everything into A+.
Yeah, as much as we would love to. But that is fine.
Just before we start, I think I want to move Eclipsed Realms down one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that card is just, it doesn't add coloured mana when you need it to most of the time.
So does that mean we're starting off with a shot? Because it's now in D+. Come on. And with that, we're going to move on to black.
All right. We're starting with black.
First card off the block, Dose of Dawn Glow.
Yeah, my big mouth.
4 and a black instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then, if it isn't your main phase, Blight 2. This is interesting. 5 mana instant speed reanimation. Very, powerful, potentially. Blighting 2 in the right deck, not too bad of a cost to pay.
We've been seeing a lot of instant speed 5 mana recursion in sets as of late. I think that's where Wizards feels that's where they want their reanimate to be, at 5.
Yep.
Which means that there's not actually a lot of creatures that it's worth
reanimating. There are the basic land cyclers, which, aren't necessarily great. The blue one, for example, we rated very low. But if you can basic land cycle and then get it back at instant speed, then it maybe becomes a little bit more exciting.
Black-Green's theme includes a lot of self-mill and having elves in your graveyard.
Yeah, but how many, super impactful elves are you going to want to get back at 5?
I don't think you're going to be putting elves in. I think without knowing the rest of the black and the green cards that well, this doesn't seem great. But if I'm in it like a black-white deck and I can get, the 7/7 giant that turns all my opponent's creatures into 1/1s.
There are definitely bombs that you'll be very happy to rebuy at this kind of rate. And the option to get them back at instant speed to make it an even bigger blowout is enticing in those strategies. That said, I'm not super high on it.
Part of the reason that I did edit some of the white ratings was because there's actually just not that many chunky creatures.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen a lot that I'd be happy to read.
Yeah, that Sun-Dappled Celebrant, we kept on revisiting it.
Unfortunately, I kind of want to put this in D+. I'd rather play a Runaway Together over this most of the time.
You're not even giving it the credit of a C-. I guess at 5 mana it is very expensive.
Yes, and normally 5 mana instant speed there's some kind of upside, although the creature may enter tapped if that's happening.
I guess the upside is the possibility for instant speed, but
yes, it's granting a creature flags.
Okay, I'm happy to say D+ if you're happy to say D+.
Yeah, it does mean I have to take another shot, right?
Look, you got to suffer for your art.
Yeah, look, yeah, okay. Marinate me a little bit at the start, and then
and then we'll ease off. Just. I had to get you with the Eclipsed Realms.
This is going to turn out that black is the worst color.
Unfortunately.
Just a reminder for people who haven't seen the first, or for people who saw the first half a while ago, I'm taking a shot every time something goes into A+, and every time something goes below C-. And we have the cheapest and nastiest vodka I could find. I just to be clear, I'm not endorsed by any vodka company. This is not a paid promotion. I also will not say what company made this vodka because they did just call it the cheapest and the nastiest. So, anyway, taking my shot and moving on.
With Dream Caesar, for 3 and a black, you get a 3/2 flying fairy rogue. When it enters, you may blight 1. If you do, each opponent discards a card.
Hail Caesar. That seems pretty decent to me.
Yeah. It's I mean, obviously, I'd prefer it was blight and you draw, but there's definitely reasonably sized flying body. We haven't seen too many reach creatures. We were a little worried potentially about that, but
we haven't reached green and
we
red
haven't
yet,
reached
so.
greens and reds, so perhaps those are in the wings for us. This seems like it will be fine, broadly speaking.
Yeah, I'm relatively happy to curve into this. It's an evasive threat. You don't have to blight. I'm not excited about a 4-mana 3/2 with no abilities.
Yeah.
Fairy's not really a supported creature type.
Not hugely supported. So I would definitely want to be able to support blighting when this enters, and when it does, your opponent probably will have something fairly juicy that it can tag by the time you're hitting 4 or 5 mana.
It can always blight itself.
Yep.
And in some decks, that blight will be an upside. You'll chuck it on a creature that can use that -1 counter. This is pretty solid. I think this is going to be filling my curve most of the time. I'm happy to put this in maybe a C plus.
I was kind of feeling
C.
C because the body's a bit undersized.
It is a little small. I don't mind taking a cut for some evasion.
That's fair.
Probably C, yeah. So what does that put that on? That puts it on par with like curving Glamourmite into this seems decent.
Yes. It seems decent.
Keep some bodies in the air. Your opponent's hand size small.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Gloom Ripper up next.
Ooh, rare.
A rare 3 black Elf Assassin. It's a 4/4. When it enters, target creature you control gets +X/+O until end of turn, and up to 1 target creature an opponent controls gets -O/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of elves you control plus the number of elf cards in your graveyard.
Right, so here's that self-mill thing. So at least this is probably going to give something -0, -1, because even if it enters and your opponent kills it, it goes to your graveyard. If your opponent exiles this and you have no other elves, then it does nothing.
Yeah, but that's a pretty specific spot. I think that this seems just like fairly solid. You're likely going to be able to get at least 2 or 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if you can size up further, and at that point you've just got a 5-mana creature that gives you a pretty dominant attack step and probably kills something relatively important from your opponent.
It's kind of sitting at like Ravenous Chupacabra levels of just destroys something.
Yeah.
The buff is good. At the very worst, it makes 1 combat step awkward, but I think in a black deck, you'll be working towards getting elves in play or the graveyard. And the fact that it counts in play as well means that you don't even need to trade your early creatures. So
yeah,
this is definitely going to be around an A.
For
me.
Yeah, I could say either A or like A-.
Yeah.
Top of A-.
Yeah, somewhere in the A, whether it's A+, A- or just A.
I don't think this is an A+, personally.
No, I don't think it will win the game by itself, no.
It is very likely to kill something very important, and then afterwards it is just a reasonably sized body.
Yeah.
If you're in black, then you can rebuy it from graveyard and redo it again.
I guess A is kind of will win the game by itself, so maybe A-, because you do need to be working towards building a deck that can support this.
Yeah.
You can't
You
just
either need to be milling or you need to have a bunch of elves in play.
be a white-black deck and you haven't taken any elves yet and pick this up. It's not great if you do that.
I think that this is a fine place to put it.
Yeah.
Okay. Gnarlbark Elm next, if I don't scroll down way too low. 2 and a black for a 3/4 Treefolk Warlock, but functionally a 1/2 because it comes in with 2 -1/-1 counters.
Mm-hmm.
2 and a black, remove 2 counters from this creature. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. This seems really good. This seems like exactly what you would like to be dumping your blight counters onto in that style of deck. Being able to shrink something and then crack in with an overstated body, blight, and do it again in the next combat step.
Yeah, it removes 2 counters from it, so it turns straight into a 3/4.
Yeah. Obviously, Treefolk are not necessarily the best creature type, but I still think that this is very, very solid.
So there are a couple of things that name creature types, including Treefolk. So this is part of that kind of white-black-green Treefolk Blight deck, which matches with that white Treefolk that can draw cards. This is interesting. I'd honestly prefer the ability to be 4 mana and then either a bigger shrink or at instant speed, because then you could curve it so well.
That's true. At 3 mana, the activated ability is expensive.
Kind of feeling like I want this to come down on turn 6, or when I have 6 mana, so I can play it, activate it immediately,
And then you can untap and do it again more easily.
Yeah, very similar kind of effect to that elf. You know, it drops a body on board that also shrinks an opponent's creature.
Yeah. I think the ability for it to be repeatable is definitely pushing the needle on this as like a really solid uncommon for this archetype.
Absolutely. If you pick up all the white cards. Yes, thank you, Mama.
Yeah.
This is sitting high.
I'm probably not necessarily an A's, but I would say at least a B.
It will kill most creatures. There's a lot of small creatures in this set.
A lot of little bodies, which is, again, why I'm excited about the removal on it.
I know the removal's good, but I don't think this is it's definitely not as good as the Moonlit Lamenter, which is the one that draws cards by taking -1 counters off it. Because this is just, it's mana intensive and also -1 counter intensive.
Yes.
And it's also a 1/2 if you don't activate its ability. So if you can't afford to take that time off,
it dies to a lot of things.
It's too small.
It just gets dominated on board.
It's too small.
B,
yeah.
I'm happy with just a flat B. Like, if Moonlit Lamenter is an A-, it is, I would agree, just a stronger card flatly across the board than this.
Yes. I'd be first picking this in some situations.
But if I saw Lamenter and Gnarlbark in the same pack, I would go for the Lamenter over this. Okay. Sounds good to me. On to Graveshifter.
This is a reprint from a card from Modern Horizons 1.
That's damn right it is. Now back into a standard set.
Was too strong for standard when it was printed in Modern Horizons.
How times have changed. Yeah. But yeah, 3 and a black for a 2/2 changeling. When it enters, return target creature card from graveyard to hand.
Great. Good old Graveshifter. Nothing beats Grave Digger. Nothing beats Grave Digger.
And this is Grave Digger that is good in every kind of Kindred deck that you could want. Elves cares about graveyards. Goblins cares about graveyards. Pretty much all the black-based Kindred strategies are going to care about digging creatures back up.
Even the white-black deck blights a creature and then you just return it to your hand.
Yeah, and just recursion in general in Limited is always going to be good. Being able to make sure that you always have access to a creature that you want.
So way back when Grave Digger was first printed, the bane of the format was looping them. Just playing this 2/2 every time. But that was way back when like everything was a 2/2 body. Now we are seeing a slow format here. And there are a lot of 2/2 bodies, especially if you put -1 counters on your opponent's big creatures. If you have 2 Graveshifters, there's a very real chance you could just lock yourself into a loop here.
I dig this. I really dig this card. I think this is going to be very good.
Digging, actually.
Yeah.
That's true. I am kind of aware that it will be a format of 2/2 most of the time, and you do have to have something in graveyard to get back. But in a green-black deck, that should be easy by turn 4.
In a red-black deck, I'm sure there might be some amount of looting that you can do. I'm pretty sure there would be.
And with a changeling, hopefully there'll be tribal buffs and stuff that will make it good. Question is this better or worse than giving -2/-2 creatures?
Recursively
on demand.
I'd probably put it in and around the same tier as the Elm.
It's a nice safe pick, but I wouldn't. It's definitely not super bomby unless you have a bomb in your graveyard.
And then all of a sudden you're going to feel really smart for having this. But I could see. I'm kind of close on this compared to the Elm. They do very different things,
and they're both very deck dependent. I think I'd rather take the Elm.
Yeah.
In a vacuum. But Graveshifter is a bit easier to splash if you really do have like a very good bomb that you want to recur.
In the Vivid decks, I could see this being very good. Being able to pick up your big payoffs that likely you've had to tap out for. Probably your opponent has their 1 removal spell to get rid of, say, for example, your Shine Striker that you've sunk a bunch of mana into and drawn cards off of. If you can rebuy this and then recast it.
I'm also a bit higher on Shine Striker now, having seen the general size of the set. And
I was thinking a 3/3 flyer will probably dominate the air pretty well.
Thought a 3/3 for 6 might be too small, but
the more I think about that card, the more excited I am to draft it.
Definitely.
I'm happy with it just a touch under the Elm for now.
Yep.
I could definitely see that being kind of touch and go.
Yeah.
Because this is obviously going to be very strong.
It's not too hard to splash for in a tribal deck if you're picking up Eclipsed Realm. I know Eclipsed Realm I'm saying is bad, and it is bad, but if you really are living the dream of getting everything in one creature type...
Yeah, then you might as well.
This can be cast off no matter what creature type you name with Eclipsed Realm. So
yeah. We've got a rare up next.
Ooh, what are these flip ones?
Grub Storied Matriarch. 2 and a black for a legendary Goblin Warlock. It's a 2/1 with Menace. When it enters or transforms into Grub, you return up to 1 target Goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. Very good. At the beginning of your first
Just
main
talked about
phase,
that,
yeah. You can pay a red to flip it into Grub Notorious Auntie at the beginning of your first main phase. Whenever Grub attacks, you may blight 1. If you do, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of the blighted creature, except it has, at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this token, and then you can flip it back for a pack. This seems very strong to me. Just being able to rebuy goblins, which of course includes any shapeshifters that you might happen to have.
And any goblin card, it doesn't specify creature.
Yep, there will probably be some kind of kindred goblin card that does things that are good if you're in a goblin deck. And then the backside as well, I could definitely see that leading to some very strong combats.
Yes.
Having Menace makes this easier to attack in with and not have it die. Or you can attack in with this and have an instant speed removal spell to insulate on that attack step as well.
I don't know how to evaluate the backside. So it has to attack, which I'm down on. You're right about the menace, and if you blight the right creature, then they'll have to block your other things. But I'd have to ask myself how many creatures are worth copying in red-black, and also worth blighting. I know red-black is one of those color combinations that does use the blight counters.
I think that there are good odds, like, a lot of the time, I would just be very happy flipping back and forth to get to the black side, to keep rebuying goblins.
Yeah, and just...
So the backside definitely has less applications, but I think that in the spots where you want to be doing that, it's going to feel really good.
And if you're in the dedicated, which this red-black, like, this is for the dedicated goblin decks. I wouldn't play this outside of a dedicated goblin deck most of the time.
Yes.
I probably wouldn't. I would play this if I didn't have red and I did have enough goblins and changelings, but I'd want to be in black-red. And if you blight a creature to death, then you can just pick it up again.
With the backside, when you flip it back over. I think that basically, if you're in goblins, then this is going to be an absolute slam dunk.
Yeah.
And it's maybe first pick up, like, obviously first picking a gold card a bit awkward, and I would think of this as a gold card for the most part. But I think that the potential power level is there on this. Like, this is a very powerful recursion engine.
I think it's one of the weaker flip cards, though.
Okay.
Because these flip cards are all very strong.
That's true.
I'd probably put this at the top of B until I'm proven otherwise.
Yeah,
like
I would take it over the
B
Elm.
plus,
B+.
Yeah,
B+. That puts it on par with Brigid, and...
I think I'd take Brigid over Grub.
I think I can...
Because
Brigid makes creatures and puts them straight into play, and is also a better body.
Something we didn't talk about a lot last time was we valued going wide a lot, and it turns out there's not that many pump effects.
Yeah.
But there's also not that many small bodies with which to convoke in blue, and white's the other convoke color. And so if you use the bodies from your white half of the deck to convoke your blue spells or whatever, that's where you're at. And so Brigid is quite important for producing 2 bodies.
Yeah. I don't know. I like picking up cardboard.
Yep.
Grub will let me pick up more cardboard.
Yep.
So I'm still very happy to say B+ for this.
That's fair.
There will be lots of packs where something like this is first pickable.
I don't think I'm playing Grub on curve most of the time.
That too. That is true. It's definitely just gets better the longer the game goes on.
Yep.
Gut Splitter Gang up next. We have a 4-mana 6/6 Goblin Berserker. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may blight 2. If you don't, you lose 3 life.
Yeah, okay.
This is a big boy. You can afford to lose 3 life a couple of times and just have something giant that's dominating the battlefield. Or you can be blighting for upside. Like, if you have the Elm, this is just giving you a recursive source of removal.
It can definitely lock an opponent behind 9 power. You can have this and just the Elm in play.
And that's a lot of power and toughness across 2 bodies.
You spend 3 mana every turn to -2 something. Even your opponent, even if it doesn't kill anything, it makes awful.
Yeah. So I'm quite high on this inner blight strategy. It seems very easy to build towards having access to this and some other creature that you really want to blight onto. Like in black-white, blighting onto the tree that draws cards. In black-blue, blighting onto the horse that kills you.
Yeah, the horse that kills you, yeah.
There's a lot of upside here.
Yeah, I mean, something that changed my mind a lot about Blight 2 is that you can always Blight 2 onto a 1/1 token.
Yes.
Which red has, is also the other colour. Red and white are the 2 colours that make tokens. Red has goblin tokens. And so you kind of just sacrifice a 1/1 goblin every turn to keep a 6/6 in play that doesn't hurt you.
Yeah. Or, I'm fine getting dinked a couple of times if it means that I'm going to be really ahead in power and toughness on board.
Worst comes to worst, you just downgrade this into a 4/4. Which isn't great.
Not exciting, but you can still do it once and be okay, and play towards the upside of having this recursive -1/-1 counter source for your synergy pieces.
That said, 3 is a lot of life to lose, and if this really is a quite grindy format, and you have this in play for 5 turns, if your opponent can use that against you quite heftily.
That is true.
If you don't have the engine set up.
Yeah, so I'm not like slam dunked on this, but I can definitely see the upside.
I'm happy for maybe a C+.
I would say C+ as well, because it's only ever going to be as good as the things that you can play it onto,
Yeah.
I reckon. So the ceiling is very high.
I don't know if
the
I'd take
floor
this
is just
early,
yes.
but if I had blight cards already, I'd be happy to take
yeah, if you can see this as like pick 4 or something after you've taken a couple of really strong
Yeah, or on
blight
the wheel.
payoffs.
I
Or
would
on the
like
wheel.
to see it on the wheel, and,
Yeah.
and I suspect I probably will.
Heirloom Auntie is up next. A 3-mana 4/4, but a 3-mana 2/2 because it enters with 2 counters on it. Whenever another creature you control dies, surveil 1, then remove a -1/-1 counter from this creature.
So it's like a 3-mana 2/2 that gets a counter, +1 counter whenever something you control dies, but it's kind of capped at a 4/4.
Yes, it's also another fine place to be dumping your blight counters onto, because it's always going to eventually be able to get them off. It's a bit slow though, waiting for creatures you control to die, and I don't know if there's any like good sacrifice engines.
Well, blighting is
Kind of a sacrifice. That's
I think
true.
you have to think about it like that. Like your creatures will be dying. I think the goblin theme is quote unquote sacrifice. Like
Because
when your
you're-
goblins die,
yeah.
it pings your opponent and things like that. Because you will throw your 1/1 that you make into this. I definitely want to have enough token producers and bodies to make this keep going, and it does mean that I can drop this and then pretty happily make weird trades.
The surveil is very
The
powerful.
surveil is really what ticks this over into being actually like I might play this card. I think without the surveil, I'm not playing this most of the time.
I would agree with that. So does that mean maybe a C?
Maybe a C, top of C minus or bottom of C.
I feel bottom of C. I
Yeah,
think that there are
okay.
plenty of decks.
Going to the bottom of the C.
Yeah, Yarg. Yeah, there are decks that will play this card, and you'll be happy doing
Yeah. Do we want to have the camera on the other side while we're doing black?
it.
Actually.
Your Iron Shield Elf up next.
Okay. Yeah. This is a repetition of a classic. So we've got a 2-mana 3/1 Elf Warrior. You can discard a card at any time to make this indestructible until end of turn and tap it. So that's kind of the modern version of regenerating for all of those people who remember what regenerate does.
Yeah, big Adanto Vanguard vibes on this one. Just the 2-mana high-powered
Yes.
body that's able to protect itself.
The hallowed
Seasoned Hallowed
Seasoned
Blade, I
Hallowed
think.
Blade. Seasoned Hallowed Blade. Yeah.
It was still played in Greasefang. That's the only reason. why
Yeah,
I
because
remember
it's a
how
free
to-
discard outlet.
Yes.
Now, don't underestimate free discard outlet. I know that we don't have a lot of cards here that give you card advantage for being discarded, but with the elf theme being elves in graveyard, if you can't mill them, you might as well discard them.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, being 3 power in a set with a lot of smaller bodies can let this attack in with some amount of impunity.
But
If it gets blocked by a 1/1, how are you feeling?
yeah, well, that's it. You really want to actually have cards in your hand that you are okay with seeing in the graveyard. You have to be okay going quote unquote down cards, or maybe, and it's quote unquote because you want to be discarding cards that don't actually lose you that much tempo.
Yeah.
Or a card advantage, that is. We've seen the threat of activation on these been very strong in the past.
I do think one thing that's maybe a little awkward with Blight,
Yes,
this card
minus
just
one
does not
counters.
work.
No.
And there is some amount of removal in the set that does kill things by putting -1/-1 counters on them.
Yes.
This card is going to feel very embarrassing when that happens.
In a slow format, it's fine to discard lands that you pick up later. And historically, these cards have been decent, but I think you're right. Blight makes this a little bit worse than normal because even you could make it indestructible, and your opponent just responds by giving their blocking to wither or something.
Tapping as part of the cost means that your opponent can also ask you questions by trying to remove this when you're attempting to go into combat.
Oh yeah,
and then
tapping
if
not
you
as
want
cost,
to,
but after. That,
yes, if you want to tap it down to protect it, then you're going down a card, and you're also potentially opening yourself up for a swing back on the follow up.
Normally, I'd put this in C+. I think in a -1 set, it's a little bit more awkward.
Yeah,
If I get a really fun to reanimate spell and I get that instance be reanimate card, I'm taking this so I can.
Yeah, make it happen. Live
Yeah.
the dream. I feel somewhere in C.
I think you play this. Your opponent plays a Gold Meadow Nomad on turn 1. That 1 mana 1/2.
Yes.
And you just kind of cry yourself to sleep.
So yeah.
It blocks twice. It makes you discard 2 cards.
Do we want to say either C or C minus even?
Yeah, honestly.
The more I'm talking about it, the more I'm saying negative things.
Yeah.
There are definitely decks where you will play this. It is a relevant body. It's a relevant type. But
3/1s just don't feel good in this.
No, there's too many. There's going to be a lot of ways to go wide, especially in the Kithkin strategies.
I think toughness is just low in this set as well. So,
yes. Yeah. Moonglove Extractor. Not the extract, but it's extractor.
Yeah. 3
mana 2/1 Elf Warlock. When it attacks, you draw a card and lose a life.
So completely unrelated to Moonglove Extract.
Yeah.
No text on this card has any reference to Moonglove Extract.
It does have reference to Audacious Thief, though.
It does.
Which was one of the better commons in that set.
It was, although this has 1 less power. Toughness.
1 toughness, which is very relevant. Again,
Very
we're talking about
relevant.
1/1 blockers.
And blighting.
This will probably run into a lot of 1/1 blockers. I think this is still like...
Most of the time,
Fine.
you're trading this with your opponent's worst creature, but you get to draw a card while you're doing it.
And once it's in the graveyard, that is fuel for your elf deck.
It is an elf. That is true. So you're not unhappy trading this off, especially if your opponent's worst creature is still decent.
Yeah. It is wild how much the lower toughness in this set specifically is likely to matter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
I'm still pretty happy to be playing some number of these, even with all of that said.
I'm okay with a curve filler, yeah.
Yeah.
Just remembering how good the Audacious Thief was when backed up with removal spells. The classic was dropping 1 on turn 3, and then turn 4 you could, I don't know, bounce their only blocker, kill something, or counter something on the way down, and just start the engine going.
In a blue-black grindy deck that doesn't necessarily care that much about creature types, we have all of those different mana war effects that we saw. And this seems like a fantastic way to just get the screws in some kind of controlling strategy.
But I'm
if
going
that
to be
exists.
boarding this out against any kind of white deck, really.
That's true. It's going to suck into a lot of the Kithkin strategies.
Yeah, Audacious Thief was good, but that's because it couldn't be chump blocked well by all the 1/1s.
Yeah.
C plus?
I could see C+, probably below Gutsplit again.
Or top of C.
Top of C, I would also be happy with.
What am I in C plus? What have we got?
It's
Liminal
just
Hold and stuff in C plus. So yeah, this is not a C plus, I don't think.
Yeah, but I do think it's a fine role player in a lot of different decks. Moon Shadow. Oh,
I'm
this
being
card.
followed by.
I love this guy. 1 mana 7/7 elemental with menace.
Okay, but what's the catch?
Well, you see, it enters with 6/1/1 counters on it. But whenever one or more permanent cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, while this creature has a -1/1 counter on it, remove a -1/1 counter from this creature.
So baseline 1 mana 1/1 menace.
You wouldn't play it.
I mean, it's not great. No, I wouldn't play it. Not in this format.
But the moment that it sizes up into a 2/2 or a 3/3,
And it's going to size up so quickly.
yeah,
A 1 mana 2/2 with menace is good.
that is good. That's just good.
It will trade with 2 bodies on your opponent's board sometimes.
Especially given how many things have low toughness in this format.
Absolutely.
And you can even threaten to buff it at instant speed if you have ways to mill cards at instant speed.
True. I don't know how much of that there is in this set. We'll find out.
I think there's at least 1 card in green that can do it.
It makes your opponent's combat tricks suck, or removal spells in combat.
Your Iron Shield Elf, you discard your whole hand.
Yeah, that technically works.
You can do it.
You are in fact correct.
Don't know if I would do it and get blown out by a single removal spell. But
Opening hand, Moon Shadow, the elf, 5 lands, draw another land, just go turn 1, turn 2, and then turn 3, attack for 10.
Well, you can do it on turn 2 because you can just swing with this guy.
You're right, you can attack for 7 on turn 2.
Um,
if you just got all of your lands.
Maybe don't do that.
I
This is obviously very exciting for constructed implications.
Yes.
We're not talking about constructed right now. I still think that this has potential to just be a big scary beat stick in limited. The menace is doing a lot of the heavy lifting with that regard.
Realistically, it's a 1 mana 1/1 menace that every turn, on average, will just get 1 bigger.
Yes.
And that's like Lunarch Aspirant with menace. Yes, please.
Yeah. Also, once you get to the fully unlocked stage, again, this is a place where you can start dumping a couple of light counters and then pick them off later on.
I have been asked about this already, and do take note that it is 1 or more permanent cards put into graveyard
Yes,
for
1 or
areas. So
more.
if you mill 3 cards, 3 permanents together, it will only trigger once. If all of your creatures die in combat,
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Doesn't work that way.
So hence realistically, it's only going to go once each turn.
Proceed with caution.
I feel like it's good in the blue-black flash deck where.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree.
And it makes your trade even in the late game. If you pick this up, it means that you can trade more aggressively to grow this. So
Yep.
I reckon this is what, like A-?
I would say maybe B+, potentially. It is still just a body at the end of the day.
Yes.
The 1 mana investment is very low, but if you top deck this, it's like going to be slow to grow. It's not going to have any immediate impact. It's going to be easier to deal with.
You won't be able to blight it later in the game if you draw this later in the game.
Yeah, so obviously really strong is something to curve out with proactively. But the later things go, the less excited I am.
It's going to be one of those 17 lands, game in hand, win percentage 70%, drawn during game after opening hand, like 40-50%.
Yeah.
Maybe not that low,
but it will definitely get worse as the game goes on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can chuck it in B+ if you're
I would say top of B+. You above Grub? Grub is very good.
Grub needs goblins to be good. Moonshadow
just needs cards.
Like,
yeah, that's true.
You need to be playing permanents in
that's
your
true.
deck. Like, it doesn't really... It combos with Evolving Wilds.
That's true. Evolving Wilds notably in the set and at sea. Pick up your copies now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yep.
Mornsong Aria up next. Shades of a card that already exists. It's a 1/black legendary enchantment. Players can't draw cards or gain life.
No.
So the hard counter to Moonglove Extractor.
Not that there's a lot of life gain.
That's true. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player loses 3 life, searches their library for a card, and puts it into their hand, then shuffles.
So this was the Marilyn of the Mornsong was a card from Lorwyn who had this same effect. It was on a body.
Yeah.
And the problem with that card was always that it lets your opponent search first.
The problem is the same here because this notably does not have flash.
Yeah.
It also doesn't even add a body to play.
No, which at least Marilyn could block. But because it's not a creature, the first thing that your opponent always did was untap, search for a removal spell, and kill Marilyn.
Yes. Searching for an enchantment removal spell is obviously going to be harder.
Unless they sideboard really well.
Yeah. That's true. I still think that this is not good.
I think its first line of text is almost irrelevant and will actually lose you the game by itself, because if you're playing a black deck, you probably have some card draw. It shuts down your own effects a lot.
Yes. Your Moonglove Extractor now deals 1 to you on attacks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. And the lose 3 life, sure, it will hurt your opponent
more, but it's your opponent's drawing the cards.
Yeah.
They'll be able to sculpt the game.
Well, yeah,
with the cards that they're getting first.
Yes, the fact that they tutor first is the huge thing about this.
I think similarly to Idyllic Tutor, which we talked about in the first part of this whole series. If you have some sort of giant bomb to dig towards, then sure, you can tutor that on your next untap step, but I think that the bottle slowly passing into view of the camera is telling. This is certainly not getting past D.
Definitely not D- or F is the question.
Yeah, D- or F is basically my question.
If you have like a really, really good bomb, I still don't know if I'd play this. If you're on the draw with this, you play it on turn 3, your opponent untaps, they can pick up a nice 4-drop. Maybe one that kills you.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that your opponent kills you if you play this on curve.
In this post-fire design world, they're just untapping, finding their god tier 4-drop that destroys yours. And
I'm happy to say F tier on this. I think it's just very bad.
And it's legendary, so you can't even play more than one.
No, what a disaster. For when I see all of these on the wheel. Yeah. Happy to do that. Doing God's work, Dom.
Oh.
Do we want to talk about a good card? How about we talk about a good card as a treat?
Yeah, okay.
Mudbutton Curse Tosser. 1 mana, 2/1 Goblin Warlock. As an additional cost to cast it, behold a goblin or pay 2. Cannot block. And when it dies, destroy target creature an opponent controls with power 2 or less. This is just a 1 mana 2/1.
I was thinking it was going to be like the Kithkin version of this, where eventually at some point in the game, you're just trading this for a really tiny body.
But you're trading this for a lot of things.
Trading this for 2 tiny bodies.
And in a deck that is going to be able to recur this, most likely, that is going to be able to make use of it dying with triggers.
Yeah.
This just seems nuts to me. And at 1 mana, it's so cheap to deploy, so good at starting a beatdown plan.
Yeah, if you have any goblin in play, any changeling in play, it doesn't have to be in your hand. So even later in the game, you can use this to multi-spell with. And it is power 2 or less, not mana value 2 or less. So
you
your
can sack
opponent's
it off to a
just-
blight effect to draw, like, kill something that's really important.
Your opponent's just blighted their creature. What? Its toughness is dipped down to 2.
Oh no! What a disaster!
I think I'd be happy playing this at 3 later in the game, and it's going to come down on 1 sometimes.
Yeah,
so-
even as a 3 mana 2/1, I'm still very high on this because very often it will attack in and it will be some sort of 2-for-1.
Not being able to block means that if you're ever on the back foot, this isn't very good at 2-for-1ing, but even if your opponent has a 3 toughness creature, they don't want to block this.
Yeah, so this is obviously at least somewhere in the Bs. I could even say giving this A-, potentially.
Yeah. Would I take it over Grub?
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, I'd take both if I could.
Yes.
Maybe this is why they need to introduce chopsticks into Magic. So that
They-
I can
they-
see my pack with Mudbutt and Curse Tosser and Grub and just take both.
That Sushi Go reference there. And they do have chopsticks in Magic. It was just from
Homework
Conspiracy.
Archivist, yep, that's
and,
right.
And Leovold's Operative.
Oh, okay,
From
well there we
Conspiracy
go.
2, but it was green. So.
Yeah, I
I'd
think...
take this over Grub.
Would you take it over
It
Moonshadow?
kills Grub. Honestly, it kills Moonshadow sometimes too.
It does.
It doesn't. It's weird because it doesn't read like as exciting as both of those. But if I was faced with the choice, this just feels a bit more flexible.
It's a very flexible pick.
Yeah. Okay. I
A-.
consider taking it over Moonshadow.
I think I would put it below Gloom Ripper though. I think Gloom Ripper's upside as just being
Yeah.
a bigger guy,
Yeah.
dominating the board really easily.
Yeah. So I did do a quick check with those 17 lands data, and it is like the best uncommons will be in A-, and they're like these are the uncommon mythics of the set. But generally speaking, a good decent uncommon will get up to about B+.
Okay.
If it's like quite strong, which it's sitting around this power level. So.
Yeah.
I think-
Top of B+.
Yeah, maybe honestly, just because Moonshadow takes the creature type on. Yeah,
Elemental.
It's an elemental
In
which-
black, which is less relevant. Like, obviously, Vivid strategies are in these colours, and they want to pick up Evolving Wilds, which will help to enable it.
kind of relevant creature type. not
You're just playing this
necessarily
as an agnostic good card, whereas
Yeah.
Curse Tosser has so much potential synergy baked into it,
Yes,
and
it
is also just a good card on its floor.
Yep. All right, I'm happy with that.
Sweet. Nameless Inversion.
Whoa. Okay.
Another reprint. Kindred Instant, Shapeshifter, Changeling, and Target creature gets +3/-3, loses all creature types until end of turn.
So I know why they put this into uncommon because this has been a common before, and it was so good.
Yep. Again, we've seen so many things that are able to pick up Goblin cards.
If I take Grub, pack 1, pick 1, I'm taking every single Nameless Inversion I see from that point on.
That's just such a brutal engine. How do you beat like Grub being able to rebuy Nameless Inversion every time?
Modern Masters 2015 had Soul Shift and
Oh.
Nameless Inversion in it, and you could use Soul Shift to return spirits from your graveyard to your hand, which includes Nameless Inversion.
Getting rid of creature types can also have niche blowout opportunity. If your opponent
Yes.
is really relying on things.
So even if it doesn't kill the creature, and sometimes if it does kill the creature, and there's other cards that say, whenever an elf dies, well, it wasn't an elf when it died.
Also, in a blight set, it's more likely that the -3 is going to be able to tag the creature.
Yeah.
I'm very high on this. This
Yeah,
seems like
absolutely.
it's going to be one of the format-defining removal spells in black. It also... Well, not format-defining, maybe, but it's going to be...
I think format defining. You have to be prepared. If your opponent has 1 and a black up, you have to be prepared for this in some way.
Yeah.
At the very worst, they're turning an attack into a trade.
Yeah,
Like, at the
even-
worst for them.
We've also seen in black a lot of overstated bodies that are kept in check by being blighted. You can Nameless Inversion as a pump spell to deal the last few points of damage as well. That's another corner case use. This just has so many different potential applications.
Do it before damage, after damage, on your creatures, on their creatures. It's sitting in stark contrast to Crib Swap for me here.
Yeah,
As
okay.
the other Kindred instant.
Yeah.
I will be first picking this a lot, I think.
Okay. Are we
I'm,
saying A minus? then?
yeah, I genuinely...
I would go below Gloom Ripper probably, just because this doesn't
Yeah.
come with a body attached.
Maybe, but it's an instant.
It's an instant. It's 2
and
mana.
it's so cheap.
It is easy to rebuy.
It's always a relevant creature type, as opposed to Gloom Ripper will sometimes be one. I'm genuinely thinking this could be better. Because Gloom Ripper, you want to have it in a self-mill deck. Nameless Inversion just goes, it's an elf in a graveyard.
That's true.
If you cast this is an elf in a graveyard.
You heard it here. Look, honestly, yeah, I'm happy to put it top of A minus.
I think Nameless Inversion is going to be good.
Nameless Inversion going to be very good. You heard it here first. You probably didn't.
Probably
You heard it
didn't.
here
We're releasing after pre-release.
Yeah,
weekend,
sorry.
so.
Nightmare Sower up next. 4 mana 2/3 flying lifelink. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, put a -1/-1 counter on up to one target creature.
So there was a fairy in original Lorwyn that did this, and then they power crept made it even better in Wilds of Eldraine, and now it's even better again. It has lifelink, it has an additional toughness, and it puts a -1 counter as opposed to having to give a creature -1/-1 until end of turn.
Yeah. There's enough small bodies that this will very easily just be turning your random instant speed effects into removal spells.
I don't know why this needs lifelink.
The lifelink is insane. This wins races so easily.
Yeah.
And the 3 toughness again means that it's very likely. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Bonbon's all over this.
Also a flying lifelinker.
He is.
But yeah.
The 3-pointer toughness means that you can blight 2 onto this into a pinch. Your opponent has to put more than 2 -1 counters on it to kill it. It's
You can also even use this to fuel your own creatures that have activated abilities that care about removing counters.
Yeah,
which is an
it's
extra
up
bit
to
of
one
flexibility.
Target creature. You don't have to target anything if you don't want to.
Yep. This seems nuts.
It reads like Vampire Nighthawk to me, honestly. It doesn't have Death Touch, sure.
But it's still killing things.
Yeah, it's easy to splash if you have some random blue-white Convoke deck that you cast a bunch of stuff in your opponent's turn. You can just drop a... It's a fairy, so you can name blue on your Eclipsed Realm. Not name blue, name fairy.
On your Eclipsed Realm
Yeah.
to splash it. Yep, so I'm feeling probably somewhere in the B tier.
Yeah, B+. B+.
B+.
Would I take this over Nullbark Elm? It's 4 mana, but that lifelink I think is. If I didn't have lifelink, I'd be putting it in B.
Yeah, I think that lifelink is actually a huge factor here.
Would I take this first pick? Probably. It stabilizes and it gives a good direction for my deck building.
Yeah, I think that similar to, I mean.
The unfortunate thing is, I may sometimes cut it if I have less than 3 or 4 instants.
You do need a decent amount of things to be able to flash in with, so that is a deck building restriction.
But it's any instant or any flash.
Yeah. Would we be happy with bottom of B+? Or do we want to put it above Grub?
It kills Grub.
It does kill Grub.
Bottom of B+ or top of B.
Yeah, that's true.
What else have we got in B? Pyrrhic Strike's in B. I think Pyrrhic Strike is probably
better than this or similar to this?
Similar to this.
Okay,
I want to be putting them both in this.
Yeah, top of B. Top of B.
Yeah.
Nice. Perfect Intimidation. Next. Interesting. 3 and a black sorcery. Choose one or both. Target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hand or remove all counters from target creature. I'm not huge on this.
Yeah, you kind of went for 3 mana, an opponent to exile 2 cards from their hand. Kind of relevant in a set that cares about graveyard, but that would be a curve filler.
And this is 4 mana.
This is 4 mana. It does have another line of text, which, look, this is pretty sick with 1 mana 7/7.
It's true, but I think that if I'm playing an A+B combo, the payoff being killed by a removal spell does not excite me.
No.
Especially when it's just a 7/7.
If you're only doing this for 1 mode, it is downvote bad. Very bad.
Yeah, I think that as a mind rot, it's very unexciting, and that's how you're going to be casting it most of the time.
And you're always wanting to target your own creature with the second ability.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to be getting counters is blight stuff.
There will be secondary benefits where you may want to hit an opponent's creature if they're using those -1 counters to kill you.
Still.
I will play this as a curve filler if I have to. If this was an instant, it would be broken. I'd do it in their draw step after the draw.
That's true. But it unfortunately does not allow for that.
But I don't think it's terrible in the right deck. I'm still thinking maybe C.
You would put it at a C?
Bottom of C.
Interesting. I'm definitely much lower on this than you are. I just think that mind rot effects in general are not fantastic.
Funnily enough, they've actually gained power recently.
But just because getting a straight flat 2 for 1 is better now that all the cardboard does more stuff.
And because so many cards draw cards these days and smooth draws and everything, that it used to be that your opponent would be empty-handed. But what we learned in Avatar with Ozai's Cruelty was with so many clue tokens floating around, everyone always had gas. So you can always hit 2 cards. Now, I haven't seen a ton of persistent card draw so far.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite likely that you're going to get 2 cards off of this, even in the case of board stalls.
Okay.
Maybe it's a card that I'd be sideboarding in against grindier matchups, but I'd be putting this bottom of C or top of C minus.
I feel more comfortable saying top of C minus personally.
Sure.
Yeah. I just think it not adding to the board.
Actually, looking at other things in C minus, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. The biggest thing for me is 4 mana and it doesn't add to the board.
That's true. Well, no, it doesn't.
Requiting Hex. 1 black mana for an instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may blight 1. Destroy target creature with mana value 2 or less. If this spell's additional cost was paid, you gain 2
I was
life.
gonna reach for the vodka because I thought that if its additional cost was paid, then it could kill like a 4 or less, like a fatal push. But instead,
No.
it just gains 2 life.
People are still excited for this in Standard because
yeah.
it reads a lot like Fatal Push.
And in constructed, removing
Removing 2 drops is basically the name of the game.
and everything that's at 2 mana value these days is really good.
Yeah.
Legacy has been warped by 2 mana spells.
I think that very often you're not blighting this, but it
No.
is still just an efficient way to trade with a cheap creature.
You're only blighting it if you're about to die or you need that -1 counter as a secondary effect.
This is...
I'll take it in a dedicated blight deck. I'll be happy with this, and I'll play it in my main board. In most other situations, I think this is more of a sideboard card. It is an instant, so it does fuel your lovely fairies. If you have a blue-black deck with instant speed stuff,
Yeah.
I'm happy to have this.
Yeah.
Even if it trades down.
I would agree with that. Like, a lot of the time there will be some kind of 2-drop that you're okay with killing, but this is definitely not premium removal. Like, unlike Nameless Inversion, being restricted by mana value as opposed to by size
if
is
it was
very relevant.
power, I'd be putting this in, like, A.
Yes, but mana value does definitely hamper this card in limited.
So, I don't know, what do you reckon? Top of C? C+?
I could say top of C for this. It's probably fine to mainboard 1 copy, if, like, a little unexciting.
And you can always board it in if your opponent's best cards are at 1 or 2.
Yeah, and we've seen plenty of very good 1s and 2s.
We have, yeah.
So there's definitely spots where you'll just be totally happy getting this in.
All right, Wretched Wretch. Someone
Wretched
Wizards of the
Wretch,
Coast.
actually.
Wretched Wretch, you're right. It's not WRE. Yeah, okay. Someone at Wizards of the Coast was waiting years to print a card with this name. So 2 and a black goblin. When this creature dies, if it had a -1 counter on it, so 1 or more essentially, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control, and it loses all abilities.
This seems quite good.
So if you blight it for 2, it just comes back as a 4/2.
I feel like quite often you're just gonna blight this for 1. It's gonna attack. It's gonna trade with something, and then you have a 4/2 that can trade again. Obviously, it trades down a lot of the time, but the fact that it gets to trade down twice.
I do like that it just comes back. There's been a few effects like this where you've had to cast it from the graveyard if a condition was met.
Yeah, this seems like one of the better recursive bodies that they've printed recently at this rarity.
Gotta be a 3/1 or less when it dies.
Yes.
So it will be kind of shrunk on the first half, but then the back half is, a 4/2. So if I had to play a creature that said is a 3/1 for 3 mana, and when it dies it makes it 4/2, I'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, there are also decent ways to put counters on this at instant speed, like the fairy. If you block with this instant speed, put a counter on it. What's your opponent going to do?
Requiting Hex.
Yeah, Requiting Hex as well.
Instant speed is very important here.
Yeah. This seems quite decent to me.
C+. If you have no ways of putting -1 counters on this yourself, this is a 3 mana 4/2, which is not great. It's got a lot of power. It'll be trading down though.
I would be happy to say C+ below the gang. I think.
I might play this over the game.
Yeah, you reckon?
Yeah, it's 1 mana less.
It is 1 mana less.
In a goblin deck, I'm looking to keep my curve as low as possible.
Yeah, and this will, if you're able to keep your opponent's battlefields clear enough, just clock in.
Yeah, and it'll keep your opponent's battlefield clear by trading the first time round and then coming in for 4 the second.
That's true, yeah. So also just good in a deck that wants to cast removal spells, which you know I love so much.
Yeah, we have a problem.
Scarblade Scout up next. 1 and a black for a 2/2 lifelink, Elf Scout, and ETB mill 2 cards. This seems very good.
Almost a reprint of some cards that we've seen.
Yeah.
Black gets its 2 mana 2/2 with upside, the lifelink, and then the mill.
This is a lot of lifelink. This has a relevant creature type. Milling is fueling the graveyard for the elf deck, and it will also gain you the life.
It's that vampire from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Except it can't target your opponent, which I kind of interested in targeting your opponent, because if your opponent is playing green-black elves and they get a bit too overzealous...
Yeah, then you can maybe just...
You can finish them off. But this will always... I've noticed a lot of the elves are not maze on the mill, and they're all yourself. So you do have to be careful and limited how much you're milling. This is the perfect curve filler, though. I'm happy to see this in turn 2. I'll trade it off with a creature, because it'll put an elf in my graveyard guaranteed, even if it didn't mill anything off the first 2. It means that if you have a 3-drop elf that cares about things in graveyard, then you can just pop off if you've milled an elf.
I'm kind of feeling bottom of C+ for this, honestly.
I'm thinking more like top of C+.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm very excited by this card. Above Gutsplitter Gang, above the Wretch. It could be.
Yeah, I guess the
It's
question is,
just-
would
it's
I
so
first
good of
pick
a role
either
player.
of those other two cards? Probably not.
No.
There's not. It's a grindy format, so you don't need tons of low creatures. But as far as low drop creatures in Black go, we haven't seen very good ones yet. We might get there.
Yeah, I think for the elf deck, this just seems like everything you want.
Yeah, pretty much. And the lifelink means that even if it does trade with something kind of badly, you're
Getting so much out of it. You're up a couple of life, and you're up 3 cards in graveyard.
And it seems like getting life back might be important because there's not a lot of. What if your opponent has Monsung's Aria?
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
Well, we should have considered this when we were
Put
ready.
it where you want between those three, but I'll be happy to play this most of the time.
Yeah, I might put it slightly above the Wretch Stretch. Because
Yeah.
the Wretch Stretch to be good does require some amount of build around in
Yes.
being able to get the counter on it in the first place in a situation that's beneficial to you.
Yes, the Scarblade Scout mostly wants to be in an elf deck, but even not in an elf deck.
It's just a bear
It's
with
a
a
two-drop.
lot of upside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scarblade's Malice. 1 black mana, instant. Target creature you control gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, make a 2/2 black and green elf creature token. This seems kind of nutty.
I actually was I was expecting to hate this card, and then I saw that it made a 2/2 elf
When the thing dies.
So I was like, oh great! It turns a combat into a trade, which is not where you want your combat tricks to be. Normally, you want to win the combat with them because otherwise you have 2 for 1 to yourself.
Yeah.
But you get a little bit of life back. But no, if your creature does die, you also then turn it into a 2/2 black elf, which sometimes is an upgrade.
Yep. There's especially set with so many small baby creatures, just being able to say, "Hey, you goblin, block and get promoted."
And it says when it dies this turn, so you can turn this into a big lifelink thing, or your 2/3 then kills their 2/3, and then blight onto your guy and turn it into a 2/2.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about this. It's being 1 mana makes it really, really flexible.
I think that's the main thing for me. Yeah, like toxin analysis vibes here.
Yeah, but how good was Toxin Analysis in Limited?
It was fine in limited. It meant that you could always block the morphs with impunity. So if they flipped it up, then in toxin analysis is way more exciting in constructed play.
Look, we're both Pauper Grinders,
We're
and
both-
we've seen that card cast on
time. Oh, yeah.
Clan Shaman so many times.
Yeah, because you cast it on your Clan Shaman against me many times.
Oh, Ooh, now my Clan Shaman's an elf.
Would I be happier to have this over? I think in limited, I'd be happier to have this over toxin analysis most of the time because the 2/2 body does actually represent something on board.
And oftentimes the creature type on that body will be relevant as well.
And you don't have to pay extra mana to get anything from it.
Yeah, it's like pay 2 mana to draw a card or just get a 2/2 straight away.
Yeah.
Somewhere in C+ again.
Yes. The problem with this kind of trick, though, is that having more than one rapidly loses value.
Because you do need the creatures in play already in order to cast it on.
If it gives a ++ effect, then you can do multiples to win combats or kill people, and this doesn't add any power toughness.
It just gives you abilities.
If you put 2 of them on the same creature, it means that when that creature dies, you just get 2 elves.
I think the first copy is at a pretty reasonable premium, though.
Especially in a deck that cares about running an instant speed.
Yeah.
This is offensive and defensive.
Plays fantastically with the Wretch Thresh as well.
True.
You put a counter on it, it'll trade with anything now, and
Well,
can
this
come
doesn't
back.
put the counter on it itself.
Yes, but like if you
If
have
you
a way
have
to
a
put a
counter,
counter on the Thresh, I might put this just underneath the Scout.
Your
potentially.
first copy, I think, will be top of C+, and any additional copies will be more like C-.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Which means you can probably pick up some on the wheel as well.
Yeah, if you can let them go slightly late because only the first copy is at a premium. Shimmer Creep, 4 and a black for a 3/5, a Menache elemental with Vivid. When it enters, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control.
So typically going to be 1 or 2. If you're dedicated towards it, 3 or 4, or maybe 5.
Yeah, Lightning Helixing your opponent on ETB is
Fine.
fine.
Sometimes it'll kill people.
Sometimes it will kill
Learned that
people.
from Meria's Outrider in Dominaria United.
Yeah, Siege Rhino this is not.
No.
But it's still like a big body that comes with a life swing. I do think that you want to be pretty dedicated to Vivid to make this work. If I'm in a 2-color deck, I'm not excited by this at all.
It's pretty splashable, though.
It is splashable, so
it's
the
only
Vivid
a
decks
single
will be
life
able to
click
pick
on
this
tempo.
up quite easily.
Yeah, if they really want to.
Mm.
If you're going to guarantee this has 4 or 5, I will be picking this up most of the time. If it's a maybe 3 or this is just 2 or less, it's not quite the stabilizer that you want from a 5-drop. Sure, it's annoying to block, but it'll probably only kill one creature and then go down.
Yeah.
You can blight onto it a lot, I guess, but you don't really.
Once you're blighting onto it, the body becomes kind of useless because the 3/5 menace, you just want to be getting in with that, right?
Yes.
I would probably say somewhere just in C. This is eminently playable. The upside is potentially there, but it's still just even when you're getting it done, it kind of is.
Yeah, somewhere in C. I think if I had a really low curve and I needed a curve topper, this is an okay thing to kind of
to
help
top
me
out a Black
finish
X
the
aggro
game.
deck.
Yeah.
Would we say below or above the Heirloom Auntie?
Heirloom's a bit more synergy oriented. It's always hard to put things into a hard and fast category in Kindred sets.
Yeah. I
think I'd probably put it above.
Yeah, put it above. Maybe
above Dream Season 2. I would not play
it over the Moonglove Extractor.
No, I'd rather have a second copy of the Extractor, I think, in most situations.
Yeah, there's a lot of decks where I'm not excited to play the first copy of this.
No. Sometimes it will be a 5-mana 3/5 that just domes your opponent for 1.
Yeah, I'm finding a lot of the Vivid cards kind of hard to evaluate.
Yes.
It's hard to know how good that 5-color deck is going to be.
It's
or what the payoff you want is.
Yeah, it's certainly not Gary. That's the main thing. It's not Grey Merchant of Acid.
Oh, no. Taster of Ware's up next. We got another rare. 3-mana 3/2 Goblin Warlock. When it enters, target opponent reveals X cards from their hand, where X is the number of goblins you control. You choose one of those cards. That player exiles it. If an instant or sorcery is exiled this way, you may cast it for as long as you control this creature, and mana of any type can be spent to cast this spell.
A lot of conditions on this.
A lot of conditions, but this is very strong in a Goblin stack.
Yeah, this is interesting. So at the very least, unless your opponent kills it straight away, which if you're tapping out on turn 3, it's unlikely. It will exile a card from their hand, right?
Yes.
And then that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, so at least it's like a 3-mana Brain Maggot.
Worst case scenario, it actually is pay 3 mana, your opponent kills it, and you do nothing. That's the worst case. That's true. That's the flaw.
Yeah.
But a lot of creatures are, you pay 3 mana for this, your opponent can untap and kill it, so this does require them to have...
It has to be killed in that immediate window.
Yeah. Otherwise, at the very least, it exiles a card from their hand. And I'm a big fan of Virus Beetle and...
Yeah, and if you have one other goblin, then...
This is great.
Yeah.
Because they reveal...
They reveal X amount of cards.
Yeah, so you can always take a land if they choose to reveal a land. So if they reveal enough that they have to start revealing instant or sorceries, this thing gets crazy.
Yeah, so I think the more goblins you're likely to have in play, the more exciting this gets. This is also just playable at a base rate.
Yeah, I am happy to curve out with this, but if I play it on turn 5, the opponent reveals the only 3 cards in their hand, I take their best removal spell.
You take their removal spell, yeah.
Whatever. Or any 2-mana spell that I can then immediately cast with this.
Or just take whatever they're going to use to stabilize against your board full goblins.
Yeah, you're right. It's a Brain Maggot that it doesn't even give the card back when it leaves.
Yep. It's just gone. Sorry.
So actually, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think there's also a lot of people who, even if you just play this on curve and you're looking at 1 or 2 cards from your opponent's hand, there are a lot of opponents who are going to misplay and just Stone Rain themselves and not see another land.
Yeah, they'll reveal the wrong cards.
Yeah,
so there's
plenty of room for punt equity.
Absolutely. Never underestimate cards that give your opponent the chance to play badly.
Yeah, definitely something that in the world of data analysis gets missed in a lot of spots.
Yeah, especially for new players on Arena, they really mess with the data.
Yeah. So I'm very happy with this card. I feel like the ceiling is quite high. I just love the floor.
Is actually pretty decent.
The floor is also pretty good.
B plus, A minus.
I'm thinking probably somewhere in and around.
I take this over Curse Tosser every time.
Yeah. Do we want to say bottom of A minus?
I think I'd take it over Gloom Reaper. Ooh. Would I take it over Nameless Inversion? That's a serious question.
That is a serious question.
I don't want to have the Nameless Inversion in my hand when my opponent casts this.
Yeah.
If it's the only card.
Oh god.
I don't think Tester of Wares can... I don't think it does win the game by itself to get into like A and A plus category.
But I do think that the power level is certainly... I probably would take this over Nameless Inversion.
In some circumstances, it will win the game, quote unquote, by itself, where you take your opponent's best card,
and then they just don't have a sight after that.
Like when they have 1 card left in their hand, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's also just a 3/2 body, which in this set seems like it's
Quite
fine.
decently sized,
If it
yeah.
was a 3/3, this would be like an A.
Oh, God, yeah. Unfortunately, we can't have everything we want,
No.
but still. This is also a creature that can die and then be rebought and cast again.
Very
If you're
true.
doing that, then I think that your opponent is rolling on the floor, foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, if they let you take the time to just recur this, they're
Ugh.
so dead.
Yeah, and it buys you the time by taking cards.
True.
Yeah, very happy with that card. That seems sick. Twilight Diviner up next. Another 2 and a black creature, 3/3 elf cleric.
So this is a 3-mana 3/3.
When it enters Surveil 2, whenever one or more creatures you control enter, if they entered or were cast from a graveyard, create a token copy that's a copy of one of them. This ability triggers only once each turn. That was a mouthful and I messed it up.
That's
But
right.
if something comes in from a
There's
graveyard,
no second takes.
if something comes in from a graveyard, you get to get a token copy of
You
it.
control enter from a graveyard. So if you take a card out of an opponent's graveyard, which I don't think you can do in this set,
Not easily, at least.
So
Probably not at common.
let's not consider that because it probably won't happen.
So it's probably a lot of the time just a 3-mana 3/3 elf that surveils
Surveils
2 on ETB.
Surveil 2 is quite strong.
Yeah.
If you keep a hand of 3 lands and you don't see lands for a while and you just drop this on turn 3, that will
It's gonna fix your
find your
hand.
4th land.
It's also going to fuel your graveyard in the elf deck.
It will.
Say it with me now.
Yeah.
This seems like just a really solid thing to be filling out your curve with. Obviously, probably just ignore that bottom mouthful of text for the most part. If it does come up, you're going to feel like God.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
We've only seen one thing that reanimates directly to the battlefield so far, right?
Yes, the Dose of Dawn Glow.
Yeah.
If you pick this up, then maybe the Dose of Dawn Glow all of a sudden gets onto your radar.
Yeah, because this surveils something nice. You know, if you surveil something nice and then you can fix your land drop so that you can make it to the Dose of Dawn Glow.
Yes.
Sure.
Notably, it does say one or more other creatures, so it's not going to be able to see itself enter from a graveyard and copy itself.
No.
Sorry.
Evaluating this as a 3-mana 3/3 that surveils 2, typically a 3-mana 3/3 on rate is one of the more powerful options you could be doing in draft. We've moved away from that a lot, but it's still kind of true where a 3-mana 3/3 is so much better than a 3-mana 3/2 that will
In a
almost
set
always
with a
draw
lot of
down,
small bodies
trade
with
down.
counters on them as well, this is probably pretty liable to look quite good on the board.
This can take a couple of counters as well and still live. So.
Totally. I'm feeling somewhere in C+.
Top of C+, maybe? I'm going to be taking it over the Scarblade
Scout. I would agree with that. Yeah,
Don't know
I don't
if-
think it creeps into B.
No.
It's just a body with a bit
Yeah,
of selection on
for the
it.
most part, yeah.
But yeah, black is looking really solid so far. Maybe I'm just
It's
very biased towards black
we
cards.
haven't seen any like insanely good bombs yet.
But we have seen a lot of just like good consistency pieces.
General card quality seems.
Yeah, like even Dose of Dawn Glow is defensible in the right deck.
Yeah.
And more
In the right
Aria
deck.
is...
Well, I think that's something we're seeing in black. There was a lot more of it is situational.
Yes, that's true. A lot of things that care a lot about the synergies that it affords you. Unbury next. 1 and a black for an instant. Either return target creature from your graveyard to your hand, or return 2 target creature cards that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand. Functional reprint, right?
Yeah, it's the third functional. Well, we've had this at Sorcery, Return from Extinction in Modern Horizons.
And
then we had Rise
Rise
of the
the
Droga
Droga from
in
Kaldheim.
Kaldheim, which was an instant but a common.
Yes.
And even at common, that card was fine. But I think this set has more changelings and
more ways to fuel the graveyard as well.
and more focused creature types than Kaldheim did. I think the driving point for this is that it's an instant in a set that has a blue-black flash theme.
Yeah, this with the fairy seems very solid.
I'm honestly thinking this would be like bottom of C- without. Like, if it only returns 1 creature from your graveyard to your hand,
It's not good.
Not good.
We can just be playing Raised Dead.
I would play it only if I had a really good bomb, or if I'm in the Elf Mill deck where I'm likely to mill that really good bomb.
Yeah.
I wouldn't play more than 1.
But the first copy, I think similar to the Scarblade's Malice, does have a decent amount of equity.
Yeah, especially in Elves,
Yes.
where you're milling so aggressively.
I feel like I once again kind of want to put this in C+, maybe bottom of it.
Bottom of C+, yeah. I'm probably below the Gut Splitter, just because the Gut Splitter...
Gut Splitter does offer you a lot of upside in the black deck.
It does have power and toughness, something which Unbury doesn't have, especially innately.
Yeah, it doesn't have it immediately. You will get it when you cast the creatures that you buy back with it.
Ideally.
But you also do want to have fueled the graveyard to the point that you are getting 2 things back.
Yeah.
Auntie's Sentence up next. 1 and a black sorcery. Choose 1. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land permanent card from it, and that player discards that card. Or target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn.
So how do you feel?
It's very flexible. but both modes are also a little bit limited. 1 and a black sorcery speed Dismember is not exciting. The fact that you can get that removal for a single mana at instant speed, and here you're having to pay a premium for it just so that you can have the upside of a Thoughtseize, not stoked on. And it's not even a particularly good Thoughtseize. The flexibility is what's going to either push this over the top or not be enough to offer to leave it down in the dregs. And I have a feeling that the fact that this doesn't really offer any potential synergy kind of takes it down quite a bit in my estimation.
Sure. I saw this card a couple of days ago, and I've decided this card is the hill that I'm going to die on of actually secretly insanely good. I know that at first pass, both halves are quite mediocre, but there's a few things to keep in consideration, including that -2/-2 onto an opponent's creature. We keep talking about how small things are.
That's true. I was going to say, like, obviously, -2/-2 will hit more in this set than it would in other
knowing
environments.
the general size of creatures in this set, this looks quite bad. It's going to kill a 2-drop maybe most of the time. But this will kill 3 and 4 drops in this set.
Especially if they've been blighted onto.
I know it's not an instant, and that is a really big deal. But the flexibility, you're right about the flexibility, is huge. The Daily Interrogation, I know it was a lesson in the Avatar set, but the flexibility of even if you top decked it late and you can't make your opponent discard a card.
At least you can earthbend something.
Yeah, at least you can get a 2/2. The 2/2 may be better than this -2/-2, but this -2/-2 may be way better than the 2/2 on the front side. Like, if you don't want to risk your opponent not having something relevant in hand.
Just always being some kind of removal spell.
At least being able to kill something. And then in a set that cares so much about big kindred bombs, I want to be scouting my opponent's hand to see where that 5-mana 4/4 health that's going to kill my guy is.
That's fair.
I actually, this flexibility, especially if you're playing Arena, if you're in a best of 1 format, I would be playing 1, maybe even 2 of these, just so that you don't have to worry about sideboarding and the variants. Or if it could take, more than just a non-land permanent. But how many things are not non-land permanents in this set? Instants and sorceries. Like, you will be able to take all of your opponent's creatures, artifacts, enchantments. Not that there's too many artifacts, enchantments, but
the ones that are here are definitely worth sniping. You can get your opponent's kin binding.
Yeah, true. There's a few removal spells like liminal holds and stuff like that.
White having its O-rings.
So sometimes you just take your opponent's removal spell, and that's actually, I think that's really good. Now, multiples may lose some strength because
they don't play towards any synergies.
No.
But once again, we're looking at another black card where maybe the first copy demands some amount of respect. Yeah. So after talking it through, like with my initial logic, I was thinking somewhere in C-, but you sound more like C+ or maybe even B-.
I wouldn't put it all the way into B-. I don't think it's the best common, but maybe C+.
Okay. Below or above Unbury?
I think it's more useful than the Scarblade's Malice.
Yeah?
The Scout's also a 2/2, right?
The Scout is also a 2/2.
This does kill a Scout.
Yeah, but the Scout's happy to die. He's
Same.
resigned to it.
Same Scout.
Okay, I'm going to vote for here.
Yeah, okay. Because it's -2/-2. I think will kill...
It will kill a lot of things. I do agree with you.
This card makes Iron Shield Elf look even worse.
Yeah, that's true. Oh god, no, not my boy!
But, I'm ready to be corrected on this, like 2 effects that are just minor enough, but I'm also so ready to bean people with this in best of 1.
Yeah, no, I see what you're talking about. I understand it now. Barbed Bloodletter. We have a 1 and a black equipment with flash. When this enters attached to target creature you control, that creature gains Wither until end of turn. An equipped creature gets +1/+2, and then normally equips for 2. So
we see the return of Wither, a mechanic from original Lorwyn. It hasn't really returned since, because, they did infect since then. And that's whenever this deals damage, it does it in the form of -1/-1 counters to creatures.
Which is pretty strong, because it just means that, especially because this is giving you a toughness boost,
yes,
your creature is very likely to survive whatever combat it gets tangled up in, and your opponent's creature is going to be scarred for life.
It means that one of the downside of instant speed effects like this that just give a toughness boost and not a very large damage boost means sometimes you're just saving your creature.
But even here, if you just save your creature, your opponent's creature doesn't come out the other side looking anywhere near as threatening as it was before.
The re-equip here is not that expensive. It's It's a 2 of any mana.
Yeah, so pretty freely available to do.
This works in your flash decks.
Yeah, it is notable to say that there's possible downside that putting -1/-1 counters on your opponent's creatures fuels them up. That's always an option.
It is.
But it's likely, with the power boost, it's likely that you can maneuver a combat in such a way where that is not going to be a concern.
Unlike a blue version or a white version of this spell, however, it is not a protection spell. This is just a combat trick most of the time. Unless your opponent is giving minus toughness or dealing damage. If they just have a straight up like a bounce, an exile, or a destroy effect, this will not save them.
Yeah.
So unlike, blue will give hexproof or white will give indestructible with these effects sometimes.
Yeah. Dare I say, yet again, this is a card where the first copy I'm really happy with,
Yes.
and the second copy loses a lot of equity.
The second copy,
it's still fine.
if I don't have that many non-creature spells, if
Oh,
I have a critical
actually, I
density
tell a
of
lie.
creatures,
I have just reread the card. It says that creature gains Wither until end of turn.
it is until end of turn. If this was permanently, I would be way higher on this.
Yes. Now that it's until end of turn, it's still giving a reasonable stat boost afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not unhappy with the re-equip cost. It's not too much.
Yeah, it's still okay.
The main thing is that you do need a critical threshold of creatures.
Yes.
And creatures that will survive after getting +2 toughness. If you have a bunch of 1/1s, this is fine. Technically, it doubles their power and triples their toughness, but it may not save your creatures most of the time. And the Wither will not be impactful if it's only 2 -1 counters.
Yes. I'm happy to probably say somewhere in C tier.
I'd probably put it high C. Yeah. On the high Cs. Yar.
Moon plays really well with Moonglove Extractor, actually, giving it extra toughness and letting it attack in really easily.
I play this over Requiting Hex most of the time. I feel like they have similar effects here.
Yes.
You're right, it does work well with the Moonglove.
Yeah, I'm happy to put that top of C. Seems decent to me.
Yep. I'm happy to have one in the deck because it puts the Fear of God into my opponent.
When they see it once, it's like, oh god, no, he's got 2 black mana open, what do I do? A lot of the time, there's so many black things at instant speed that I'm terrified of here.
Almost like the blue-black theme is instants.
Almost. Vile Boggart up next. It's one of these guys. It's a 1 black mana, 1/1 Goblin Assassin. When it dies, put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature.
That is a classic.
It's a banger.
That is a classic.
It's my guy.
Honestly, another card that's actually decent for blue-black because it's a body that convokes.
Yes.
Goes in blue, black-white because it's a body that convokes and also puts -1 counters. You can put it on your own creature if you really want.
Yes.
It's a goblin.
Yep. It just plays well with a lot of different things.
If you blight onto it, you can use it to finish off an opponent's creature.
Yep. Again, very likely that just killing some kind of X1 will be impactful. Another thing that's making Iron Shield Elf look worse.
Yes. In combat, this is effectively a 2/1.
Yep. Which is basically the best part about these creatures is that they just trade they trade up very effectively.
You attack into your opponent's boards of 2 1/1s. If they block with 1, the other one will die.
Yes. And oftentimes that, especially against white decks, that is going to be what the board looks like, right?
It loses some relevance later in the game, but I honestly feel like it doesn't lose that much relevance because I'm always happy to see bodies that I can just continue to blight onto.
Yes. And this is happy to be fuel for the fire.
Yeah.
This seems like a solid thing to put in your curve. I'm happy to be voted just to see.
Yeah. Probably top of C or. I think it plays decently with the Barbed Bloodletter, to be honest.
Oh, it does, yeah.
I'd probably take this over Bloodletter in a vacuum if I have more flash cards, just because this is a body.
Yes.
I do like Bloodletter a lot, but if I have... I feel like the trap I'm going to fall into in the blue-black deck is just not having enough creatures.
Yes.
Playing too many instants.
You're looking at all these one-offs and thinking, wow, these are so impactful. I want so many of this effect, and then you just lose on board immediately.
Yeah. And you have 3 Barbed Letters in hand and no creatures.
It's the curse of the Dimir Mage, really.
It really is.
I'm happy with that placement. Bitterbloom Bearer up next. Banger. Black for a 1/1 flash flyer at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose a life and make a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. What a house.
This will win the game by itself.
It comes down so early and just it starts doing so much work. And again, we're talking about archetypes that care about doing things at instant speed. It's and like much like the original Bitter Blossom, it's an army in a can.
I mean, they obviously spoiled this card first for a reason.
Yes. Yeah. This is nuts. I don't know how much we have to talk about this. The fairies are super useful.
It's almost wanted to double shot. Oh my god.
Yeah. And like the fact that you can use these fairies as blight fodder. The fact that you can use these fairies as super easy chunk blockers.
So I will note that this is so much worse than the original Bitter Blossom for a few reasons. A creature, a 1/1 creature, is much easier to kill than an enchantment.
It's true. The flash is pretty huge at helping to mitigate that downside.
It is, although it is double black as well. So if you are dropping this on turn 2, you need to have enough black sources in your deck that you know that you can do this on turn 2.
Which, yeah, is going to have to be... It's going to really drive your deck in a certain direction when you pick it. But looking at the density of reasonable black cards that we've kind of picked out here that will play well with this kind of effect, I'm very happy to just like take this pack one, pick one, and let Jesus take the wheel.
If anything... a very sad clap for a very big mistake. Unfortunately, our audio recorder died
Partway through recording black,
and
most of the way through recording red.
I was drunkenly ranting for an hour,
and then I had a look down and realized that the mic wasn't picking up anymore.
Maybe I'll release this as footage, and we can put up like cards that have no written on them.
You'll be editing that for years.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're going to quickly recap everything that got done in that time. Yeah. And you will have to trust that Dom is a lot drunker than when we're recording.
I have taken many shots. I'm going to close this down.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
While Dom does that, well, first of all, much like Bitter Bloom Bearer that we were discussing, Bitter Blossom is also an A+.
Yeah, it was like the last shot for black.
Yeah, on the special guest list, so it won't come up that often, but when it does, it's probably better than Bitter Bloom Bearer by virtue of being harder to remove. Then if we continue going down, what else was new? But we have B-, where we have Blight Rot, which just seems like premium removal.
2 and a black, instant speed, 4/-1 counters on any creature.
Very splashable, very likely to kill anything that you're going to need it to tag.
We talked about even if it's not a combat trick, then...
The fact that the counters stay around means that whatever creature you blight onto is likely just gone for good.
You can drop something's power as it's attacking you, even if you can't kill it.
Yep. So, yeah, nuts. Blog Slither's Embrace, another very solid piece of removal. Exile, super relevant here. Even though it can be cheaper to cast than Blight Rot, not being an instant is valuable.
Baseline, it will be 5 mana to exile a creature at sorcery speed. Which, very strong, but less flexible than the Blight Rot instant speed.
Yep.
The exile will come up occasionally.
But both of these spells will be able to tag pretty much anything that you need to tag.
Yep.
Champion of the Weird we put in as a B-. It does have potential strong applications, but it's not the best of the champion cycle. It does contain the card advantage that's inherent to the championing Behold mechanic. But it's a little bit of a weird card, this one, as per the name.
Yes. It's got a very, very high ceiling of being able to keep your opponents from generating any creatures as long as you can make bodies to blight onto. But it's got a very low floor of literally not being castable.
Yeah. And like it doesn't quite control the battlefield as like easily as the Champion of the Klashan or the fairy the Merfolk Champion does.
Champions of the Shoal.
Champion of the Shoal. Yeah, those two cards are both like ask very little of you beyond having something to behold in order to completely lock down the board, and this just requires a little bit more building around, which makes it slightly less powerful or at base. Then afterwards for C+,
we had Boggart
Prankster
coming in at one of the better common creatures.
We just think that this is like incredibly cost effective in terms of the amount of stats that you're getting. Baseline, this is swinging in as a 2-mana 2/3. It's really easy to blight onto this and then have it keep getting value from its attack trigger.
They're fantastic in multiples because you can just load up one goblin really big. You can throw one token away every turn.
Yeah.
So you're happy to see it early. You're happy to see it late.
Yeah. It seems like it's going to be a really big part of a strong goblin deck, being able to curve out aggressively with a bunch of these. Blighted Blackthorn also came up as a very strong common that you want to pick up. A strong recursive blight source that lets you draw cards, that wears blight counters really well.
Very similar to the Extractor in its ability, but it triggers on ETB as well as attacks, and it's also a maze, so you can choose to attack with this and not blight anything.
Yeah, it's also great on blocks because it's such a
fantastic.
chunky guy.
3/7 or a 1/5 most of the time if you want to draw a card.
Yeah, most of the time this will be coming in as a 1/5, I imagine. But even just doing that and then occasionally sucking off a couple of things to blight and draw cards seems very strong. We did the Scout.
That one. We did the Sentence.
We didn't do the
Safe
Safe
Right's
Right.
a new one, yeah.
This guy is definitely like a little bit more of a synergy piece than it might initially read. Because getting an elf card into your graveyard is not going to be the easiest thing to do per se. But it does, once you get that online, this boy grows, and this becomes like a very easy place to dump your blight counters, but also just have a very large creature that kind of demands respect on the battlefield.
It's not a great early creature, but yeah, definitely a mid-range and pretty decent in multiples, being able to scale up every single turn.
Yep.
Yeah, every single turn once you get the elf card in there. Not a lot of graveyard hate is something we noted.
That's true. We also had Boggart Mischief, which is one of the big payoffs to being in Goblins.
Yeah. This one was a tough one to place because
when it's good, it's really good,
Wins
but
the
you
game.
do very specifically need to be in Goblins in order to make it do that work.
and you want to have a body on board because you need to blight one in order to make 2 1/1s. Now you can turn an already existing goblin into an additional goblin plus 1 goblin dying trigger, which is probably its strongest part, but its weakest part is when you just don't have anything you want to blight and you don't have enough goblins in your deck.
Yeah.
It only triggers off goblins. You don't want to be playing 3 mana to blight 1 and make 2 1/1s.
So very high ceiling, very high floor. The ceiling is strong enough to haul it up to C+, to where it is probably strong enough to build around.
It could probably even go higher, to be honest.
It's possible. We had Dawnhand Dissident.
This
was a weird one.
It's really hard to place this one.
Because it itself doesn't wear blight counters fantastically.
It can wear 1.
You can wear 1, at which point you've surveilled 1. And that's kind of all it does.
1 mana 0/1 surveil 1, which can then sack itself to surveil an additional time.
Yep. You really need to pair this with other bodies that are very happy to wear counters. And if you can't do that, then all of a sudden this card becomes much, much worse.
Goblins being blighted 2 die, or blighted 1 die. Elves, can credit wear counters? Yeah.
The awkward thing is that in order to gain the upside of being able to cast the cards you're exiling with this, the creatures that you're blighting onto need to be able to survive. So you need creatures that are at least X3s.
Which this itself is not.
This itself is not. So this needs to be paired with some other good meat shields in order to get that full payoff. Once you do, it is doing a lot for 1 mana. And there are good blight bags that we've already talked about. Like Boggart Prankster actually plays fantastically with this card. Or the 3/7.
3/7 even.
There are plenty of good cards to pair with this guy. But it does just need that help to get it over the line. So hence why we put it down here. Darkness Descends.
Another tricky one to place.
This can be nuts. It can also be really, really hard to find a good time to play this.
I think after a lot of debate, we kind of just settled on you're firing this off whether it's good to board wipe or bad to board wipe because it leaves the lasting 2 -1/-1 counters. So at the very least, it will impact your opponent's board for coming turns. But definitely a sideboard piece, I think.
Yeah. I think we also had Bloodline Bidding as a new one as well.
It's reverse winnowing. It's evil winnowing.
Yeah, it's just... It can be really good, but it does require a lot of work to maneuver into a board state where this is doing what you want to do.
To convoke, you want a bunch of goblins on board to convoke it out, but then you have nothing in your bin. Or you want a bunch of elves in your bin, but then you have nothing on board. And returning only 1 creature type is a little bit rough.
Yeah. It's not necessarily exactly what you want.
You want it to, get 3 creatures back, and 3 creatures or 4 creatures might win the game. And so that's why it's in C, in those games where it does that. And it might be a C+, but time will tell.
Yeah. It's possible that the elf deck puts enough bodies into play while milling enough that it's able to make the bloodline bidding work. But at that stage, if you've made the perfect bloodline bidding deck, you've just got like a nutty elf deck regardless. So
I think that's C. We moved a
Let's
few
see.
things down. But that's C.
yeah.
had the
We moved a
extractor.
couple more things down, yeah. So we had
The Eulogist, I think, was later, but we moved the Shimmer
yes,
Creep
we
down.
moved Shimmer Creep down. We just
And Dream Caesar.
we became and Dream Caesar. We just became less impressed with these cards. Elwimanti as well came down with all of those. They're just a little bit like situational in terms of where you want to be playing them. Shimmer Creep, yeah, if you're not doing the Vivid thing and getting at least a 3-ball on its ETB, it's not fantastic to play. And there's a lot of other better black cards that you could be filling out at this point in the curve.
I think Dawnhand Eulogist might have been a new one.
Dawnhand
That was one of
Eulogist
the
was
last
a new
ones,
one.
yeah.
Yes, this was like I think basically the last one that we saw.
Yeah.
4 mana, 3/3 menace, ETB mill 3. It's just like kind of a filler card.
Give you a little bit of extra life if you're pushing ahead in a race. Doesn't really stabilize you on the spot. 4 mana is whatever.
Yeah.
I think I'd be happy to play one of these. But
Yeah,
I don't
happy to
wanna
play
rely on
one, but like at 4 mana, it's just a little bit chunky and clunky, and there are better ways to enable your elfy stuff. Elwimanti also moved down.
Moved Perfect Intimidation down, and I took a shot for it.
We moved Iron Shield Elf down.
I
Then
took
also
a
took a
shot
shot
for
for
it. We
it.
had 3 shots when we returned.
Yeah. Dose of Dawnglow we'd already talked about at that point.
And then this one
And
got
then
a shot.
Fairy Macabre got a shot.
It's Graveyard Hate, which, as we mentioned, not a lot of Graveyard Hate in this set, but it's 0 mana. But you don't want to be playing 1 black for a 2/2 with not a relevant creature type.
Yeah, or not a particularly relevant creature type
No,
at least.
yeah.
And discarding just to exile 2 cards from graveyards, like while being 0 mana and instant speed is nice, it's just not really nice enough.
I believe we had the Monsong Aria already down in F tier.
Yes. Let's really quickly smash these out. We've only been taking shots for bad cards, unfortunately.
Yeah, we
in
haven't
red.
hit any A+ yet.
So Goliath Daydreamer, it's a 4 mana 4/4 Dreadhorde Arcanist in a lot of senses. Being able to exile something when you cast it,
sorcery, yeah.
and then recast it on attacks,
Yep.
has so much upside.
Doubles your removal spell. So you play this on turn 4, turn 5, you tap out, you cast a removal spell, you attack with this. You kill another creature, you're getting in with a 4/4. The one downside of this is that it has double red pips.
And we're not that high on red currently.
And you need instant or sorcery, but literally any instant or sorcery, this becomes good.
Soul Immolation is next.
So we hadn't finished talking about this. This is where we realized that the audio had cut out. This doesn't kill your own creatures. You also choosing what X is. X can't be greater than the greatest toughness among creatures you control.
But so long as you have one guy who you can dump a bunch of blight counters onto, this can't be interacted with by casting a removal spell in response to it, because it's done as an additional cost. And it only wipes your opponent's board.
Holy
so
one-sided, yeah.
you make one creature of yours bad, sometimes not even. Like if you pick, for example, my goat, the Brambleback Brute, after it's used its counters, then you are able to use those counters beneficially after the fact, potentially. And the upside is just so massive of wiping your opponent's board, doming them for a bunch of damage, and then being able to get in for a free attack step.
This card says mostly if you have an X3 on board, you'll probably win the game.
Yeah, which is not a huge amount to ask.
Not a massive amount to ask. Although in red, it turns out that's a high toughness, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. Endblaze Epiphany is next. This is just a removal spell with a bunch of upside in the form of drawing you a card. It also scales really well. It's...
You'll be slightly behind on mana sometimes because you have to pay the extra red and then the X damage to deal X to the toughness.
Yeah. But being instant speed means that you can do this in your opponent's turn, kill something important, and then untap and cast whatever you hit.
Oh yeah, popping this off in your opponent's end step will probably win you the game. Even if not immediately, then eventually the card advantage and the removal spell.
Yeah. Seer up next. This is just absolute bread and butter stuff. 1 in red to deal 4 to a creature or planeswalker.
Instant speed.
Instant speed.
Totally unconditional.
Yeah, but this just doesn't really need too much discussion. It's always going to do the thing.
Yeah.
It's very, very solid, very fantastic rate. Scarsback Scrounger. This creature is also just a great.
This was an interesting one to evaluate because it's kind of both best and worst case scenario. 2 mana, 2/1 that makes you a treasure token,
is kind of pretty good,
or you leave it as a 3/2 just for 2 mana.
and you could just beat in.
It's a goblin, so it's a relevant creature type.
Yeah.
It gets you to your 4 drops for the elemental deck. It's a goblin and it's a blight card, so
It
it's
helps
very
you splash in
flexible.
your vivid decks. It's got a lot of things that it does, all while being at base very, very playable.
But has more to build around than just Seer killing something for 2 mana and instant speed.
Cinder Strike. This seems like a staple kind of removal spell in your red decks at common. The flexibility of just being a 1 mana 2 damage spell, or 1 mana for 4 damage, and blighting 1, which is like a very minor cost. Seems
Sometimes
great.
an upside even.
Sometimes an upside. The thing that's not pushing it over into a higher tier is that it is sorcery speed, and that if you don't have anything you can blight on, like say for example if you have an empty board, it is only going to be a sorcery speed shock for creatures.
But for the most part, it will kill anything you need it to.
That's true. Flame Braider up next.
Oh yeah.
This guy's great. It's a 2 mana 2/2 that taps to add 2 mana in any combination of colors to spend only elemental spells or cast or activate abilities of elemental
So we're
spells.
not as excited about this so much as we're excited about the ability for a red deck to then play any of those really big mythic elementals that we kept saying earlier that was like, this is a bomb, but the creature type's not relevant in this color.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden the creature type is relevant in this color.
I will be using this to splash every single elemental bomb ever. The only reason there's not like higher is because the elementals in red, not great.
Yeah, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Boulder Dash up next. This is fairly cleanly a 2-for-1 a lot of the time, being able to deal 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to any other target.
Worst case scenario, you'll probably kill an opponent's small creature and then ping them for a little bit of damage, which at sorcery speed, 2 mana. I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, the cost on this is very low, and the upside is definitely there of being able to pick up some small utility creatures.
Casting it post-combat means that it often guarantees trades if it doesn't trade up 2-for-1.
Yep. Elder Auntie up next.
I'm so high on this. This is my goat.
This card's great.
3 mana 2/2 makes a 1/1 black and red goblin when it enters. So 2 bodies, really important. 2 bodies and limited, very good. And we also noted that the goblin that it makes is both black and red. So if you're in the red vivid deck, it adds the black to your deck for you.
Also, of course, goblin typing, probably one of the more important creature types.
You can blight onto that 1/1 in the red
super
black
easily.
deck really easily.
Yeah, you can recur this, get 2 more bodies back. Yeah, this seems like a slam dunk. Feed the Flames, another good removal spell. So this is a lot of what Red's offering you is quite good, and damage-based removal is doing quite well in this set because a lot of this creatures are going to be smaller by virtue of either just being smaller at base or having been blighted onto, making them smaller. 4 mana is on the higher end of what you're happy paying, but the 5 damage is a lot. It will probably do what it needs to do.
And the exile makes it nice and clean,
Very
especially against elf decks.
And again, instant speed.
If it was a sorcery, I'd be lower, but the instant speed is huge.
Yeah.
It also works as 4 mana for the elementals deck.
Yeah. Then we get into the C bracket, C+. We have Sizzling Changeling. Mainly by virtue of being a changeling, this is doing well. Just making sure that in any of your creature type matters decks, this is an on-type body that's relatively well statted, and then that also gets you a card back when it dies, and 3 power is meaning that it's trading quite effectively.
It's good on the attack, good on the defense. Like, it'll trade down on the attack but give you a card. On the defense, it'll trade up and give you a card.
Yeah. So this is doing a lot of fairly good things. Explosive Prodigy.
Kind of to like a Kavu flame tongue Kavu.
Yeah, but the fact that it is a 1/1 means that it's not really clocking in
not
and
a win con by itself.
Killing your opponent. And you do have to be doing a little bit of vivid stuff. You ideally want to be getting this ETB trigger for 3 in order to make sure that you're picking off a good amount of creatures.
In a red-black deck, I'm less inclined to, unless I can make blue-black fairy tokens, but even then, it's...
Yeah, it's like a little bit touch and go. It can be a bit dicey.
It doesn't make it to the B tier because of that.
Yeah. Brambleback Brute.
Yeah.
This is my go.
Yeah,
it's a 3 mana 4/5 with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. I don't know.
So it's a 3 mana 2/3.
It's a 3 mana 2/3. And a repeatable falter effect. So this is a big toughness to dump your blight counters onto, and then gives you a really solid payoff that will help you really push damage in combat.
Forces your opponent to chump or to remove their chumpers and have to trade their big creatures. Worst comes to worst, turn 4, you just attack with this as a 4/5, and their creatures can't block.
Yep.
We could even move this up. This card is getting kind of tastier and tastier to me.
Yeah. Do you want it more than Explosive Prodigy or Changeling though?
Very possibly. Like, you're not playing Explosive Prodigy on turn 2.
That's true. It is a little bit
Brambleback,
limited.
I'm always playing on turn 3, and then its ability
Also
will
still
stay
really good
relevant
late in the game.
long into the game. Red black is.
Do we want to
is a
just
white
like
deck.
put it top of C+?
If not bottom of B minus, this card feels like it could be quite good.
Okay,
It's
well,
almost-
I mean, this way both of our goats are in the same tier, and I feel good.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
let's do
yeah,
that. I'm all for feeling good.
I
Well,
hate feeling good.
I guess that's why you do this.
That's why I'm this many
Giant
shots
Fall, another removal spell. This one a little bit more limited because it needs you to have a creature that has a bunch of high power, and this set just doesn't have a huge amount of that.
It is instant speed, but it can be blown out by any sort of trick or removal, including having your creature shrunk, so it just doesn't deal enough damage. The Destroy artifact is flexible. It could be relevant. We'll get to artifacts. We'll see how those go.
Yep. Gristle Glutton as well. This is just a very solid way to start filtering through your deck. Blighting Wine is a pretty low cost to
when
do
it
so.
already enters as a 1/3. It's also a goblin.
Yep. Being a goblin is doing some decent heavy lifting here as well.
I want most of my opening hands to have something like this in turn 2. If it's a dodgy opening hand, it will just smooth me into the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the C tier, where we see Flame Chain Mauler. This is a bear.
Yeah.
You can give it menace and pump its power.
We were not super excited about this, but like you can still top deck this late, and just if you have 6 mana, it's a 5/2 with menace, so it probably kills 2 opposing creatures.
Yeah, this is pretty reasonable to draw late into the game. It's also fine to curve out with early. So it's not great, but decent at basically all stages of the game.
Not for the blind deck though.
Not for the black deck.
Ashling, the worst flip card.
The worst flip card.
On the front, it's a 2 mana 1/3 that can discard a card to draw a card. And so if you don't have blue, then this is kind of a
middling.
common.
Yeah, you can blight onto it a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah. If you do have blue,
then all of a sudden you are using it to ramp into your big spells with the mana ability that it gives you. But it's still just a little bit limited in its applications.
it only really adds 1 mana because you have to spend a blue in order to flip it, and its power and toughness doesn't increase or anything. So.
Yeah, and in order to flip it on turn 3 to curve it immediately into a 4-drop spell, you have to have had exactly red-blue mana on the first 2 turns of the game.
If I'm not in exactly red-blue, I'm not playing this. That's why this is in C tier.
Yep. Also in C tier, Hexing Squelcher. Don't worry, CEDH players, your draft pods aren't going to be ruined by this. The biggest thing about this is just that it's a goblin, to be honest. And in goblins, it is a 2-drop that taxes your opponent's removal a bit. That's fine.
The can't be countered text isn't relevant. There's only 2 counter spells in this set that we've seen so far.
Yep.
I don't think there's any multicolored counters, but we'll find out.
If there are, there wouldn't be enough in order to make the can't be countered text relevant, even with that.
And most of the time, your opponent just kills this, pays a 2 life, and moves on. Or they just don't target your stuff.
Yeah.
You're in goblins. Your stuff is small.
Flamekin Guildweaver up next. This is a 4-mana, 4/3 trample, ETB, make a treasure. Again, fine filler. It's good for being a 4-mana spell that rebates you a bit of mana for the elemental theme. But again, as we'll see, that's not a theme that we're super stoked on.
It's okay for the Vivid deck, which seems to be base red-green, because that treasure will help you be able to cast your spells.
Yeah, and ramp you into the big payoffs
The
that deck
4/3
needs to play.
stats are pretty good, especially with trample.
Yeah, the body is decent. In a set with so many small dinky X1s, having a 4/3 trampler that doesn't really let you chump block it effectively.
It wears combat tricks well.
Yeah. Boldware Aggressor up next, which is it's got potentially very high upside as something that gives your giants, read changelings, double strike. But the fact that this can get removed and take the double strike away from your changelings does leave you susceptible to some amount of blowout potential.
If your opponent's tapped out, then yeah, this is a great curve topper in a changeling deck. Not quite enough giants for me to make this a bit higher than this, and at base level, it's a 5-mana 4/5, like 2/5 with double strike. It's not super exciting for me.
Yeah. It can definitely go off, but yeah, has a fail rate.
Goat Nap. It's a threaten effect, but as long as the creature that you target is a changeling or a goat, so a changeling, it will get +3/+0 until end of turn. Encourages you to target your opponent's changelings, which may not necessarily be the best creature on your board, but the main thing about it was you can blight onto this creature. So if you have a lot of free blight effects or anything like that, then you want to steal your opponent's creature, drop a bunch of -1 counters on it for your own benefit, and then even if their creature survives, you hand it back to them significantly smaller, while your creature's got to stay the same size. I'm quite high on Goat Nap. Fine.
I'm a little lower because I'm just like lower on threat and effects in limited in general because it doesn't really buy you a full card a lot of the time.
I'm really high on them. They're very important to pick if you have Sacrifice. This set doesn't really have Sacrifice,
but it has
does
Blight,
have Blight,
which fills a similar role.
Yeah.
It's just slightly less cut and dry than like, oh, I'm stealing your creature and then I'm sacrificing it.
I'm expecting this to be a B- in some decks and a D+ in others.
Yeah, so it sort of floats around depending on how much you're able to do the thing. Then we have the C- tier begins with Enraged Flamecaster.
Yeah. It's a curve filler.
It's a curve filler. Yeah, having 2 toughness isn't great.
No. It stops your opponent's 1/1 flyers and trades with anything greater than that. So not great. It'll probably deal 2, maybe 4 damage to an opponent's face, but it won't be able to attack profitably. So
yeah, Bone Club Berserker. It's a big boy if you've got a bunch of goblins, but that's kind of all it does.
If you have 2 goblins, then it's pretty decent. If you have 2 goblins and your opponent can't remove it, that is,
then
remove
it's very
the goblins,
good.
Then
again opens you up to some sort of blowouts in that way. It can still wear blight tokens fairly well, blight counters fairly well because it will still get with the power buff.
Even if you have 1 other goblin, if you blighted onto this 3 times, then it's a 1/1. If you have 2 other goblins, it's a 3/1, which is pretty decent after blighting 3 times onto it.
Yeah,
I just won't be picking this highly as it's a 4-drop.
Yeah, Implied Entrance. It's a little bit low impact.
It cycles. That's the most important part about it.
Yeah, the Trample and Haste will come up in spots, but
Trample especially,
but there's not too many things that are super scary to attack in with straight away.
And worst comes to worst, it doesn't say target creature you control, so you can target your opponent's creature to just kind of move this on.
Yeah, but the fact that this can just open you up to getting 2 for 1 if the creature you target it with gets removed makes it a little less enticing. Kulrath Zealot. This is a better land cycler than the other land cycler, but the basic land cycling ability having coloured mana stapled onto it remains bad.
Yes.
But the body on this being a chunky lad that also gets you an extra card does mean that this offers some extra flexibility in the late game. And there are, again, some green-red Vivid decks that will like the basic land cycling to help smooth out their mana.
You want this in a deck that has Flame Breeder, so you can cast it earlier.
Yeah. Reckless Ransacking is a combat trick.
It's your basic combat trick.
Yeah. The treasure token is unlikely to matter in decks that want combat tricks.
Because the Vivid deck doesn't want this
combat
effect.
tricks, yeah.
So permanents in play.
It's just a little bit lost in terms of where it wants to go.
Yeah.
Champion of the Path.
Kind of butts.
Kind of butts.
It's very easy to kill. It only has 3 toughness.
And it either takes away from your board with the Behold ability or takes away from your hand. And that's an elemental that you'd rather be casting to trigger its own ability. So it kind of eats into its own food in that way. Yeah, it's just very hard to imagine. Like, obviously, you can clock in with this for 7 so long as you can attack with an X3 and not have it get blocked and die.
And sometimes you can put your opponent in the abyss if they just can't muster 3 power or any removal spell, but that's quite a tall order.
Yeah, so a lot of the time this is just not going to be doing it. And again, we're pretty low on a lot of the elemental stuff. So going all in on it by picking this, not necessarily going to lead your draft deck in the right direction. It is
4 mana, but not a lot of the 4 mana payoffs have been exciting to me.
Yeah. Burning Curiosity starts us off in the D+, so this is where we're getting wasted.
Yeah, so many shots.
Yeah.
Hang on, the bottle is like...
The bottom is much lower. It's
not
true.
Much left.
Notably, I will say blue had more misses for us than red did.
That's true.
Which, while we were
We're not done.
That's true. You can see the list continues. But this is, like... At base, a divination that doesn't just draw you the cards, which is very limiting and not great.
And divination is not where we're at these days. Sure, it was good 12 years ago.
But you need to be playing to the board more. And if you blight 1, you're exiling 3 cards, and you get them until next turn. In order to buy yourself the time for that to be good, you need to be very late in the game.
Yeah, you need to have a creature on board that you want to blight onto, which,
and you ideally want to be able to cast one of the cards that you hit that turn. So,
blight
6 or 7 mana.
Yeah, and you want to have not hit your land drop yet, because if you flip 2 lands, then...
Yeah, that's the big thing about this card is that, like, it's only really good in the quite late game.
I'll play it as my 23rd card, but I won't be happy about it.
Yeah. Kindle the Inner Flame. Again, we're looking at ways to do the elemental thing and the mana value for a greater thing.
It's a
And
good thing that they didn't hear you say that this is going to be a linchpin of the elemental deck and then read the card and then it was bad.
man, you gotta help me like that. Yeah, I was excited about the fact that the flashback could let you cast this on the cheap, but there are ways to like discard this into the graveyard and then recast it. But beholding 3 elementals for the flashback cost is very hard to do.
You want to have a high amount of elementals, and as we've already ascertained, the elementals are not the red cards you want. You want goblins mostly, or occasionally giants.
Yeah, it's just not doing it for us. Collective Inferno is also not doing it for us because, again, you need to be quite in on one particular creature type.
Doubling the power or the damage that creature type would deal only matters when you're hitting your opponent. It doesn't make a lot of your creatures very good. It can turn some 1/1s into trades maybe, but with the toughness so low in this set, it's just not a high impact card.
Yeah.
It's like giving all of your creatures +1/+0, which is for 5 mana. Convoke? Not what I really want.
Yeah, pretty much. Lasting Tarfire. This is a card that wants you to be blighting, but it doesn't blight itself. It doesn't add to the board. All it does is pressure your opponent's life total.
It does trigger if you've managed to put -1 counters on your opponent's creatures through black cards.
Ooh.
We compared it to Sulfuric Vortex that doesn't hit you, but...
That's kind of... Sulfuric Vortex doesn't ask you to do anything else.
No.
This asks you to do quite a bit, actually. And even though it is cheaper mana value-wise, it's like still not great.
Technically, it could be fun if you have 2 of them, but it doesn't block, so you're going to die faster than your opponent.
Yeah, you can have a good blight deck without playing this card, which is not really a ringing endorsement of it. This is the card that kills yourself.
This was the card that almost killed me with the shot I had to take.
Yep. It's just...
It's a 4-mana 4/4 with haste, and then
your opponent untaps with 10 mana
and haste on everything.
So it's so likely that you cast this. You either in a lot of states you're not going to be allowed to attack with it because you have to hold back blockers for whatever your opponent's going to do when they're allowed to untap with their 3 mana doubler that they didn't invest anything into.
If your opponent was mana screwed, this saves them.
Yeah. There's just so many situations where your doom is spelled imminently by having this.
Honestly,
the big thing that this allows your opponent to do is cast a bunch of mana's worth of spells, go to combat, swing in with the haste, and then post-combat use the rest of their mana to kill this.
Yeah.
And then they're the only person who's gotten any benefit from having it in play.
It's not in F because at least it's a 4/4. So if you're both in a top deck war, sometimes you can just beam your opponent for 4.
Yeah.
I'm still not playing it.
Do we need to say this?
Look, we did briefly discuss what possible creatures would be good. So Meek Attack is a sneak attack. It costs 1 less, but its ability costs 1 more, and it can only put in creatures with total power and toughness
5 or less. It also is 2 to activate, which is quite a high activation cost. Most of the creatures that you could be cheating in limited, you just cast. So this is asking you to pay more mana to give your opponent free removal spells for the low cost of giving your creatures haste.
It means that you can put them in on your opponent's end step. Ooh. But yeah, we really wanted the vivid 6 mana blue creature that's a 3/3 that draws cards equal to the number of...
If only it was a 3/2.
Yeah, but it's not. So there's not a lot worth...
There's basically no home for this.
Yeah, this is big F. All right. So now we've caught up to... We've really blitzed through all of that. So we'll make this episode much shorter.
Yeah. Well done, us. This was all a ruse.
Unfortunately, finding out that the audio didn't work has completely sobered me up. So there's still plenty of time for a lot of F and A+ tiers.
Yeah, exactly. We got lots of cards coming up, such as Soulbright Seeker.
That's gonna be. That looks good to me.
You're not gonna drink. Don't worry.
No.
This is a 1 mana 2/1 elemental sorcerer.
This is the 3rd behold creature that's a 1 mana 2/1, right?
I think that they're all 1 mana 2/1s.
What was it?
Oh, no. The Merfolk is a 2 mana 2/1. This asks you to behold an elemental or pay 2, and then for a red, target creature you control against trample until end of turn. This is the 3rd time this ability is resolved this turn. Add quad red. This asks you to be very deep in red and quite deep in elementals.
If you have 3 red, then you can add an additional red. So on turn 4, you can cast a single blue pip 5 drop. Of which there aren't that many that are exciting. I'm more thinking like on turn 6, you can have double pip of something and put
then
3
quad.
red into this
Yeah,
or
it's
turn 5 to drop a 6-drop, which is
the mana restrictions for that are still very severe.
we did discuss trample could be relevant in a
Trample
set
could
where
be
everything's
relevant.
toughness could be lowered.
Yeah. This in and of itself is probably better on blocks trading up,
I don't love that.
which I don't love.
It'll just eat a -1 counter. You're
That's
not
true.
blinding onto this. You're not blinding onto this.
You can't blight onto
Your
this.
opponent can't put a -1 counter on it, I think is what we've learned.
Yeah. I think that this card is not fantastic, to be honest.
Fine, and
It's
I don't
fine,
love
but the body scales off pretty badly.
it'll do some weird combos some of the time. It'll get like a big bomb down early, especially if you have a Flame Braider.
Yeah.
But you need to have... With Flame Braider, this is easier because you don't need the double red.
Yes. So there are definitely decks where this will be able to do the thing.
I'm not excited about it. It
I'm
kind of
not
feels
super excited about
pay
it.
red, target creature deals an additional damage to your opponent this combat.
And on
yeah.
a body that's like not really.
No, this
Going to
itself
do-
may not even...
I
be
feel like
attacking.
this is somewhere in C- to me. It could even potentially be D+.
I'd put it in C-, just for the upside of a 2/1 on turn 1.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, you don't have a 2-drop. If they block with a 1/1, then you can pay 1 to get 1 extra damage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I think its body will be outclassed, but then its ability may become more relevant later in the game.
True. And we do have some high power. Like, look, if you make the mistake of picking champion with the path,
Yeah.
now all of a sudden it has trample and it gets in.
Yeah. I played over the ransacking just because it's a body.
I agree. I think I play it below the zealot though, because the zealot scales reasonably well.
Yeah, sure.
And is
Zealot's a bit more
useful at more points in the game, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Continuing on. Sourbread Auntie.
I'm really high on this one.
4 mana, 4/3 Goblin Warrior. When it enters, you may blight 2. If you do, make 2 1/1 black and red Goblin creature tokens. I'm pretty high on this as well.
So it's kind of a 4 mana 2/1 that makes 2 1/1s.
And that's at base. You can also blight onto a random 1/1
Yes.
you've got lying around and then upgrade it into 2.
From blocking. It's
Yeah. And this
except
has
time the
big
block-
shades of your other goat,
The
Elder
blight
Auntie.
can be upside. I would play this over Elder Auntie. The double red pip is a bit rough. I'd put this in B, not B-. This thing is actually good.
Yeah.
I'd probably...
Would I pick this over Boulder Dash? I think I would.
I would pick this over Boulder Dash. 'Cause
I would probably also pick it over Flame Braider.
yeah, because the elementals aren't good enough to make it good.
And
Is
what
this
about
even?
Sinstrike?
This could go into the bottom of B+.
It could. It is really
Its
good.
best case scenario, it's a 4 mana 4/3 that puts 2 more bodies on the board
I think-
and gives you some upside
Okay.
off that.
Yeah,
line.
I actually like. I think bottom of B-. I think I would play the Scrounger first. I think the upside here is very
'cause
high.
it's much easier to cast. The double red pips is the drawback here.
Yeah, these curve into each other though.
3 goblins.
Scrounger lets you go.
That's true.
That's kind of devastating.
That is
You
true.
get 4 goblins in play on turn
If you
3.
can have any way of giving all of your team additional power, then you're off to the races. In a red-white deck, maybe that seems pretty
Yeah. Spine Rock Tyrants is up next. Jesus. 5 mana, 6/6 flying Wither. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with a single target, you may copy it. If you do, those spells gain Wither. You may choose new targets for the copy. How much do we need to discuss this? This is so this is very similar to the Daydreamer in some senses.
Except it doesn't need the instant or sorceries because at baseline it's a 5 mana 6/6 flying.
Wither. This just beats in.
Your
Jesus.
opponent can triple block with some flyers with 3 toughness, and you just distribute the counters as you choose to make sure that they have nothing left. No power, no toughness.
Yeah, and this again, like in a color that has access to lots of like good damage based removal as well.
If I see this on the other side of the battlefield, you basically you have 3 turns to answer this before it kills you, and if your opponent has any kill spell, like it doesn't have to be a red spell. You can untap and play a black, put 4 -1 counters on something, and it copies it.
This pairs so well with so many different things.
It's all the strength of Goliath Daydreamer, but it doesn't even
So
have
much
to
more
attack
upside.
to do
Evasion
it.
as well.
It flies. It has
Yeah.
huge stats.
This is
thing
nuts. This is nuts.
Crazy.
Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Red, you're pulling through a little bit in the bottom half.
Anyway, here's Squawk Roaster.
4 mana, star 4, double strike. It's an elemental, and its power is equal to the number of colors among permanents you control.
Okay, so I'm seeing it as a 2/4 most of the time, and I attack with it, and my opponent kills the other color of creature I have, and it's a 1/4 double strike.
Ouch. I mean, that's obviously something that can happen.
Yeah.
And when it does, you will feel really bad about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Um,
Worst case scenario, it's not even a 2/4, but...
yeah, in the Elementals deck, it's 4 mana to trigger your stuff.
So...
In the Vivid deck, it can, like, if it's a 4/4 double strike, then you do start just, like, chunking with this guy.
It takes a lot of effort to make a 4/4 double strike. With a little bit of effort, you can make it a 3/4 with your making your fairy tokens.
I think a 3/4 is much more reasonable for this.
So is it good as a 3/4 double strike?
I think a 3/4 double strike is good.
I think it's acceptable. I think it might put your opponent in the abyss eventually.
I think the fact that you mentioned that your opponent can use their removal spells to take you off of multiple colors to make your combat awkward with this is a pretty big knock against it, though.
It's true that your opponent will have difficulty killing this in combat.
Yeah, the 4 toughness is also pretty big.
But it won't be too hard for them to make this not relevant anymore.
Yeah. I'm feeling somewhere just, like, bottom of C. Potentially, or it could be top, like high to mid C, C minus.
I'd probably play this over the Bulweir Aggressor because they have the same problem.
But
this is one.
This is one red pip less, and it's 1 mana cheaper.
It's also, it's an elemental.
Yes. The Aggressor does have a lot of upside.
If you do have other changelings, then this will make it good. Whereas the Squawk Roaster will only give double strike to itself. The Squawk Roaster is not good without trample, so I want to be playing one of those 2 bad cards that grant trample.
Great place to be in when you're playing bad cards to make your other bad cards better.
Yeah.
Not
the Vivid payoff I really want.
Sting Slinger up next. A 3 mana 3/3 Goblin Warrior. 1 and a red and tap, bite 1. It deals 2 damage to each opponent.
I don't love this.
No, I'm also not in love with it.
I think its strongest point is that it's a 3 mana 3/3 that, worst comes to worst, you can hold up 1 and a red to, if your opponent starts removing your creatures, just blight onto that creature real quick.
To get a bit of value out of them.
Just additional extra damage.
And we've seen a lot of curves where goblins can go quite wide, and then you can use this to start just pinging in for a bunch of damage.
Sure, you can start closing the game by sacrificing your 1/1s.
Yep. Which is...
blight onto itself.
Yeah, decent.
You can pay 9 mana to deal 6 damage to your opponent over 4 turns.
That's not a great rate, to be honest.
If this is a grindy format, which it looks like it could be, then
that
might be where you need to be, but I'm not putting this above a C.
I think I'm also happy to put this kind of low in C.
Yeah, there's enough repeatable, just blight effects in general, that a repeatable one that doesn't impact the board by its blight.
Yeah, just dealing damage is not good enough.
The giant that removes counters to make something block, it feels like it has a greater impact than this does.
Yes, I believe that as well. So where in B does this go? Does it go above the Roaster just by virtue of being a goblin?
By being a 3 mana 3/3 goblin, yeah.
I think I would play the Guild Weaver over this in a lot of spots.
In most situations, depending on what my curve looks like.
Yeah. It's still fine in a Goblin's deck. Like, it has applications, not the most stoked on it.
Maybe a red-white or a red-black blight without enough goblins is still fine.
Yeah. Tweeze!
Ow.
3 mana instant. Deals 3 damage to any target. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card.
I don't want to be playing an open fire most of the time. 3 mana deal 3. However, 3 mana deal 3, again, will kill most of the threats in this format.
And the rummage isn't bad. This is definitely, like, not super high on my removal tier list for red.
I'm happy
3
with
mana
my
to
first
only
copy.
deal 3. I think, the first copy is still good.
It can finish your opponent if need be.
That's true. Being able to go face is nice. I think somewhere in C+ is probably correct.
Yeah,
I'd probably play it over Giant Fall.
Giant Fall, just because Giant Fall needs the creature in play.
But below Explosive Prodigy.
Probably. The Tweeze being able to hit your opponent is pretty good. And that, you have to discard a card to draw a card, right? You may discard a card.
Yes, you may if you do draw.
You don't have to discard a card.
Yeah, this can just be open fire. And you will sometimes play open fire.
Yes, especially in a set with so many -1 counters. That's where we learnt about Arrow Devastation.
Yeah.
Set with -1 counters, pay 3 to deal 3.
Yeah, damage-based removal just becomes better in that environment.
Yes.
Warren Torchmaster up next.
Ooh.
Interesting. 2 mana 2/2 Goblin.
I like that.
At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may blight 1. When you do, target creature gains haste until end of turn.
That's a tricky one.
I quite like this. I think that your goblins aren't necessarily going to be the best things to haste in all the time.
No.
Because a lot of the time they will just have 1 toughness, and if they don't, they're probably not going to be too much bigger than that. But if you're a goblin deck that happens to have some big thing, then say, for example, you have drafted one of these big red creatures that are like going to take over the game.
Danger, yeah.
Giving either of these haste is going to be absolutely brutal.
Absolutely.
So the upside, if you have some big bomb to haste in, is definitely there.
Worst comes to worst.
It's a 2/2 goblin.
Yeah, red-white or red-black deck as well.
Yeah, it offers you a reasonable, repeatable thing to blight onto.
You don't have to pay mana for this, so I'm pretty happy to pair this with the 4/5 giant. I was going to say the 2/3
exactly.
giant, the 4/5 giant. If I take all the counters off the 4/5 giant, this just says every single turn, something can't block if I pay 2 mana, and if I can play a creature, that creature also gains haste, which is a devastating combo.
I'm thinking that this is still somewhere in C+. Goblin Chieftain up next. 1 red, 2/2 goblin with haste. Other goblins you control get +1/+1 and have haste.
There are a lot of goblins in this set. And
You
they
do
are
go
one
wide.
of the main tokens.
I think that this becomes very exciting in your goblin decks.
I think this itself rarely attacks, and the double red pip is a bit rough.
Yes, I can agree with that, but I do think that the upside of being a lord in what is currently looking like one of the best kindred archetypes.
If I draft this, I'm curving it into the 4/3 that makes 2/1/1s.
Exactly.
And I am popping off.
That's the thing. I think that having Elder Auntie and Soulbred Auntie
yeah, both of the aunties
means that all of a sudden this gains a lot of value.
Obviously I won't play this if I don't have that many goblins.
Giving random changelings haste as well. So yeah, this isn't something you're picking like super highly per se.
If I have anything that makes a goblin token and just enough goblin buddies and changelings,
then
I'm pretty happy to see this. Yeah.
I'm feeling like it could be a B-.
Yeah, but we're in the B-. Do I take this over the Elder Auntie, or do I take the Elder Auntie and hope that the Chieftain wins?
I feel like it's the Auntie first and the Chieftain second.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Because if you don't get the Auntie, your Chieftain is useless. If you don't get the Chieftain, your Auntie still makes 2 bodies.
That's true.
So bottom of B- I think is fine.
Yep.
Like, you will be very excited when you get this late in the draft.
Yes. Yep, absolutely.
Goblin Sharpshooter.
Ha.
Oh!
So, in the formats this gets played in, it's kind of a combo piece that just kills everything on the board.
And again, we've been talking about how much toughness there is in this set.
If your opponent's
not much
lighting things in the perfect...
If your opponent's just going wide with Kithkin...
So, to read it out, it's a 2 and a red, 1/1. It doesn't untap during your untap step, but whenever anything dies, it untaps. Then it can tap to deal 1 damage to any target.
I will also note that this has a Plague Wind combo with the black Death Touch trick.
My god, you're right. And it gets a lifelink on it.
Yeah,
so
you get lifelink,
creatures.
and you gain life equal to the number of creatures you kill.
Holy shit.
So there are A+B Plague Wind combos in the set.
Crackland Shaman.
It's Crackland Shaman on crack.
And one-sided.
Yeah, so that's something that you have to worry about if you see this card.
So this is it can be quite a tricky card to play because every time something dies, it puts a trigger on the stack. Every time that trigger resolves, you tap it to deal something. So if 2 creatures die, you can kill something with 2 toughness.
Yeah, so using this in conjunction with your own other removal spells is something that's important to think of as well.
It also makes combat awful for your opponent because they have to think about every possible way that trades. Because
if this leaves all of your opponent's creatures with 1 damage left,
it kills all.
Then it just kills all of them.
Or even if there's something with 2 damage left, if you sacrifice a creature to this, then
I'm putting this pretty high up.
I'm putting it A- at least, if not
I would
A.
agree with that. I think that this is maybe bottom of A.
It doesn't even need to have a goblin deck to be good.
Yes.
And it's also just a goblin.
Yeah, we keep on being really high on these goblins, but goblin loving will continue until morale improves.
This is worse other heat shimmer.
Yeah.
Create a token that's a copy of target creature, except it has haste, and at the beginning of the end step,
exile this token.
Doesn't even sacrifice it for death triggers. So for context, it's the Kindle the Inner Flame.
Yes.
It doesn't trigger your mana value 4 or greater tricks.
It doesn't have flashback.
It's not a kindred elemental.
This is just bad. I'm feeling probably D or D-
You
on this.
have to have a really good creature to copy with this.
You can copy Lava Leaper.
I was going to say the best thing that you could copy is probably one of the aunties.
Yeah, weirdly enough.
Especially the
or you copy your Goblin Sharpshooter and then you kill all X2s.
And the Goblin Sharpshooter, remember, pings your opponent for 1 as well. So
Yeah.
if any creature dies and you can't use that 1 damage to ping something else,
then you just get to start dinging your opponent. And the Goblin's deck is also pretty good at pressuring your opponent's life total.
Yeah, and it's also anything that you can start blighting your own creatures to untap your Sharpshooter. I'm just excited about Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, I mean, it's going to be disgusting.
It's going to be gross.
The fact, thank God it's on the special guest list, because it won't come up in draft very often.
Yeah.
When it does, you will learn the true meaning of fear.
Yes.
The opposite is true in the case of Shimmer. I feel like this is a pretty clear either D- or...
I'm not going to put it in F, because if I do have something that's...
If you have a giant bomb...
I want more than one thing for this to target, because I'm not just sitting with this in my hand waiting to draw the thing. I want to have a few things where...
You can copy your opponent's creatures. If they've, drawn some sort of giant bomb, you can get one for yourself, only for a turn cycle.
You can always sideboard those in.
Don't tempt me to make bad decisions. I think it's D- and you're getting your throat wet. Sorry, is that the term? Is that you're wetting
my whistle?
Wetting your whistle. I'm gonna shift this over to the other side for when we go to green and stuff. But yeah, I'm happy to just put it D-. I think it is a mistake to register this in your deck most of the time.
As a special guest, just like with Idyllic Tutor, I won't worry about seeing it too often.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're now we have green, colorless, and multicolored.
Yeah, we'll probably do a quick break and we'll get back to those. But just to recap, so what sort of colors are looking good here? So red overall...
Not as bad as I was worried about.
The elemental half of the deck feels pretty awful.
Yeah, the goblin part of things feels fine, and you do have some really high highs. I think the Tyrant, you've got a decent density of things that are quite high priority picks.
But there's not a lot of C+, and there's a lot of C and C-.
Yeah, so your average card quality is probably going to be lower than it is in, say, for example, black, which we are very high on.
Yes, for the most part. Although black doesn't have a lot of bombs, so if you're looking for a solid deck that will kind of get you a 60% win rate
then
without
a black
having
base
to draw the
is
bombs,
probably where you want to be.
Your black-red goblin deck looks like it's they're very solid without being exciting. Now we may play the format and find out that goblins is so aggressive in a slow format that your opponents are annihilated. We may play the format and find out that the 1/2 for 1 mana stops the goblin deck in its tracks forever. We'll find out. But so far, this is what it's looking like. All right,
we're back.
On to green.
Let's just rock straight into it here.
Oh yeah.
Asserting perfection. Nope, that's not the card. That's the card. There we go. 1 and green for a sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to up to 1 target creature an opponent controls.
So a standard punch spell, but with an additional +1.
Yep. Our punch spells, not all of them are sorceries. We've seen some of this effect at instant speed.
Ambuscade.
Yes, which does certainly make the effect better when you can cast it at instant speed.
We've also seen 1 in a green sorcery, no pump though.
Yeah, so the extra point of power that the creature gets helps it maybe get in for a bit more damage, helps it fight bigger things. So it does have applications in that sense.
This set feels a lot smaller.
And so the punch is more likely to make its man.
If my opponent's tapped out, I'm just firing this off. Punches used to be insanely good. I'm not as high anymore. This feels decent.
This still feels decent. I think that I would say maybe C+.
Yep. I'd be sideboarding these out against your opponents who are on blue-black flash.
Yeah, who have lots of tricks and removal. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of other quite good instant speed removal effects in the set. So do be aware of that. Buyer beware when you're playing this card. Aurora Awakener up next. We've got a big old mythic, a 7-mana 7/7 giant druid with trample, and Vivid. When it enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X permanent cards, where X is the number of colors you control. Put any number of those permanent cards onto the battlefield. Then put the rest of the revealed cards on the bottom in a random order.
Okay, so I take a bunch of damage trying to get to 7 mana. I finally reach my 7th mana before I die. I cast this 7 mana 7/7. It flips 2 lands. They go into play, and my opponent goes wide at me, and I die.
Yeah, it can do the thing.
It can. You are right.
I think that if you are in the Vivid deck, you will be very happy to pick this up because you can just slam it, and odds are that you'll hit 3 or 4 permanents. Your odds of hitting something big that continues to impact the board, like perhaps another big Vivid payoff spell, like the the fire that we've
Yeah.
continued to be pretty high on.
Yes.
And this, again, a big 7 power, 7 toughness trampler will dominate the board if you have been able to control things and stay afloat up until that point in time.
That's true. I don't want too many 7-drop. The Vivid looks like it has a lot of options for 7-drop.
This is probably one of the best ones, though.
This is the best one. You want to be taking this one over the Kith Keeper.
Yeah, so I think at the very least, this should be in the Bs.
I'm not taking this particularly highly, to be
That's
honest.
fair. I don't necessarily... Like, if I have found myself with the support pieces to make the Vivid deck work, then this is exactly what I want. But I think I might agree that it's not necessarily a lane that you want to put yourself in super highly. You want to get the fixing and the things that enable you to have multiple colours.
It's easy to splash. It is easy to splash. By turn 7, getting a green source is fine.
Yeah, so if you're in a base blue-red deck that's controlling the board with your good red removal and putting into play your blue creatures that are tempoing your opponent out and slowing them down to the point where you can buy time to deploy this.
Although if you have stuff like that, then maybe the permanents it finds aren't super useful. This is definitely much lower than Curious Colossus to me. Its effect is it can put some pretty powerful stuff out. You won't have much larger than this. So it might just put a couple of small, medium bodies into play, or just lands. It's very likely to put lands into play.
That is a thing
permanents, not non-lands. Trample is quite important, but if I'm looking at 7 drops, I want it to be Curious Colossus first over this by far.
I do see that. I would still be happy putting this at a B personally, because the upside is there.
I'll take it if I'm in the Vivid deck. I might consider splashing for it as top end, but I don't think I'm ever going to take this pack 1, pick 1.
Yeah, fair enough.
Personally, I know it could be a grindy format, but it's too slow and too much variance. We got a reprint here with Bloom Tender, but it's been updated to have Vivid
in the text.
1 and a green, taps for each color among permanents you control, and it's a 1/1.
This card's great.
Yeah. So normally it's a 2-mana 1/1 that adds green at the minimum on the first turn.
And the moment this is adding more than 1 mana, you are off to the races.
Yeah, adding 2 or 3 mana is pretty decent. Although it kind of loses its usefulness if you don't have any mana sinks or big things on top of that.
Yep. Green is obviously going to be a color that enables you to be splashing into multiple colors or going bigger with like different ramp pieces and fixing.
It has giants this time around, and
yeah.
I'm not as excited for this card because most of the time it'll just tap for green on the first turn, then it might tap for 2 colors on the second turn, and after that its mana may be a bit redundant.
Yeah, but being a 2-mana dork is already a pretty reasonable flaw.
That's true. Although for my 2-mana dorks, I typically want a little bit more power and toughness so that at least they can tangle in combat when they lose their mana relevance.
Yeah.
It is a relevant creature type though.
Yep. I think this also goes in the Bs, in my opinion. I would take it over the Aurora
I would
Awakener.
also take it over the Aurora Awakener.
I would be happy putting it B+. Because it's not going to win you the game, but it is going to accelerate you quite effectively towards hitting your big drops in the decks that need that.
I'm seeing it more just in B, but above the Aurora Awakener.
I am happy to make that concession.
Looking at the other B+ card.
Blossoming Defense up next.
Another reprint.
Yep.
Classic.
+2/+2 and hexproof until end of turn for the low cost of 1 green mana at instant speed.
Dominated standard back in Kaladesh era.
Yeah, and it's still a really, really solid trick.
Yeah, for a single green mana.
The power and toughness boost and the ability to play on defense as well with the hexproof.
It's a combat trick. Saves your creature from removal. If your opponent goes for a trick in combat and you can absolutely annihilate them by saving your creature from the trick and then also winning the combat that you may have traded on beforehand or something like that.
Yeah, this is a top tier trick. If you're in green, it's a great way to just stabilize to the point where you can start deploying larger green bombs, or if you're on a more aggressively slanted deck like Kithkin, it's great at pushing points of damage and making sure that you're able to maintain pressure.
If I had no non-creature spells in my deck but 4 of these,
I'm very happy. Do we want to say
I take that? Yeah, B+.
B+. Yeah,
it's the perfect antithesis to the kind of B+ removal. Yeah, I think so too.
Look, Bonbon's also green, so might be a little bit biased during the segment.
He is green.
Bristlebane Battler up next. 1 and a green for a 6/6 read 1/1. We'll get to that later. Kithkin Soldier, Trample, Ward 2, enters with 5 counters on it. There's the rub. But whenever another creature you control enters, while this has a -1/-1 counter on it, remove a counter from this creature.
So if I can curve this into an auntie and take 2 counters off it straight away, or a Klatshan Festival in a Kithkin deck, or a whatever. You can realistically be attacking with a 3/3 Ward 2 trample on turn 3.
It's a big boy. It rewards you for going wide.
It rewards you for doing anything you're already going to do, which is put creatures into play.
And it curves well, I think, is a big thing.
It's only 2 mana.
Obviously a weaker top deck, because by that point maybe you're out of gas and it's harder to deploy extra bodies.
But even then, it's fantastic with multi-spelling. You drop this first, you drop something else. This is already a 2/2 trample Ward 2.
Which is already above rate. It's a good type. We're doing a lot of back and forth here. I think that we're passing the baton quite well, like linguistically speaking.
Yeah, thank you.
I like this card quite a lot.
I like it a lot. I'm taking it over all of those other things.
I think A- is probably a good spot for it to live.
Yeah, probably. I think by the time it reaches a 6/6, it's going to be as trample. We've talked about how trample.
Yeah, going to dominate a board state. Trample, of course, like very effective versus all of these tokens.
Ward 2 means that your opponent can't trade favorably on
can't
mana.
blight onto it super effectively as well, and even if they could, it gets rid of those counters very easily.
Yes, so it's a matter of you blighting. So if you're playing out like a green-white deck with some of the white blight cards, or a green-red deck with some of the red blight cards,
there's a lot of places where I like the look of this guy. We have Bristlebane Outrighted up next.
I'm already happy to see a 4-mana 3/5, and then it has text.
Oh, it's a big boy. 4-mana 3/5 Kithkin Knight can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
My goodness.
Very relevant line of text.
Oh, yeah.
And as long as another creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, it gets +2/+0, and it is a 5/5.
So on turn 4, you play a 3. Yeah, 5/5. Oh my god, a 5/5 that's really
a 5/5 with evasive abilities.
4 mana.
And also, there's enough things like, Clutch and Festival, back to our perhaps potentially overrated first card that we looked at. You can put bodies into play at instant speed and have the buff up on your opponent's turn as well.
That's true. Although ideally, this looks like it will be quite aggressive.
Yeah.
It's very aggressively costed, below mana for the rate, and this is really
good.
strong.
I kind of want to put it in B+.
Yes.
Maybe
I might put it above Blossoming
Defense.
Defense. I know 4 mana is a bit, but if
this is one of the better things to be doing at 4.
And if this is a grindy format with lots of chump blockers and stuff, this thing is so hard to chump block.
Yeah, lots of chump blockers, lots of small creatures. This is just going to dominate a battlefield a lot of the time.
I'm ready to be stomped by that card.
Oh yeah. Celestial Reunion. We have another mythic. We're kind of top-loaded here. X and a green sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may choose a creature type and behold 2 creatures of that type. So
either have to control or from hand.
Yeah, wants you to be kind of dedicated to a creature type, but kind of agnostic as to which one. Search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. If its additional cost was paid and the revealed card is the chosen type, put it onto the battlefield instead of putting it in your hand. So a sort of reworked attempt at Green Sun Zenith. Doesn't shuffle back in, doesn't always get it into play. If you do get it into play, obviously a great effect. Most of the time, I would say that you want to be playing this if you have some sort of bomb that you really want to gain access to, because otherwise you're overpaying to see the card that you're searching for.
That bomb may also not be as good once you've paid X plus 1 and then also X for it. If you can't behold for your bomb, this card is trash.
I would agree with that.
It's a tutor for 1 card. At mana value 5, you have to pay 6 mana, and then the 5 mana the following turn.
Yeah, and if we look at some of the 5 drops that we're really excited for, we have a horse, or just creatures that we're excited for. We have a horse, we have a dragon, we have a giant. These are not types that you're like super excited to amass.
You need 2 changelings.
Changelings are probably going to be what shifts the needle on this card, if anything.
Yes.
But that's going to warp your deck building quite a bit if you're constantly thinking about your Celestial Reunion math when you're making draft picks.
Even then, your bomb has to be in that card, so in that card type. So yes, it has to be like changelings.
Yeah, you have to have already drafted a bomb that is a creature type you're likely to have multiple of, and drafted this mythic. So the deck building restrictions are quite high to make this work.
And I'm ready in paper for people to forget what the creature type of the thing they're tutoring for is.
Oh, and then just have to put it into hand.
It's a
like,
warrior,
what a disaster.
It's a horse, not an elemental. Was the horse an elemental?
The horse, I believe, was not an elemental. I think it's just
a horse serpent.
Yeah, so get your changelings ready if you want to kill people with a horse.
For less than 5 mana.
I think this card definitely gets in the Ds, and I think you're definitely getting back on the source. I would say just a flat D in my opinion, or maybe D- even.
It's above Idyllic Tutor, and Idyllic Tutor can tutor for bombs at a cheaper rate. Like this, at least can find a creature, but if I'm not beholding, this is terrible.
Yes.
Unless I want a really, really good one drop.
I think D- is fine, and I think that you're getting back to it. Champions of the
Ugh.
Perfect up next.
Oh, my stomach lining. All right.
Brutal. This is the last of the champion cycle. 4 mana 6/6 Elf Warrior as an additional cost, behold an elf and exile it. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card.
Whoa, not just an elf spell.
And the same text when it leaves, you get the bestowed card.
This doesn't care about having other elves, it just cares about you having creatures in your deck. And you know what a green deck is going to have in it?
Elves and creatures. Well, you do kind of need elves because you need to behold.
That's true, but you only need one.
Yes, and the moment you have one, this is insane.
4 mana 6/6.
4 mana 6/6.
We've seen 4 mana 6/6s that draw your cards when creatures enter, and those were good.
And the cost of beholding from hand as well is lessened by the card draw as well, which lets you refuel and dig past that disadvantage.
If you have to from hand, yeah.
I am very into this guy.
That looks really sweet.
Yeah.
That's just standard. That is hard to kill. A red deck won't be able to remove it. A blue deck will be able to either bounce it back and give you your guy back, or leave it on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm feeling A- or A on this one. I don't think it immediately.
I think
takes
it's above the Bristlebane Battler.
Yeah.
It doesn't, but if you untap with it, then it will.
If you untap with it, it's...
The only thing it asks is that you have an elf initially, and then...
Yeah. It's going to outsize basically all the damage-based removal in the set.
And if this is a grindy format, then those cards are going to be so relevant the more you draw.
I'm feeling an A.
I'm feeling an A.
Yeah. This card is going to win games. Chomping Changeling up next.
Yeah.
We have a 3 mana 1/2 Changeling, and when it enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment.
Kind of the definition of an excellent sideboard card.
Yep.
And risky main.
I would try and avoid playing this main as much as possible. But yeah, out of the board, if you're worried about some kind of really big, splashy spell, this is going to do a lot, and not at a super high cost of inclusion as well, because in your kindred strategies, it will still play towards those synergies.
These days, there's a chance that it will hit something if you hold on to it for long enough. But
there is a cost to holding on to cardboard.
Yes, and I'm stoked to have this in my main board in any kindred deck.
Yeah. Okay.
It's an Elvish Reclaimer that has a relevant creature type no matter what deck you put it in. Sometimes I may end up having to play this in my main board if I really need something for a champion creature or something. But
yeah. Are we feeling like maybe C- then?
I'd say C+.
C+? Just because of the ability to have it be a sideboard all-star?
I want to be taking it if I see it. It will be good in the side, unless it's Arena Best of 1.
Yeah, Arena Best of 1, I probably wouldn't be taking this full stop.
I'd take it, but I'd try not to play it if I didn't have to.
Okay, so it maybe goes down to C- if
maybe
you're
D+.
in a Best of 1. Yeah, you just don't want to drink, isn't that? I'm moving it down to a flat C. Crossroads Watcher up next. 3 mana 3/3 Trample, Kithkin Ranger. And whenever another creature you control enters, gets +1/+0 until it's
So we saw one of these with there was an elf in Foundations.
Did it have Trample as well?
Yeah.
Oh.
The Trample was very relevant because it almost always got 2 or 3... Well,
yeah,
one, 2 or 3
power.
Extra damage through, which does add up if you have multiple of these.
I think that in a set where an X3 is going to potentially be harder to trade with in combat, this seems quite good.
If you can go wide with this in a red-green or a white-green deck, this seems pretty decent.
White-green's obviously where this becomes a priority pickup and probably edges into C+. It might even be below C+, just on its own.
Yeah, most decks it will be just kind of filler 3... but even a 4/3 Trample, we've seen one other 4/3 Trample for 4 mana.
Which, I mean, Banking a Treasure I think is better than if this is just a 4/3 Trample every now and again when you can get another creature and play pre-combat.
True.
But
sometimes it'll still be a 5/3.
Yes.
And in those situations, it will still trade with the same creatures, but it will deal more damage.
I think if I'm in a situation where I'm looking at Flamekin Guildweaver and Crossroads Watcher in the same pack, I'm probably taking the Watcher first in a lot of spots.
Yes.
Because this has higher upside in the Kithkin deck. Dawn's Light Archer up next.
Here's our Reacher.
3 mana 4/2 Flash Reach and an Elf Archer.
The Flash is fine. It's a very ambushful for it.
Yeah.
It's basically 3 mana destroy target attacking creature, which is good.
That is good. And it's, on type, elves are happy to be in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So this ticks a decent amount of boxes for me. Trades up quite easily because of the high power.
Doesn't attack super well though.
No. So if really it comes down and it doesn't do the ambush thing, then yeah.
It really is target attacking creature only, which is so much worse than attacking or blocking.
But having that effect stapled onto a creature is still decent.
Yes, especially in
in a set that cares about creature types
where
where you can
green's
draw
mechanic
this.
is having them in the graveyard.
Yeah. So
I think on turn 3, if you're playing this and curving out, it will be trading down.
Yes. But it's also like a fine card to hold
I'd put
on
it at
to.
the top of C, yeah.
Yes, that's where I'm at as well.
Yep.
Oh, we're agreeing so much on these cards.
We're agreeing so much?
We need to stop this. Shut the whole thing down. Dundulman Weaver is up next. A 2-mana 2/1 Kithkin Druid. When it enters, if you control 3 or more creatures, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand.
So you just need 2 other creatures.
Yep. This seems nuts.
I mean, obviously, it's not coming down on turn 2 unless you're desperate.
Yeah, but like the upside when this comes down later in the game in a format that we're expecting to maybe have board stalls.
If you meet a board stall, this thing's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I want this in the Bs. I even
Straight
maybe
in
want
the
it flat B.
Yep.
Above Aurora Awakener.
But below Bloom Tender?
Below or above, I think it's close, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Bloom Tender's better early. Dundulman Weaver better late.
It only returns permanents.
That does limit a little bit of its utility.
But it's still like a very nice 2-for-1 for very cheap, which
I think
quite often you'll be able to cast the permanent you return.
Yeah. I think it will play well in a lot of different decks though. Like in
Yes.
black, you're stocking your graveyard. In white, you're going wide enough and pushing damage, and you've probably traded off something, and then this can pick it back up later. And
Red
continue
makes
to help
multiple
push it.
bodies.
Black and red also blighting things away, and then picking them back up afterwards. Blue is maybe the only colour that this doesn't pair super well with necessarily, but even then you can go a little wide with some Merfolk and whatnot. It's just hard to get the permanent and graveyard to pick back up.
Yeah, you want non-creature spells.
I still think this is a pretty high priority pickup in a lot of spots.
It seems good right now, yeah.
I think below Bloom Tender is fine.
Yep.
Cool. Formidable Speaker, John Emmanuel Depraz himself. Immortalized in Elven form as a 3-mana 2/4. When it enters, you may discard a card. If you do, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it right in that hand, and then shuffle. And then for 1 and tap, you untap another target permanent.
That's makes combat weird, but it's otherwise
not super impactful. It does technically filter your mana though if you need double pips.
Yes, at the cost of tapping your 2/4,
which I'd rather not do. Yeah.
This is an elf itself. You can also discard an elf, go pick up another elf.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of very strong creatures, and so if you pick up any of those, this just being able to curve into those.
I think if I play this, most of the time I'm discarding a 3-drop and finding a 4-drop, and I'm tapping and playing a land and playing the 4-drop.
Yeah.
Just to curve out perfectly.
I think
it's really solid.
Yeah, it is really solid. The fact that this will always find the strongest creature in your deck at any given point in time.
Yes, at any given point. So if you don't have the 4th mana, you discard your 5-drop and find a 3-drop.
Yeah. Also plays well with different recursion elements in the black-green elf deck.
And it wears Blight really well.
It does, because it's got that big booty, and you don't actually care that much about the creature once it's in play.
No.
I think, once again, this is either like B+ or maybe A-. Above the Outrider, I'm feeling maybe. The Outrider does kill you to death, but this finds the Outrider that then subsequently kills you to death.
It curves really well into the Outrider.
That's true. Ooh, that's kind of brutal. The untap as well could be useful if you have this plus another big creature that you've tutored for, that you can then give pseudo-vigilance by paying a bit of extra mana.
Yeah, it definitely makes combat annoying for your opponent if you have a mana up.
Yeah.
But it itself is a 2/4. I feel like this is doing a lot of the blocking.
Also plays weirdly well with Merfolk. You can activate their tap abilities and then untap them to have another go at the cherry.
I guess
I'm getting a bit esoteric. Let's get back into the well.
Way you find to tap them again, yeah.
Whatever. You'll figure out a way.
Is there the drum? The drum is in this set?
The Springleaf drum, I think, is in this set.
It is. I can see it. There you go. There you go.
Oh, true. They can see it too.
Yeah.
I need to remember that. Guiltleaf's Embrace. 3 mana enchantment aura with flash. Enchants a creature, and when it enters, enchanted creature gets trample and indestructible until end of turn.
Okay.
Enchanted creature gets +2/+0.
So combat trick, or it could potentially save your guy from some kill spells, just not minus counters.
Yeah, I think that the -1/-1 counters being on one of the better black kill spells, as well as Exile, makes this go down in my estimation.
Makes it mostly a
I also think 3 mana also makes this go down in my estimation.
3 is kind of the sweet spot. They have a lot of flash enchantments in green these days at 3, and it's just enough to not be good.
Yeah, I'm feeling low C- on this, to be perfectly honest.
The times it's going to be good, it's going to be nuts.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to be like a sudden strike.
Like, it does have potential, but like I think
your thing will not die in combat, and not only that, but it will almost certainly kill something. And if not just kill one thing, it will kill the second thing blocking it, if it was the second thing, or trample a bunch of damage over.
If you can throw this onto a reasonably sized creature and it does live, then as well it is just going to start dominating the battlefield as well.
I prefer this to a +2/+2 effect, even if it means that in future turns it will die to regular combat damage, but it'll trample the second time around.
Okay.
Oh no, it only gains trample until end of turn.
Oh,
never mind.
Way
this
worse.
Is not as good as I thought.
Way worse. Okay, I also thought that. Bottom C- then. Are we happy with that?
C-, we'll see where it sits when the other C- get added.
Yeah, I'm not feeling super strong for its prospects.
This one's going to be good.
This one is good. Great Forest Druid, 1 and a green, 0/4 Treefolk Druid, tap, add 1 mana of any color.
Normally, like I said, I like my 2-drop mana rampers to be relevant at every point in the game, and like this won't start attacking, but it'll block forever.
It'll also get blighted on for a very long amount of time,
You can
because
put as many
you don't
counters
really
on
need
this
to
as you want.
do much else with it.
Give it Bark of Dora and make it a 5/5.
Yeah, adding 1 mana of any color obviously makes it very good in the Vivid decks as well, helping you jump the curve there.
We've
super
seen
useful.
2-drop rampers are pretty good. I honestly would take this over Bloom Tender. I prefer this stat line, even if the creature type is less relevant.
I 100% agree. Even though Bloom Tender has the potential to add huge bursts of mana, by the time you're doing that, you've already got other powerful permanents to play.
Exactly, you have a bunch of permanents.
Yeah, so how much more mana do you need? Unless you have, say, for example, Champions of the Perfect, but at that stage we're living in Magical Christmas Land.
Yeah.
I'm happy to put Great Forest Druid at the top of the Bs, or even like bottom B+.
I wouldn't put it higher than B, because that would make it the best common in the whole set if we put it in B+.
This is a pretty good common.
It's decent, but I will say that top decking it late keeps you alive for a bit, but it won't help you kill your opponent.
It does scale off pretty hard. Yeah, okay.
Its creature type is only mildly relevant. It's not one of the big ones.
I'm happy to keep it where it is then.
Luminollusk.
Great name. Up there for top contender of the set.
I'm so ready for my first 4 opponents to mispronounce this.
4 mana, 2/4 elemental with Death Touch.
Oh.
When it enters, you gain life equal to the number of colors among permanents you control.
That's not a big effect.
It's not a big effect, but this is great at stabilizing you on board.
This is the Vivid Stabilizer TM.
This is how your Vivid deck is going to survive to cast all of your 6 and 7 drops. This is exactly what you're hoping to hit off of that big dumbass giant as well.
Yeah. Their 3Xs will never be able to attack well into this unless they have a combat check.
We've seen a lot of 3/2s and 3/3s, and obviously smaller things like that as well, but this just eats for breakfast.
And your opponent has to put 2 -1 counters. Realistically, the spell that puts -1 counters on things, there's 2 of them. One that puts 2 on everything and one that puts 4. So, once it has -1 counters on it, it'll shrink. But you can blight yourself.
Yeah, you can blight this once and it will still be doing pretty much just as good a job as it has been already.
ETB life gain is going to make an impact a very small amount of the time because I don't anticipate it gaining you that much life. But
at the point where you're getting it down, yeah, but it also means that it does scale a little bit into the late game. If you have other opponents in play, then if you found it after turn 4, which is not necessarily ideal, it will still be doing a little bit more.
But realistically, 4 life is a lot more than 3.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, but it'll be much harder to hit 4 than it will be to hit 3.
I think that elementals and the Vivid strategies will have a lot of overlap because there are a lot of good elementals in different colors.
This is mana value 4.
Yeah, the best elementals I think will definitely be seeing play in Vivid decks, and this will probably help bridge that kind of gap.
Top of C+.
I also like that idea.
It's good with Assert Perfection.
It is very good with Assert Perfection, and we've seen other the giant stomp spell. A giant fall doesn't.
Giant Fall.
Oh, it also does work with that.
Yes.
So there are 2 different punch spells for this to get your opponent.
If you're in red and green. Yeah.
If you're in red and green, which if you're in red and green, maybe if 2/4 isn't exactly what you're looking for, but I think the base rate is still pretty good here.
Yeah, it's the stabilizer. It'll make sure that you won't lose a race as quickly as you normally would.
Liz Alana Dignitary up next.
Whoa, 2 mana, 2/3.
As an additional cost to cast this spell, behold an elf will pay 2. So it's another one of this cycle. And then tap to add double green, activate only if there is an elf card in your graveyard.
So it's not going to be adding double green that early, depending on how you play. I don't think there's going to be a lot of very good 1 mana ways of bidding an elf. So
yes.
I think what this is doing most of the time is letting you multi-spell on turn 3 if the first spell puts an elf into your graveyard. Or it's coming down later to fix your top end.
Yeah, this is...
It just blocks well early, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good creature type still. I mean, you're definitely playing this a good amount of the time, but I do agree that the mana ability is not super impactful because you're not really able to use it to jump up ahead of the curve super early.
If this tapped for a green, just one green without an elf card in your graveyard, this would be crazy. But if it doesn't do anything without an elf in your graveyard, and so
Yeah.
it's not a kind of early ramper that you'd expect.
I'm kind of feeling high C on this personally.
Yeah, or a low
Yeah,
C
okay.
plus.
Yeah, I think if
Kind of-
Crossroad Watcher is a C plus, then this is too.
Yes, the Crossroad Watcher is slightly better statted, especially in a vacuum. But
Yeah, I also like how the trample lets this scale into the late game. better,
yes,
in my opinion.
and the Lizalana Dignitary at worst is a 4-mana 2/3 that does nothing.
Yeah.
That's its flaw. Which
That's
is
it's
terrible.
a bad flaw.
It's
a
very
bad
bad.
flaw. Lizalana Informant. 2-mana
classic.
3/1 ETB or die surveil 1. It's an elf this time.
These are the bread and butter commons in green these days. A 3/1 that will trade with anything and also get you some value in it, and it's an elf.
It's an elf. It
It's a
fills
Veils
your
in Alpha Bin.
graveyard. Yeah, this is doing a lot of good stuff. I think
Um,
this is a high C.
These have always felt good. I'm seeing this in C+. These have
Yeah.
always felt good, and I think in this set it feels even a little bit better. I know-
Above the Dignitary, maybe?
Yes.
Above
The
the Watcher?
Crossroad Watcher. Yeah, because it's nice and cheap, and
Yeah.
it fixes. You can keep a 2-lander and one of these, and even if you don't find the first land of the Surveil, you just trade it with whatever and find the land of the second
Yes.
Surveil.
They do play really well. Midnight Tilling up next. This is
also-
the one that I've kept alluding to
this-
accidentally.
Yeah.
One
This
in a
is the
green,
one.
instant, mill 4, then you may return a permanent card from among them to your hand.
Technically, strictly worse than Cash Grab because it can't make a food under any circumstance.
Yeah, imagine cash grab in this set. All your changelings are squirrels.
Well,
But yeah, this is still going to be quite good, I imagine.
I mean, Cash Grab was crazy good. Malevolent Rumble, obviously insane.
Malevolent Rumble, busted common.
It broke Pauper.
Yep. I'm playing it to this day.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I feel no remorse.
Absolutely. But this leaves no second rectangle behind, which is a huge difference.
Yeah, I think the fact that this doesn't add to the board means that it's going to be much more limited in the decks that you can play it in.
It is still an instant, so it will still feel good most of the time. It won't be as good as like Cash Grab putting the food into play was huge. But this set does very much care about your graveyard in the green deck. And so I'm happy to see self-milling green and not like in black, so you have to splash for black in
Yeah.
a green deck.
Um,
So you can play this in green, white, or green, blue, and still play those elves that care about graveyards.
I'm kind of feeling C plus
Yeah, I'm definitely
above
C+.
the Dignitary.
These cards have always overperformed. When they left extra rectangles in play, these were like bees.
Yeah,
This doesn't leave an extra rectangle in play, but it's still very relevant.
yeah, still really good selection. Stocking the graveyard also very relevant.
Make sure
for
that the
multiple
permanents,
archetypes.
like, you'll have no trouble with this, but make sure that you have relevant permanents to get with it.
Yeah, we keep on telling you to draft creatures, so listen to that advice.
Yes.
Are
I
you
put-
okay with here, or
I
would you
put it
put it
a bit
above
higher. I put
above
it
the Watcher?
I put it above Luminolisk.
Oh yeah, just top
The-
of C plus.
Yeah, I probably play 2 of these. The third one has diminishing returns because
Yes,
they can't find
because
each
it's
other. But I'm very high on taking my first 2, and I think they're going to be quite a competitive card. This will tell you whether green is open or not.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. Mist Meadow Council. 5 mana 4/3 Kithkin Advisor, but in a lot of spots a 4 mana 4/3 because it costs 1 less to cast if you control a Kithkin. When it enters, draw a card. This is a well-started body.
I think we've seen 5 mana 4/2 ETB draw a card before.
Yeah, those are okay.
That was good in a core set.
This is definitely higher powered than a core set.
It has
The extra
stats.
point of toughness matters a lot here.
Yeah.
Lets it be better in combat.
Yeah.
I think
The fact that it can be 1 less can be big too.
yes. And yeah, 4 mana 4/3 ETB draw a card. If you're playing it for that, I think you are very, very happy.
Late in the game, if you're top decking, you probably can cast it for 5 and you're still fine with that.
Yeah, so I like a lot of the rate that's going on here.
Outside of a dedicated Kithkin deck, I'm a little bit less excited.
Yeah.
In a Kithkin deck, I'm happy because it looks for Kithkins, it is a Kithkin. You do need to control a Kithkin. This is not a behold situation, so you can't just have one in hand.
But it doesn't ask you to control a Kithkin creature. So kindred enchantments like our boy Kraken Festival does still count.
That is actually true. You can curve one into the other.
Yeah, which feels pretty good when you do it.
I'm still probably seeing this in a C+.
Yeah, I was even going to potentially say high C because you do want to have Kithkin, but changelings do count to that.
They
So
do.
somewhere in C+, maybe lower C+.
I'd probably see it over the Dignitary, but I prefer a 3-mana Crossroads Watcher, which is also a Kithkin. Make sure that I have a Kithkin when this comes back on the wheel.
Watcher into Council, 4/3 tribal.
That'll be a nice curve.
Yeah, 4/3 Kindred, my mistake.
Yes.
But yeah, this card seems like
Kithkin.
looks like so far a lot of C pluses. Green has a lot of good role players.
Not a lot of B minus.
Not a lot of B minus, but we've still got a lot of lists to go.
We're getting through most of the commons. Let's move to the uncommons.
Moon Vigil Adherence up next. 4-mana 0/0 trample. For an elf druid.
I assume it gets its stats some other way.
Well, you'll be glad to know that it gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and each creature card in your graveyard.
Not just elves. So if you're playing all those lovely elf self mills and you don't quite pull together all the elves that you need,
it's fine. You can just jam this guy and it's fine.
You want a really high permanent count to make this good. At 4-mana 4/4 trample is fine. 5/5 trample, good, and then 6/6 trample and above is where you want this to be at.
Yes, I do think there are some worlds where a good Kithkin deck can make use of this as well.
True,
so,
if you're going wide.
Yeah, obviously getting creatures into your graveyard is going to be easier than getting a huge wide board, but the Kithkin deck is good enough at making random tokens. Maybe if you're in green-red and you've picked up a lot of aunties, then you can start making that work. But it seems pretty constricted to the Naya Wedge.
I think the main benefit of this is if...
everything except blue.
The main benefit of this is that your opponent can't kill your creatures to shrink this unless you're on tokens, which is why I'm a little bit less on it in the token strategy. And again, if your opponent's pointing spells at your tokens, you'd
feel kind of good about that, yeah. Forcing them to misallocate removal spells, often a good tip to winning in limited.
Yes. Once again, trample, very relevant here. It is an elf. I'm not super enthusiastic for this because I think it'll just be a 3/3 when you play it on turn 4, and it'll be a while before it becomes like a relevant 5/5, and by that point, your opponent will probably answer it.
I'm feeling somewhere in C.
Yeah, maybe top. I play it over Dawn's Light Archer.
I would, but I'm not like super stoked to have. This isn't a fantastic card to have in multiples unless you've really made it work with all of the self-mill stuff.
The double green pip can be annoying if you're going for weird vivid splashes.
Yeah, I don't think that I would want to play this in a vivid deck anyways, because it'll be hard to make vivid work and self-mill or huge creatures in play.
Yep.
Morkant's Eye is next. 1 and a green for a Kindred enchantment elf.
Okay, more Kindreds.
At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1.
Ooh, that's good for the elves.
And 4 black, sacrifice this enchantment. Create X 2/2 black and green elf creature tokens, where X is the number of elf cards in your graveyard. As activate only as a sorcery.
I don't... This looks... good.
Took a minute to get the words out, but I think I agree. It does do a lot of things. Obviously, it's good to get down early because you get your surveil on quickly and start fueling all of your cards that care about that.
If your opponent's not pressuring you, if you play this on turn 2, your draws will be fixed for the rest of the game forever.
Yeah, much like the Kindred enchantment creature subtype might clue you into, this does really want to be played in an elf deck and not much else, because you really want that activated ability to be useful. Just playing a 2-mana enchantment that surveils 1 on every upkeep is like interesting, but I would not play that.
Back in the day, we used to play 3-mana enchantments that scryed 1.
That's great, Dom.
But this surveil feels
we've
like
come
way
a fair
better.
way. Yes.
This is one less. It is an elf, so if it finds its way into the graveyard, for instance, by sacrificing it, pro tip, it counts itself when you sacrifice it.
That is true. So at bare minimum, it is making you 1 elf.
For 6 mana.
Which I would rather not be the case.
No, but if you've been surveilling so much, and if you're aggressively trading off or doing the elf thing of just milling, like, this is spider spawning in the right deck.
Yes, I do think that this will definitely have moments where it shines, but you do need to commit pretty hard to doing the elf thing.
Just like spider spawning.
Yeah. And we all know how people feel about spider spawning. It could be a B- in the right deck.
Yeah.
There are versions where you first pick this and you just go all in on doing the thing, and then this will be insane.
You can find it off of your 2-mana instant that mills for a permanent, and it puts elves into the graveyard at the same time. Look, if you pay 6 mana for 3 elves, it's 8 mana. If you're paying 8 mana, kind of 2 and then 6, you kind of want 4 elves.
Yes.
If it's 3 elves, if it's 4 elves, okay. If you're 5+ elves, this is winning you the game.
Yeah, well, counting the fact that this includes itself once you've sacrificed it.
Yes.
It seems fairly easy to get online if you've picked up the other support around it.
if this set is as grindy as they say it is, then I'm going
Yeah.
to be very happy with one of these.
Yeah, the fact that you can slam it early, start getting your surveil on to fuel it once you're able to activate it on 6, or you can play it late when you have access to 8 mana, and then just do it all at once
And-
when you've already got a stocked graveyard.
Even if you top this in a top deck war, it
Yeah,
means that all of
it's
your
just-
future top decks are going to be insane.
Yeah, because if you don't need to press the button on the Elf War thing immediately, you can just use it to beat your opponent in a top deck.
I want to hold on to this thing as long as I can. As
Yeah,
long as it's
because
reasonable.
the value on the sacrifice is just going to get better and better.
And then when I pop it, this is water. I'm pouring myself water.
Yeah, no, that's not
I'm not taking a shot for the B minus.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to test that card.
Mutable Explorer up next. This is a card I'm very excited about. 3 mana 1/1 Changeling. When it enters, create a tapped Mutavault token.
Yes. So
Mutavault, my go.
They spoiled this one
Quite early on.
also on purpose.
Yeah.
They wanted to show off their land tokens again.
Yep. I think this card is kind of cracked.
It's crazy.
Mutavault is really good. There are ways to blight onto this, rebuy it, and recast it, so you get more Mutavaults.
We always talked about how good more bodies are, and this is kind of like paying 4 mana for a 1/1 and a 2/2.
And
both
they're
of them are
both on
changelings.
type. Yeah, which is hugely relevant. I am inclined to put
And
this in
there's
the
this
Bs.
ramp.
Yeah, the ramp as well is
Now,
important.
The
I think I
Vivid
would.
deck kind of wants it because it's ramp, but it doesn't add coloured mana.
Yes, I agree with that. But this is also a single green pip, so it's easy for that deck to play initially.
Yeah.
I think it's landing somewhere in B for me.
I think B+.
Okay.
I play it.
Over Great Forest Druid. Yeah, I would. I'd probably play it over Blossoming Defense.
Yeah, just because
Probab-
it puts bodies into play.
Yeah,
Relevant
I'm
bodies.
unsure as to whether or not it beats out the Outrider. I think maybe it does.
Probably. I think just because I know it doesn't block super well, and
Mm.
if you do blight onto it, it dies instantly regardless of what the blight was. But it's an elf in the graveyard.
It's true.
And also a Gifkin.
I kind of want to put it below Formidable Speaker though.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think Speaker is
I
really
think
good.
Speaker is actually quite.
It could even potentially, you could argue that it's an A minus.
It could be the bottom of A minus. I'll see that.
We'll revisit. It's fine.
No, just move it now.
Oh, okay. Well. C'est difficile.
Yeah.
Pitiless Fists. Say that one 3 times fast. 4 mana aura. Enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls, and it gets +2/+2.
I don't love seeing a 4 mana aura at not instant speed.
Yeah, that's same here. Like, obviously, if this sticks, if the fight happens, you're looking at tons of upside. But, oh my god, it's so easy for this to get blown out for, like, a single mana or 2 mana.
It's a kill spell that relies on a lot of stuff. Would I play this over a punch spell? Maybe not. I think the punch spell is
I think
better.
I would play the punch spell because it's just more likely to go off
The
uninterrupted.
+2/+2 can be pretty big.
Yeah.
In a -1/-1 kind of set, it offsets a lot, but 4 mana is so much.
I'm feeling either, like, low bottom of C or somewhere in C minus.
I think we put it at the bottom of the C, just because...
Ah,
I think-
yarg.
Yarg. I think that the last set had a 4 mana fight spell. It made a 2/2, so worst comes to worst, your 2/2 would fight a 1/1.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel great, but it was useful enough most of the time. I think there's extra stats on top of it. If your opponent's tapped out and
Then,
you just
yeah.
fire this off, you can kill their best blocker and get in for so much extra damage that they weren't expecting.
Yeah, it's just obviously a matter of finding the spot to deploy this in a situation where all of the above is true.
I'll be boarding it out against opponents with lots of instant speed interaction.
Prisma Basher up next.
Ooh.
Another good name.
I assume it would have Vivid from a name like that.
Yep, 6 mana, 6/6 elemental with trample, and when it enters, up to X target creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of colors among opponents you control.
So 1 creature gets 1, 2
Two
creatures
creatures
get
get
2, and
3
3 gets
creatures
3.
3, so on and so forth.
3 gets 3 will win you the game. I mean, even
And-
if your creatures don't get trample, it will force 3 jump blocks most of the time.
I think that this is only really playable in the Vivid deck. Oh,
I
it's
think
like
as a
kind of
6
playable.
mana 6/6 trampler that
trample.
gives 2 creatures +2 is still good, especially
If you're
even
in like elves or Kithkin, then yeah.
even if you're in green-red and you have a couple of red-black goblins, this thing will be 3. But if you don't have the red-black goblins, like just some little goblins, you can turn a couple of 1/1s into some 3/3s and punch through a profitable, or make some profitable trades and then attack with a 6/6 trampler.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're behind, this thing blocks really well, and its ETB is not going to be where you want to be.
I still think this is a pretty high pick.
Yeah, on an empty board, it's a
good top end to your aggressive deck, a good way to finish if you're in the Vivid deck and you've somehow managed to stick creatures leading up to the board state in that situation, which is maybe the downside of it in the Vivid deck, is maybe it's hard to have board presence.
Worst case scenario, it's literally Colossal Dreadmaw.
My goat.
6 mana, 6/6 trample.
Yeah.
Relevant creature type. It's exactly Colossal Dreadmaw.
Exactly.
Best card in Magic. So.
That's true. I could see this like high C+, B, somewhere in B- potentially. I think I like...
It's a top end. I'm happy to have one of these in any given deck, but I won't take the second one, but I'm really very happy to have one of them in a green deck.
I kind of want to put it above Assert Perfection, personally.
Sure.
But maybe below the Luminolosk and the Midnight Tiller, because these are the cards that are going to buy you the time to deploy a piece like this.
That's true, but I think there's going to be a lot of 4-drops you can put in. Although, how many 4-drops are you going to put in a Vivid deck? I think the Luminolosk, it's realistically going to be getting like 1 life in a Vivid deck.
Okay, well then maybe we can put the Basher above it.
Yeah, I think this is an actual win con as opposed to the Luminolosk just keeps you alive.
True, even if it is really good at doing so. Prismatic Undercurrents up next.
Oh, I haven't seen this one.
4 mana enchantment with Vivid. When it enters, search your library for up to X basic land cards, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, then shuffle, and you may play an additional land on each of your turns. I'm not stoked on this, because it doesn't add to the board. If you've already got enough permanents in play of different colors where you can search a bunch of different basic lands, then, you know, what are we doing? Playing this instead of a creature that will win you the game. Playing an additional land on each of your turns, you're already at 4, you're already nearing the top of your curve, and we don't really want to like curve into it.
I might play this if I've got that 7 mana Vivid Mythic.
Yeah, the giant.
Maybe, but
there's also, I feel like I've talked about this a decent amount or alluded to it, there is the 2 mana rare that can tap to give you Vivid.
Yes.
And if you play that with this, then this is, again...
It's
drawing a land is drawing a card, right? So if you have Vivid online for 4 or 5 super easily, even though they are just lands, you are drawing 5 cards, you're thinning them out of your deck, and then you're able to deploy them faster with the extra land ability.
The deploying them faster, not super relevant.
It's true.
So this thing's kind of worst case scenario. You play it... Well, worst case scenario doesn't even come down on turn 4. But let's say you do play it on turn 4. You have no other permanents or they're only green. You search 1 land. It goes to your hand. You may play that land this turn.
It's just a bad explosive veggies.
It's
a really bad explosive.
explosive
Unplayably bad explosive veggies.
It's the kicker one that puts them into play untapped, but it costs 4 instead of 3.
Yeah. If you have 2 colors among permanents you control, you get 2 lands to hand, but you're probably only able to play 1 of them. Unless this is turn 5 and you're doing this before you've made your land.
Which is still not a good explosive veggie, and even then, it's unlikely that you have to have played a 2-drop into a 3-drop of a different color.
Yes, which is not always going to be happening.
Best case scenario, you're in like some sort of red-green deck and you drop your red-black goblin and you have a green creature and this pops off like 3 on turn 4, you deploy an additional 1, and then on turn 5 you go up to 7 mana.
Which is pretty good.
It's cool.
But yeah, I do feel like mostly there are better things that you can be doing for your mana.
There's exactly one deck that wants this some of the time.
Yep.
I think that's a D+.
I think that is also a D+. Get going. Put that away. Pummel Fire.
Tried to get it past the tongue so I didn't taste it, and it didn't matter.
It's just like a full mouthfeel experience, and the mouthfeel was like assault.
I feel like it burnt my mustache.
It's still there. It's
Okay.
We have Pummeler for Hire up next. A 5 mana 4/4 giant mercenary with Vigilance and Reach and Ward 2.
With Vigilance and Reach is a pretty solid curve villain.
Yep. And
Ward
2. When it enters, you gain X life, where X is the greatest power among giants you control.
At
So at least 4.
Unless your opponent kills it, and it's much harder for them to because
of Ward
2.
Yeah.
So your opponent's on turn 5 and they leave all of their mana up. You're on turn 5, you play this. They spend 5 mana putting 4 -1/-1 counters on it. That's a very specific circumstance.
And it's
this
still
does
like
nothing.
fine because it's traded with a removal spell.
Yes,
and taps them
cost them
out.
5 mana, and you can probably attack them with some of your creatures or something.
This is solid.
This feels like a really good stabilizer.
Yeah, he's junky.
There's not a ton of giants, so I'm glad that this counts itself. I'm putting this probably B-.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want too much top end. I think green can support a lot of top end with there's a fair few rampers and mana land fixes.
Yeah. This is also splashable, notably.
It is.
Being 4 and just a single green pip.
I feel like this is going in a lot of the Vivid decks.
Yep.
There won't be many giants that have greater power than this. The giants that we've seen so far, there's been a couple of 7/7s.
If this gains you more than 4 life, you're feeling really good about yourself.
Yeah, if this gaining 4 life, having Vigilance, Reach, and Ward 2 is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's Bitterbow Archers with 4 mana, 4 life, and the Ward 2 was...
Yeah.
Well, Bitterbow Archers was whatever, but with all this extra text.
Yeah, the reach also, like, quite good. We've seen a decent amount of flyers, and this will bully all of them.
I wish I had Trample, but the Vigilance means that, like...
It's also still just really flatly good in combat regardless.
And in green, you're not going to be putting too many -1 counters on your own creatures.
Plays well with a bunch of the, like, fight spells and auras and stuff, because the Ward 2 makes it harder to interact with it at instant speed.
Plays well with having 5 forests in your deck.
Yep. I think I would like to put it below More Concise. I think More Concise has the pop-off potential.
Yeah, just for if you drop that on turn 2, then by on turn 6 in the Dream Hand, you can just win the game with this by... I genuinely believe More Concise is like spider spawning for this set.
Yeah.
If you get that, then you build around it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to pick up Pummel Offer Higher in any deck that has the ability to pay a green pip.
Yeah.
Which is obviously a great flaw.
And doesn't have too many 5-drops.
But yeah, that still, I think, the pop-off potential here makes me want to put the eyes a little higher.
That's fair.
Safe Right Cavalry is up next. 4 mana 4/4 Elf Warrior.
With no -1 counters on it. That's just the raw stats.
That's just it. It can't be blocked by more than 1 creature.
So really hard to kill this one unless your opponent's also on green.
And then for 5 mana, target elf you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
And it's an elf, so if you untap and play a land, this is a 6/6 with threat of activation.
Yep. This is solid.
It reminds me a lot of the 3/5. I mean the 5/5 that can't be blocked by creatures power 2 or less.
The 5/5 obviously better than this one, I would say.
If you have other
the 5/5's
elves...
more evasive. If you have other elves, you can pump onto that, but it is a lot of mana to do so.
Yeah, but it's the threat of activation. Even if you don't... You rarely spend the 5 mana on turn 5.
But it just forces your opponent to respect your ability to gain a card's worth of value out of just paying 5 mana.
Exactly. Which means that they have to block as though you're activating it. So.
I think this might just be another C+.
Probably. The question is where.
I think I prefer it to the Dignitary.
I think I prefer it to the Council.
Crossroads Watcher, I think I prefer it to that.
Or
the Watcher does come down earlier.
Having slightly less expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
This is quite good, but we're seeing a lot of expensive cards in green.
True. Like, once you get to this point on the curve, you're feeling great. But
true.
And we've seen a lot of cheaper cards in other colours. So if green is giving you the beef, that's a great place to be.
And you can also do these on turn 3 with some of those 2-drop rampers.
Yeah, which again, I think makes them even more valuable.
Absolutely.
Green and black both looking like they have tons of good commons to help fill out a deck. Sapling Nursery up next. A 6 green enchantment with affinity for forests.
Okay.
Whenever a land you control enters, make a 3/4 green treefolk token with reach. It's pretty big.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
And 1 and a green, exile this enchantment. Treefolk and forests you control gain indestructible until end of turn.
So realistically, if you've built your deck right...
If you've built your deck right...
I'm on full New Zealand now. If you've built your deck right...
This comes down on 4.
It comes down on 5.
5, true. It's
if you're mono green, it comes down on 4.
Yeah.
But realistically, you have 3 forests and then 2. Most of the time, though, you're going to be sitting on your double green pips and you're going to be really sad about it. And this won't come down to turn 6.
By the point at which you play this, are you going to have enough lands to consistently trigger it? Because I want to trigger it twice to be happy.
Probably not consistently, but the fact that it turns all future top decks into gas, no matter what you top deck,
is valuable.
And that gas is not bad gas. We see 5 mana enchantments that put 2/2s into play when you play a land.
Yeah, and those are good.
And this can be a 5 mana enchantment that puts a 3/4 with reach into play.
The 3/4 booty is big. It wears blight count as well. It will block everything.
You're right. If you get 2 triggers off this, then I think you're winning. Even if you have to then sacrifice this after those 2 triggers, you save those 2 3/4s. You get to keep all that power and toughness.
Notably, also saves your changelings as well.
Yeah, just for added bonus.
Yep. This card also seems good.
I think it slaps. You might want to have a little bit, not exactly heavier in the mana base, but just definitely make sure that you can continue to make land drops that you have top end, and then they have the bottom end to support it. But
Yeah. Are we feeling C plus or B minus?
B minus, if not B.
Mm.
I feel like this is going to
Better
be
than
quite.
the eyes.
Sure, there will be some times where it does not enough in time.
Yeah.
Better than the eyes is a great question.
It's close between these two, I think.
I think honestly, the sapling nursery can put more.
It
damage
can
into
put
play.
more power and toughness
It's
into
an
play.
easier card to take. Like the eyes, you don't want to take it in a late green deck where you don't have enough mill. Whereas a sapling nursery, I'm going to play in
most
any
green
deck
decks.
that's kind of half or more green.
Yes. This doesn't ask you to be dedicated to a creature type as well, which is
No.
good. Like, more concise, the pop-off is good, and of course the Surveil one, when you land it early, means that it has... In the decks where more concise are really good, I feel like it will be better. But if I'm looking at both of these, pack one, pick one, potentially, I think the nursery goes.
Yeah,
So-
I'll see. I'm more likely to see another Morgan size, right? It's an
Yeah.
uncommon versus rare.
I'm also wondering if maybe the Dignitary goes on top of C instead of C+.
Yeah, check it.
It's just like the floor is too low.
It hasn't been too exciting though.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, if you have the nursery in this, it's like
Yeah,
if you have
but
five
like if
drops
you've
in
got
that
the
and
nursery
you've
you're
done the
living,
thing,
it's whatever.
Yeah.
Selfless Safe Right up next. We have another rare in a 5-mana 4/2 Elf Warrior with Flash and Convoke.
Flash and Convoke, A+.
Great combo. When this creature enters, choose a creature type. Other permanents you control of that type gain hexproof and indestructible
Okay,
until
so
end of
a
turn.
0-mana heroic intervention.
This has big shades of the Wandering Emperor card from Duskmourn.
And that card.
That card was one of the best
nearly
cards in the
every
set.
single time it was played.
Wandering Rescuer, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
So this is going in the A's for sure. It's
If-
whether or not it's A or A+.
Okay.
It's very close. I think it's like at least up there. I would say
It's
it's
definitely
better
above
than
the champion.
champions.
Because it's a 0-mana spell.
Yep.
The worst case scenario, you have no creatures, you have to flash it out as a 5-mana 4/2 that doesn't do anything. But if your board is completely empty while you have 5 mana and you draw this, then what were you doing?
Yeah. That is a downside, but that's a downside that can be said for literally any card in
Well,
the game.
that's exactly it. Like, oh, you drew Oko, but your opponent had 2 creatures and you had nothing. Your Oko dies. Like, you draw this, you have no creatures, and your opponent has 2. Like, at least this trades with one of them.
Yeah. This is close. This is really close.
Flash and Convoke is huge. I know this isn't from one of the 2 main Convoke colors.
It's still in the Kithkin deck. The Kithkin are also green, the tokens that it makes.
And
so
you can name Kithkin.
you can name Kithkin.
Warrior, because some of the Kithkins are warriors.
Yeah, so
although
that's
this
very
does say
versatile.
other permanents you control, so this doesn't go
Yep.
south. This
we can.
card is just going to be so hard to play around. You do it before blockers are declared, make you guys indestructible, and you can block this too. Or you do it after, and all of you guys are indestructible and tap. I think it's Wandering Rescuer.
Yeah.
And I've played
I've
played
played
that.
seen enough Wandering Rescuers
Yeah,
in my
your-
time to
your
know that card's
freaking team
gross.
sealed chaos deck.
Yeah.
Not yours, but your teammates.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Yeah. Killed to death by a Wandering Rescuer. Hey.
Mhm.
Shimmer Wild's Growth up next. Probably not an A+ if I had to guess. So you get a little reprieve.
Good.
1 and a green for an aura that enchants a land. As this aura enters, choose a color. Enchanted land is the chosen color. And whenever enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional 1 mana of the chosen color.
So I've talked a lot about this one with some people, and most of the time this is going to be choosing a color that's not in your deck. It will make the land add 1 colorless, essentially, but up your vivid count by 1 permanently.
Or if you're going to try and ramp into something on 4, then it's still upping your vivid count by 1 by making the land a chosen color and by it itself being a green enchantment.
And it makes all of your splashing easier if that's where you need it to be.
This is a great piece of fixing.
It's fantastic.
I
I just wish it drew a card when it entered.
Yeah, look, you can't have everything you want.
No, so the question is this better than the Great Forest Druid? Great Forest Druid blocks so well. The Shimmerwild's Growth I'll take in a...
Shimmerwild's Growth, I think, is worse when you top deck it
I think I'd take the Great Forest Druid.
over the growth.
Yeah, because the Shimmerwild's growth is only like slightly better in a dedicated Vivid deck.
I do think that I take the growth over the Bloom Tender, even if I play them both in the same deck.
Yes, because the Vivid count itself and the fact that it can't be removed.
Yeah.
Although the Bloom Tender is an elf in the graveyard.
Nah, it's whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll get elves in the graveyard some other way.
This one's
Spry and Mighty.
Yeah. Have you seen this one?
I have. Yeah, I have. I can't remember exactly what it does, so let me remind myself. Choose 2 creatures you control. You draw X cards, and the chosen creatures get +X and gain trample until end of turn, where X is the difference between the chosen creature's power.
So we're just talking about a 0/4, right?
Yes.
Now, if you have a 5/5 in play,
you draw 5, and both of them get +5/+5. And if I recall correctly, the Forest Druid does not have Defender.
It does not.
It can still clock in and do the thing.
Okay, so you do need creatures with greater toughness than... Well, not greater toughness, but just like creatures with a variety of powers. The toughness is irrelevant.
You can manipulate this in a couple of different ways. Blight is a
Blighting
helpful
onto
way
your
to do
creatures,
that. Green also just appears to have a decent diversity of creature power and toughnesses. You've got the cheaper ramp creatures that then get into your bigger fatty boys. 5 mana at sorcery speed. It does add to the board on the turn that you cast it, as well as gassing you up. If you draw 3 cards off of this, I feel like I'm
5 mana draw 3 is like kind of minimum, and then it also gives
you the power and toughness boost, which I think takes it over.
Trample.
Gives trample as big.
Gives trample, and so if you're giving +3, or if you're giving +4 to 2 creatures, like you have a 1-drop, not a 1-drop, a 1 power and a 5 power.
Yeah.
Then this is +10 and trample. It's like ball lightning and above plus the cards.
Yeah. So I think the fact that this has the capacity to give you a fantastic attack step, plus draw you a bunch of cards to make sure that when you untap and go to your next turn, you're going to be able to deploy a bunch of extra gas.
I think you're probably good about evaluating it at 3 is the most likely for you to have, like a 1 power creature and a 4 power creature, especially in green.
Yep.
There's a couple of 5 powers, but not a lot.
And if I'm doing this for 2, then I'm kind of upset.
If I'm drawing 2 and giving +4 power, it's fine. I'm not happy.
Yeah. But the ceiling is very high.
The potential on this is that it kills your opponent instantly, and if it doesn't kill them instantly, it kills them when you untap and use all those spells.
B+ or A-?
A-. You do need 2 creatures, but...
I kind of want to put it below the speaker again.
Yes, sure, why not? Although the speaker works really well with this.
Maybe.
Yeah, the speaker
I kind of prefer it to the battler. Do I prefer speaker to battler?
You might do.
I think I do.
Okay.
Okay. Let's shuffle it around like this.
Yeah, okay.
Let's shuffle it around like this. Brian Mighty, top of A-.
It's if when the stars align, this wins you win the game by drawing it, either the turn that you cast it or the following.
Yeah, and the stars will align a decent amount of the time on this.
Yeah.
3 is pretty easy. 4 is very good. When you get to 4, you are laughing. Anything more, and you are...
It's got to have 2 creatures in play.
Yeah, which is not too much.
As long as they're not the same size.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
Surly Farrier up next.
2 mana 2/2.
A bear. It's a Kithkin as well. Tap target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery.
I don't love that activated ability.
I also don't love it. I feel like this is still just a fine playable.
It taps so that something else doesn't have to tap.
If you've got one of your other green beefy guys that doesn't have vigilance, then it's very good with that.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, with the rest of the green stats, it's good with the rest of the green.
Yeah. I still think it's just somewhere floating around the bottom of C in my mind.
Yeah, bottom of the C it is. If not C, top of C-.
Yeah, it's true. It does feel like you curve reasonably well.
What was that other 2? Was it Enraged? No, it wasn't the Enraged Flamecaster. The other 2... Flame King Guild?
Flame Chain Mauler?
Flame Chain Mauler. Okay, we put that pretty high in C.
I think that was just because Red was lacking good bears to deploy.
It really was.
Contextually, if you're in a red deck, then this will play because you need it.
You need it. Whereas this is one of the worst 2 drops in green.
Yeah, green has
Maybe
a lot
it's
of
a
very...
C-.
I actually think it... I think I can agree with that.
Green has a lot of really strong 2 drops, and this is not one of them.
Yeah, okay. Top of C- I'm happy with. Because in a vacuum, the card is fine. And you will probably be okay with the way it plays when it comes down, but you could just be doing better things at 2 in these colours. Tend the Sprigs. 2 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle. Then, if you control 7 or more lands and/or
And/or
tree
tree
folk, create a 3/4 green tree folk creature token with reach.
I actually briefly considered this in Pauper. I don't think so.
I also would agree with that. The fact that this is on 3, it is just your classic ramp spell that fixes,
Yeah.
and then later into the game can also like create an above rate body. Tree folk obviously not necessarily the most important thing to check for, but if you have 6 lands and a changeling,
And
then this is online.
Yeah, and we've seen a few tree folks around. They're the ones that take all of the toughness things. So
Yep.
it's quite likely that you can pop this off on turn 5. You can make it 3/4.
But if that's what it's doing, I'm very excited.
Yes.
And even the fact that you can just play this on 3 and fix yourself for whatever your splash color is in your Vivid deck or
Yes.
your green X deck that is splashing for one particularly juicy removal spell or Mythic Bomb, makes this a pretty high priority pick for me.
I think this is going to be very useful in Vivid, sure, but I think it's at its best when it's bad. As in, when it finds your 7th land on a tree folk, which you probably don't need.
Yeah.
That is when it's at its best, when it's making a 3-mana 3/4.
True. Well, actually, if you have 5 lands and 1 changeling, it checks after you tube the land into
It
play.
does, yeah, so that's what I mean. You can pop it off on turn 5 most of the time.
Yeah.
Any 4-drop tree folk, and you can pop off
Yep.
with it.
Hey, it's thinning and it makes a guy.
Yeah, I'm putting it in C. I'll let you choose whether it's at the top.
I would go at the top.
Okay.
I think that the 4
Play it
is
over
there.
the dignitary.
I would.
Yeah, okay.
Thought-Swift Charge up next. 1 and a green for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If a creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card.
Huh. So it's a worse giant growth.
But it asks you to like play a creature pre-combat or get a creature into play pre-combat.
Could be a
Go to
token.
attacks, blow someone out, and it's like a 3-for-1 in that spot.
It
Because
can be. That is true. It's a terrible defensive trick, though.
yes, that is the big tick against it. But if you can play proactively in this with like a red-green or a white-green deck, we're saying a lot of red-green and white-green. Green and blue don't seem to be playing particularly well with each other.
No, I think Team Green, Red, Blue is like meant to be the Vivid kind of thing. And,
If I'm playing Vivid, I'm not excited to play this.
If I'm playing Vivid, I'm not excited.
I think that might also be true. We just seem to be very low on that.
I love
side of
5-color pile. I love it, and I don't think this is the set that I'm gonna play.
Yeah, I think that the Kindred payoffs seem really, really strong.
Yeah.
I think that you want to be doing something synergistic and
Yeah.
cohesive as opposed to
I'm
just splashing for all the good stuff.
Honestly, not much more excited for this than I am for +3/+2 and making a treasure. Because the treasure always happens. This will sometimes draw you a card.
When this does draw you a card, the rate on that is incredible. You've got
That's
a
true.
giant growth that is just stapled on a colorless cantrip.
So realistically, this kind of you're playing this on turn 4 after playing another 2-drop, maybe. But then you've played another 2-drop on turn 4, so you're better hoping that 2-drop is good, or maybe on turn 5 a 3-drop. You know, it's
Yeah, that's true.
You don't want to top deck this because then you have to debate with yourself whether it's worth it to hold it until you draw another creature. This can't draw you towards that creature, or whether you
Yeah.
just fire this off.
It is definitely situational,
I think
and being a combat trick and being further situational on an already situational card type does not inspire too much joy.
I think it's going to promote bad play, but the main thing is that +3/+3 in this set, I think, will turn every combat into a win instead of a trade. And if it was a trade, this would be bad. And the fact that it probably guarantees a win means that it's.
Yeah.
I might play it.
I think I like it more than Pitiless Fists.
Okay.
Between this and Chomping Changeling.
The Chomping Changeling is just such a good sideboard card. I know technically there's a tier in this tier ranking thing for sideboard cards specifically.
whatever.
This is like the only card that I'd be like, I really want this in my
sideboard.
sideboard.
Everything else is like fine to play wherever.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it there personally.
Yeah.
Cool. Tristan, Callous Cultivator.
Here's our last.
Flippy guy. We have a 3-mana 3/4 Elf Druid with Death Touch. Fantastic stats off the bat. When it enters or transforms into its front side, mill 3 cards. Then if there's an elf card in your graveyard, you gain 2. You can flip it for a black at the beginning of your pre-combat main into Tristan Penitent color, which is the same stat line as always. But when it transforms into Tristan, you mill 3 cards, then you may exile an elf card from your graveyard, and if you do, each opponent loses 2 life.
So the first time I saw this card, the first thing I did was a bunch of math to figure out how long it is until you mill yourself out, because it's not a main.
That's true. You can just leave this on one side, and if this is just a 3-mana 3/4 Death Touch that mills 3,
That's pretty good.
that is pretty good. Flatly, I would probably put that at like a C+ already.
This is the ultimate stabilizer. I would play this over the Luminologist every single time.
Absolutely.
It costs 1 less, always gains you 2 life.
And
not
has
always,
one more
but
point of power, so
generally-
it's also decent on attacks.
It's really awkward to block because your opponent probably needs to double block it, and this will kill both creatures blocking it.
If you've got a kill spell to back this up, which, I mean, a lot of the time you will probably want to be in black as well if you're playing this, because you'll probably want to be in an elf deck. And then you can use black instant speed removal to blow out your opponent's double blocks on the attack.
Yeah. Although, unlike most of the other flip cards, I'm actually really happy to just play this on the front side.
I would agree with that, which I think puts it way up in my estimation.
Yeah,
I think this is getting into the Bs.
I'd probably put it B+.
Yep.
Over the Outrider, but I don't know about Mutable Explorer. Probably over Mutable Explorer. Actually, I might play it over the Bristlebane Battler, to be honest.
Bristlebane Battler we might have gone too high on initially.
Maybe.
It is just a big guy.
It's really hard to get. Your opponent cannot kill it easily.
It's true.
Really hard to contend with.
Yeah, and once it is getting there, it does just win combats.
It trades with the Tristan. And easily.
Hmm.
The Tristan, you do need to have some elf support to make this work. The Bristlebane just requires that you play creatures.
Okay. How about Tristan top of B+, Bristlebane bottom of A-?
Yeah,
just,
sure. Because that puts Tristan above, Bridget, which I think is fine. He's only just...
Yeah,
just
not, hugely above. So I do think that this is probably the strongest of the flip cards in Limited.
No, I think Sig is the strongest of the flip cards in Limited.
Oh, right, true. I forgot about Sig.
He
this guy
kind of win you the game.
He draws cards. He makes things unblockable.
Yeah.
It's kind of messed up.
I know the other ones are really strong, but yeah.
Yeah, this one being strong just by being playable as a green card is definitely
yes,
a big
that's its
tick.
main benefit, I think.
Yeah.
Is they just leave it on the front side.
Yeah, I forgot that Sig was one of these because I kept on thinking about Oko as being
was
the blue member of the cycle.
Yeah.
But no, it's just a Planeswalker. Just a Planeswalker.
Just a Planeswalker.
Alright, let's keep going with Unforgiving Aim. 2 and a green, instant. Destroy a creature with flying, destroy an enchantment, or make an elf creature token.
So every single one of those is way
below
rate.
You do get to mush them all into one package, but this is very ultimate, like my deck didn't come together and I'm playing 23 cards by hook or by crook.
Or this is your quick draft best of one.
Yeah.
Just we gotta make sure I don't get hit by a fringe thing card.
Best of one, I'm picking the first copy of this fairly highly, to be perfectly honest, just for coverage.
I think in best of one, I will wheel one of these, and I don't need to pick it highly.
That's fair, but I will still be happy to have one copy in that scenario.
I think I'll play it as my 23rd card for sure. It probably won't. The first one won't be cut super often. I might play it a little bit higher than some other things. Main thing that I don't like here is it makes an elf, but it isn't an elf in the graveyard.
That is a big tick against it. So even in the elf deck, it's not fantastic.
A lot of the bombs in the set do fly.
It's true. I'm thinking either bottom of C- or top of D+ as a card that you may be bought in.
In best of 3, yeah.
Best of 3, I think it's a D+.
Maybe
best of 1,
in
it's a C-.
Yeah, let's put it in D+. Oh, God.
Yep. I was waiting for that. Vinebread Brawler up next. It's a 3-mana 4/2 Elf Berserker that must be blocked if able.
I'm the one who's drinking. God.
Whenever it attacks, another target elf you control gets +2/+1 until end of turn.
Normally, I really like that must be blocked if able text, but on a 2-powered, 2 toughness creature,
it
which
is
is
very easy to trade with.
All creatures that say must be blocked if able have fucking 2 toughness.
Yeah.
They're all 4/2s. I don't know why Wizards keeps doing that.
I think they're afraid of consequences.
I think it's because they know what happens if they make it a 3/3.
Yeah. The pump ability is fine, but I'm not super excited by it.
Probably won't trigger the first time this attacks.
Or
if you're attacking on turn 4.
Yeah, I think that this is maybe more valuable as something that you're intending to just block a larger creature with and trade with to get another elf in graveyard.
I think this is going to be really fun if you have that 2/2 lifelink elf that mills 2 in the ATBs. And you curve into this, and then on turn 4 you just 8, and they have to chuck something in front of the brawler. Keeps your 2/2 alive, which, keeping a 2/2 alive.
Yeah,
whatever.
But still, it's getting cards in the graveyard. It's kind of doing the thing.
Gets you a bit of extra life and extra pump.
That said, I'm not super excited by this.
Pump is nice. Yeah, look, I'd play this over the 4/2 Flash Reacher because this has similar stats but can be significantly more annoying.
I think the Adherence, I maybe also play this over. It depends on the deck. It's
I
kind
play
of
this over the Adherence because it's 3 mana.
The Dignitary.
This is more aggressive than the Dignitary, but the Dignitary does have some situations where it pops.
I think I maybe prefer the Dignitary.
Yeah, sure.
If you can play this as a 2 mana 2/3, then its stat line is already very good.
That's true.
And then when it starts doing the thing, it does start doing the thing. Virulent Emissary up next. This card kind of gross.
I'm playing this.
1 mana, 1/1 elf assassin with death touch, and whenever another creature you control enters, you gain life. They just stapled Soul Warden or Soul's Attendant and a 1/1 death toucher onto each other. This card is great.
Soul Warden and Soul's Attendant are
Soul's
both the white one.
Yeah, Soul's Attendant only gains for you, I believe.
No, both of them are both sided. I played Soul Sisters in Modern.
Ah, okay.
The difference is that Soul's Attendant is a May, so it's more clicks on Moto. There's a green one, the color shifted one.
Essence Warden. Essence Warden is both players.
It is both players, but they took the counting your opponent's thing and gave this death touch, which means that it tangles in combat. Essence Warden was a real pain in the.
Yeah, I feel like this is in the Bs for sure.
This is definitely a B somewhere.
I am kind of above Pummeler for hire on this. It's close.
Yeah, I put it much above. This trades with everything you want it to. Well, it trades with some small creatures that you don't want it to.
Yeah, more concise. I think like the fact that a lot of the time your opponent will be able to swing tokens past this.
Look, I'm going to be happy to see this guy in an Alpha or a Kithkin deck.
Yep, I would agree. We think that it's just like a higher fall and more concise, but maybe
might take
lower
more
ceiling.
concise over it.
Okay.
Just because more concise is more interesting. But that doesn't mean that the Virulent Emissary is.
This card is great. This card is
very good.
Yeah, I'm happy
it's
with
an elf,
that.
And you can even trade it off early if you really want, just to get an elf
in the graveyard. You can rebuy it. Yeah.
1 mana 1/1s with Death Touch have been overperforming recently because there's been too many creatures with way more power and toughness than they should have.
Yeah, they just trade really effectively with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Wildvine Pummeler up next. 7 mana 6/5 Giant Berserker with Vivid, and it costs 1 less to cast for each color among permanents you control. And it has Reach and Trample.
So realistically, it's a 5 mana Reach Trample in a good day, and it's kind of a 6 mana 6/5 Reach Trample.
Yeah, on a bad day.
On an average day.
Yeah. Empty board. At least this is a big guy. This is still not getting out of C for me.
To get it into 4, you need to have played a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and a 3-drop that are all different colors, or a 1-drop, 2-drop, and then a 3-drop that makes a multicolored token.
If you're looking to curve into this, I think that is unlikely.
No.
Although 1 green 1 or 2 drop into one of the 3 drops that make a black X goblin does all of a sudden put this into play.
That's true.
But I still feel like
I don't love this.
I'm not huge on it.
Look, it's a giant, if that matters. It has Trample is the main thing. The reach is
the reach is fine. The reach is pretty good, but the trample is definitely huge.
I think the trample is more relevant in this set.
Yeah.
Would you be happy playing a 6 mana 6/5 reach trample? We've already said that there's a 6 mana 6/6 trampler that.
I think that naked, no. I think I want to be able to cast this for 4.
Yeah, and it's not like that's so hard. The hoops that you have to jump through to get this to cast for 4 don't make this.
Yeah, I think maybe this is just a C-.
I think this is a C-.
Sorry.
I'll put it in the top of my curve if I really need it. Top
Yeah.
of the curve, but I that's a slight.
I also
that's
think that
normally
your
not.
Vivid deck doesn't really want to play this. I think that you want to somehow play this in a multicolor aggro deck.
Because Vivid has too many 7-drops already.
Yep, and this is not helping your cause.
No.
Devoted Druid. We're into the bonus sheet now.
There's a reprint. That's good.
1 and a green for an 0/2 Elf Druid. Tap to add a green, put a -1/-1 counter on this creature, untap it.
Okay, so another 2 mana ramping green creature, which it seems to be the engine behind green.
This also can get you to 5 on your 3rd turn
Yes, it can.
by tapping for a green,
Which
untapping
is
and then tapping again, which
crazy.
really accelerates you.
This is just like, this is what we want that Lizalana Dignitary to be, right? The guarantees
Yeah.
you a 5-drop on turn 3.
So in that case, I think that we automatically put it above there.
Yeah, the
I
question
think
is it better than the 0/4?
I think the answer is maybe no.
I actually think the extra toughness is worth more than maybe adding the extra green on turn 3.
Yeah, notably, this is an elf that can put itself in the graveyard once you've had your turbo
That's
turn.
true.
You can just kill itself.
It's like, alright, I'm out my
Turbo turn. Which is like very useful text.
Yeah.
Like being able to go like turn 2 Devoted Druid into turn 3 Pummelifier is
Oh,
nuts.
shit.
That's a
What
crazy curve.
That's yeah. If you are in a black or a white deck that has uses that can take the problem about the blight deck where they have uses for things is the creatures have that written on. There's not a lot of things that can take it off creatures.
Other creatures.
Yeah.
So this is usually just going to be a 2-mana Manador, which is fine, that will have the ability to accelerate you for one big turn.
Would I take this over the other 0/4? You know what? Maybe because the bonus sheet is not going to show up as much, whereas I may see another 0/4.
Yeah. So maybe just top of B.
My one reason for taking it over there.
Yeah.
And it's an elf. An elf that can put in the graveyard is actually
Quite
decent.
important. Yeah.
Bottom
Is
of
there
B+?
a world where... Yeah, I could see bottom of B+.
Yeah.
Green looking kind of stacked right about now.
Green is... It's just...
No huge bombs, but it's got, like...
It's got
compared to
stats.
everything else, it has the stats.
I think against a black deck with enough removal, it will crumple.
Yep.
To the longevity of some of these grindy things.
Yeah.
But
Dom, I don't know how much you're looking ahead. I have really bad news for you. I'm just going to slide this one over here.
Yeah, and then we might as well explain why, but it's going to be a short explanation.
It's a 1-mana enchantment. This is a reprint, by the way, from original Lorwyn block.
Yeah.
1-mana enchantment, the Shroud. Pay X mana to put X tower counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 100 or more tower counters on this enchantment, you win the game. So for the low cost of 101 mana, paid in installments, you too can win your single game of Magic the Gathering.
The good news is your opponent can't remove this.
Yeah, your opponent can't remove it, but you can't remove it from your deck once you've made the mistake of registering it. So, like, by the time you have been able to somehow pay this much mana into a do-nothing enchantment, you could have cast so many creatures and so many removal spells, so many draw spells, so many things that do things that aren't this.
Even if you sink all of your mana into this enchantment and you hit a land drop every turn and your opponent plays no creatures and somehow you don't die.
Yeah, what's the goldfish on this?
Can you
do
even
you win before you deck out?
Deck out?
So
you have 33 turns, and if you play this on turn 1...
oh god.
3 plus
so it's 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. Yeah. I think you're like looking at getting to turn 20.
Okay, so it takes 14 turns, assuming you spend every single mana and you hit every land drop up to 14.
Yeah, we're not doing this.
If your deck is 39 lands and Helix Pinnacle and you
just mulligan to Helix
and your opponent doesn't kill you in 14 turns, so they play a 1-drop on turn 1 and nothing else. It still takes 14 turns.
Imagine you put this on the stack and your opponent has Glen Elendra's answer. They're just like, no, you know what? I'm not even going to let you make the mistake of getting that in play.
So if you start only pouring mana to this when you reach 10 mana, it's going to take 10 turns to do it. And by the time you reach 10 mana, you're just over halfway through your deck.
Yeah.
So there's a world where you win with it if your opponent's dumb.
Let's leave it there.
Yeah.
Leaf Crown Visionary up next. A better bonus card. Green for a 1/1 elf druid. Other elves you control get +1/+1. Whenever you cast an elf spell, you may pay a green if you do draw a card.
This is a reprint from Dominaria United, where it was medium because there were like 4 elves.
There are not 4 elves in this set.
There sure aren't, Frank. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, so this, I think, like, if you see this early on, you are, like, immediately, like, putting yourself into a very strong lane.
Mono-green elf.
Yeah, I'm like, this is very comparable to Champions of the Perfect in my mind.
Yes, except Champions of the Perfect doesn't care about other elves, doesn't need double pips, and it doesn't make your elves, like, doesn't make your creatures cost 1 more to draw.
Yep, so I would agree that Champions is the better card out of these. Does this jam at A as well, or is it down to A minus?
Because it's double green. So you want to be really green heavy, which it is doable in this set.
Yeah, I might put it below Speaker. Yeah. I keep on doing that to things, but hey, Speaker's really good.
Speaker is really good, yeah. It's just so flexible. But the Leaf Crown Visionary, it itself is low stats, and my main complaint is there's no elf. There's like 2 things that make elf tokens, or 3 things that make elf tokens, but not things that like make multiple elf tokens. Sure, this makes your eyes of
your Morkan's Eyes will pop off.
Morkan's Eyes. Yeah, this makes your Morkan's Eyes even stronger because your 2/2s turn into 3/3s.
But they don't draw you cards.
No.
I think the big application here is, like, you know, your, like, quite easily able to fill out a deck with good changelings and good elves.
Yeah.
And then you're able to use your Leaf Crown Visionary to turn those into fantastic changelings and elves that are all above rate and are all drawing you cards.
You want at least 10 green sources, which means your deck must be 60% or more green.
Yeah, and given how much good green we're seeing in this
It's
part of
doable.
set review, it's doable, but you
Although
might be
some of
fighting
them-
other people
And
for
some
the
of those
picks.
things will be Kithkins
Yeah.
instead of Hulls. So.
Regal Force is our last green
I
card.
love Regal Force.
4 triple green for a 5/5 elemental. ETB, draw a card for each green creature you control.
Take me back to the days of Commander where the best thing to do was to just flicker this once or twice. So it, at the worst, it's kind of like a 7-mana 5/5 draw a card.
Yeah.
Not great with... You, you can't splash for it. It's triple green.
Yeah, you can't splash for it. Is there a world where you play this as the top of your Kithkin deck?
Yes.
Because all of your Kithkin tokens will be white and green?
Yeah, it doesn't say non-token.
I mean, the only concern is getting up to 7 in that kind of deck. You maybe want to be lower to the ground.
But if this is a grindy set...
Yeah.
If you have a couple of ramp spells... The green has so much ramp that I think this is coming down on turn 6 the vast majority of the time and drawing 3.
Yeah. I am definitely looking at this...
It's a total refill. It's like that 3/3 that might draw 2 or 3, except it can draw more than that. It also has a 5/5 statted body.
Yeah. It's a big boy.
It is a big boy.
If you're... I mean, its creature types aren't relevant. Oh, no. It sort of is. It's an elemental.
Kind of, yeah. You can cast it off of a Fire Braider if you want.
That's true. That's a good thing to be doing with that Fire Braider card, I
Yeah.
tell you what. Although the Fire Braider, not a green creature.
And if you don't have a Fire Braider in play and you're not a base green deck, then this is much harder to cast. I want to cast this off of 0/2 Devoted Druid.
Yeah,
That
well,
adds
I mean, if you
multiple
found
green, but
Devoted
it's-
Druid and Regal Force in your draft, then you know what, you deserve it.
True.
Just go off.
I'm gonna-
Go off, King.
Get them both in my same seal pool.
Does this make it into the A's? I'm not sure if it does, to be honest.
No, because I think that the floor on it is a little low.
Yeah,
I
I
I'm
think...
not unhappy with the 7-mana 5/5 draw card if I make it to 7 mana a lot of the time, but
I want to draw at least, 2, and I would love to be drawing 3.
Yeah.
That's kind of the rate that I would be hoping to pay, and I think that, if you're already dedicating triple green pips to casting this, you will likely have those green creatures laying around.
in any other color this would be bad, but green has all the ramp.
Yeah.
Like it has a lot of fixing and ramp in this set.
Yeah. Flat B, B plus.
pretty
Maybe
chunky.
below the dorks.
What's Great Forest Druid again? Oh, it's the 0/4.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's likely that this will wheel and you need the dorks
To cast it.
But if I already have 2 dorks, I'm taking.
If you have 2 dorks, you're taking it very early. Definitely better than the Weaver.
It's very good with Reaver.
Oh, true. Gross. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about fine.
There's maybe a world where it's better than Bloom Tender, but I do think Bloom Tender is very good.
It's a 2-drop that adds a mana.
Yep.
Okay, so green's
Green-
a little bit like black, where it has a very, very solidly statted things, but then it doesn't have a lot of really
Yeah.
big bombs.
But I think that, your green deck will be able to do the thing quite consistently.
Has some of the best commons. So that we've nominated the 3 best commons in non-multicolor as Blossom Bind, Cinderstrike, and Great Forest Druid.
I think
see
that
how that
makes
plays out,
sense.
but
Those
that
all
tracks
have
to me.
spread really, really, really well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's continue on, shall we? We've
Yeah,
got a
let's get
bunch
into it.
of multicolored
There's
cards to get
50.
onto.
So there's 50 multicolored cards in this set, which is more than your average set. I thought it looked a little bit low for a Kindred set, but it's actually more than they do these days. And these days they do way more multicolored than they
It's
normally
true,
do.
because they know that Commander players love their multicolor spells.
That too. It also makes drafting it easier for new players.
Yeah,
'Cause
when
it
you've
gives you
got the
the
uncommon
signposts.
signposts. True. And also the hybrid mana will help make things easier for new players as well. Well, let's move on to our first...
Somebody asked Frank Carsten. All right.
Yeah, Frank Carsten, get on the line. Yeah, get in the call right
Yeah.
now. Abigail, Eloquent First Year is our first card. It's a 2-mana 1/1 legendary bird bard with flying, first strike, and lifelink.
Wow.
When
Statted.
it enters, up to 1 other target creature loses all abilities. Put a flying counter, a first strike counter, and a lifelink counter on that creature.
I saw a combo with this card that was insane.
Monoist Sentry.
That's the one.
That's what people are interested in doing at Standard. Look, don't ask me why I know that off rip. I will say we are once again talking about a Standard format where lots of people are playing Iroh's demonstration. I would not recommend registering this quote-unquote combo at a Compariel event.
Kills them both.
Yeah. I also just don't think that this card is fantastic in limited.
I think it's fine in limited. Like, if you're in the white-black deck already, I don't know if I'd take this early, because it's double white or double black pip if you're only in one and the other. It's not a relevant creature type. But Flying First Strike Lifelink just starts chipping in relatively early. You can separate your life totals by 6 points before your opponent can do anything about it. They don't want to do anything about it if you played it there, only because it's a 1/1.
My concern is that it doesn't have great synergy points in this set.
No, it has none at all.
Because it's not designed for limited, right?
No.
And it's also, I'm not stoked to be making another creature of mine lose all its abilities and get swole.
The 6/6 that blights 2.
That's true. There are some, but I think that this is still not a card that I'm picking super highly.
White-black is the blight theme, and it relies heavily on creatures that can take -1 counters off themselves. If you make this lose the abilities, it can no longer take the -1 counters off.
This also, of itself, doesn't take -1 counters at all. So I'm not... This, plays well with certain individual cards, and if you have those, then you'll be excited to see it. It is like a fine body on rate, but it doesn't really play particularly well to the synergies of this set. And I feel like the synergies are going to be where you really make your break.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
I do still think it's probably somewhere in the seas.
It would go good with a green deck where they have the stats, and you can just make the stats have Flying, First Strike, and Lifelink. Like those are very powerful abilities.
Yes, but then you do have to be somehow paying the mana for this, and at that point it's pretty mana intensive.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's just because white-black is not really... It's got a sub-theme, but it's not really one of the supported colors.
Yeah, I think I agree that if you find your way into an Abzan deck or a green deck that's really good at splashing, then you can somehow justify this at double black or double white.
If you're in a green-white or a green-black Vivid deck.
Yeah, then I think that this card can see some play in that, but you will probably pick it up fairly late in the draft.
And you have to be careful with your mana base.
Oh, absolutely. But always be careful with your mana base, Tom. Well, Rule 1. Ashling's Command up next. I'm happy with C, by the way.
Yeah.
Cool.
For Ashling's Command? Yeah.
No, wait. This is 3 blue and a red for a Kindred instant elemental.
Okay.
You choose 2. You create a token that's a copy of target elemental you control.
Won't come up too often.
Target player draws 2 cards. Me.
Very good.
Target me. Especially when you pair against me. Ashling's Command deals 2 damage to each creature target player controls.
One side
busted mode.
At instant.
And target player creates 2 treasure tokens.
And when you're already paying 5 mana, I don't see that one.
So modes, most of the time,
okay.
I draw 2, deal 2 to all of your creatures.
I see this happening a lot in combat or after combat, I think.
Yeah, so that you can make sure that you've got all of your opponent's creatures down to where the 2 damage is the kill zone.
Sometimes you'll drop this in your opponent's end step when they think they're holding back some creatures and stuff, and you just wipe all of their blockers and totally refuel, and you pop off. But blue-red, I think, is the weakest of the Kindred.
I would agree, but I also think that if you see this at a good point in the draft, you can just splash for it, and the raw power is definitely there.
That's true. I think the 2 treasure tokens will be more relevant than making a copy of an elemental, depending on your deck.
If you ever make a copy of an elemental, you're winning that game. You better be, at least.
That is true, because the copy doesn't go away.
Yeah,
as long as
just 5 mana, make a creature at instant speed.
Yeah, as long as your opponent doesn't remove the elemental. But this being an instant means you can go for it when your opponent can't take that away from you. If
you have a really good changeling in play as well, like the mutable changeling, then this also just makes another one of those.
Yeah, it's the same as making 2 treasures here. I think the flexibility on it, the instant speed, being able to deal 2 damage to everything your opponent's control only, not yours, and drawing 2 cards is very good. Kindred...
Kindred means that the Harbinger for elementals can pick this up, which we'll get to in a... I want to put this somewhere in the A's. This is easily a 3-for-1 a lot of the time when you cast it.
That is true, because it draws you 2, and at least it should be killing 1 creature your opponent controls. And if you're
doing more than that, you are winning the game off the back of this.
And if it doesn't do even that, then you should be choosing different modes.
Yeah, different modes, or just sandbagging it until it does do the game-breaking thing that you want to do with it.
This is probably the best reason to be in elementals, considering that Ashling kind of sucks.
I would agree. It's also a 4-mana spell. Triggers all your own.
It's a 5-mana spell, actually, which is why I'm a little bit lower on it.
Yeah.
But you can cast it off Firebraid on turn 3.
That's true. That's true.
To copy
True, because it's an elemental spell.
to copy your Fireblade and draw 2 cards, and then untap with like 8 mana for elementals.
Oh, that's gross. Hell yeah. Okay, that's my goal for the set. If I can make that happen, I'm living the dream.
But then you're casting elementals, so
Oh,
you're losing.
don't. Come
Okay,
on.
this thing is great. So we have a Boggart Cursecrafter, red and black, so 2 mana overall. Death Touch Goblin Warlock. Whenever another goblin you control dies, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. 2/3.
It's all above rate.
It's really well statted. The red-black theme has Blight. It's the secondary deck that has Blight. So
Blighting onto this once, it's still a Death Toucher.
Yeah, it will still trade. Blighting onto it twice. It's still alive and has a relevant creature type. Blight onto your other goblins. This punishes your opponent for it.
We already talked about that weird Sting Slinger in red, which is just this, but so much worse.
Yeah, and there's the black enchantment that pings whenever a goblin dies.
Yeah.
As well. This doesn't gain you the life, but this also doesn't need that much other work to be good.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic body on its own.
Yeah, this looks like the other red-black 2/3 from Ether Drift.
Yeah, this is a great signpost.
This is fantastic. I'd be taking this quite highly and trying to go goblins if I can, but if I don't see other goblins, then if I'm already in goblins, I'm so happy to have one, if not multiple. If these are in multiples, you just swing with all of your tokens and your opponent dies whether they block or not.
Do we want to say B+ then?
Yes.
Like, obviously, it commits you very hard to a lane. If you're not
does.
in that lane, then get out.
Unlike Ashling's Command, which is kind of more splashable at 5 and doesn't have to have elementals.
But this is a really, really good reason to be goblins. If you see one of these early in a draft, it's probably a sign from God.
If you're already goblins, then this is an A+.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I would take not very much else over this if you're already in goblins.
Yeah, if you're already in goblins, just like slam it, forget about it. Bree of Clan Stoutarm is up next.
Some relation of Brian.
We have a Boros 4/4, 2 red and a white for a legendary giant warrior. 1 and a white and tap. Another target creature you control gains flying and lifelink until end of turn. Much more nurturing than Brian's toss technique.
Sacrificing it, yeah.
At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained this turn. Otherwise, put it in your hand.
So, generally speaking, probably 3 or less if you're untapping with this on turn 5. Actually, if you're untapping with this on turn 5, activating it to give it something that you cast before it lifelink, it's probably only going to be 2.
But still, that's drawing you a card and letting you swing life totals.
Otherwise, put it into your hand.
I think that this card is nuts.
You have to have gained life to trigger it. So any time that you've gained any amount of life, you'll at least draw a non-land card.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're in, like, this is always giving you gas. If you're,
like beans.
Yeah, okay, man. Yeah, it's great in any kind of aggressive deck to make sure that you're winning the race. It's a big blocker. Obviously, it's weird that you want to be tapping down your 4/4 to be getting in proactively with another creature.
My least favorite part.
But you can probably find some sort of reasonably statted, maybe vigilant creature that you can get in with.
Now, it also doesn't say it's sorcery speed only, so you can do it before or after blocks are declared to make sure that your opponent can't get in.
And make sure that you're getting in safely for the life that you want to
You
get
won't
into.
draw the card if you do it on your opponent's turn and get the life that, But, it makes quite a good block if you want to leave up a 4/4.
Yeah, if you can leave up a 4/4 blocker and then give something else lifelink to make sure that you're stabilizing.
As white-red isn't strictly one of the supported color combinations, you're more likely to be splashing this than anything.
And if you're splashing it in a green deck, you're gaining a ton of life off of your big guys.
That is true.
Which is casting you a lot of big spells.
Yeah.
When this thing pops off, it will pop off.
I think if you resolve this, you're pretty favored to win. It's just kind of...
Yeah.
You have to, it's asking you to have one other creature with a non-zero amount of power.
I think that this is also somewhere in, like, A-.
I think I'd be taking Ashling's Command over it for a lot of reasons, including the fact that it's a supported color type.
I would agree with that. Yeah, Bree, you kind of need to be confident that you'll either get, like, good green mana fixing, or just you're really highly prioritizing lands, or you're just doing weird shit.
You could... this is also a set where you can try and go quite monocolored. Because even though there's more multicolored than normal, a lot of it's hybrid. So you could be in like an all red deck with just a couple of white sources to make sure that this card really does its job.
I think it's good in A- though. The upside is there.
Yes, absolutely.
Bridget's command up next, another command.
More commands. Yeah.
1 green-white for a Kindred Kithkin sorcery. Choose 2. Create a token that's a copy of target Kithkin you
So
control.
that's standard across all the commands, right? Is it top
probably.
mode always makes a token?
I would assume so. Target player creates a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. Then target creature you control gets +3/+3 until end of turn.
That's pretty big.
And target creature you control
sorcery.
fights target creature an opponent controls.
That is where the order is important, because something gets buffed and then it fights.
Yes.
So-
Very Dramoka's command coded.
Yes. Yeah. Most of the time, this is going to be 1 green-white, target creature you control gets +3/+3 and fight something, and then you push through like a lot of
big
damage.
Yeah. Which for 3 mana is useful, but if you're choosing +3/+3 and fight, and a removal spell comes out, that's a big blowout.
Yeah, it's really bad.
So it's definitely, I think that both the floor and the ceiling are lower than some of the other cards that we've seen.
Sorcery speed +3/+3 by itself is not
good.
Not incredible, no. Not for 3 mana. And I
Yeah.
think the mode that I'm going to be using the least is the make a 1/1, because I'm going to be pairing +3/+3 in the fight most often. It's going to be a Savage Smash.
You'll need a really good Kithkin to copy. It notably doesn't say Kithkin creature.
It does.
You can
true.
copy your Kraken Festival.
You can.
I'm gonna have to take a shot after this for how many times I mentioned Kraken Festival after the fact.
Yeah.
I am big into that card.
I like that card.
It's good. We're both
it's
high
the
on it.
first card we're both high. It's the first card we've reviewed.
And
everything has been benchmarked.
it all
against
comes
that.
back Kraken, baby.
So it's interesting that they managed to get away with creating a token that's a copy of a Kithkin for only 3 mana, where an elemental costs 5 mana, because the Kithkin are
Smaller.
not that great to copy.
I also just think that the other modes here are far less powerful than on Ashling's command.
Yeah, but it costs so much less.
That's true. I'd be happy to say a B on this, just a flat B.
I give it. Well, yeah. Okay, if you're already in white green, obviously you take this as an A+. If you're looking at this as one of your first picks, it is weaker than the other commands so far.
Yeah, okay, I'm happy with it here at B.
Yep.
It's a good B for sure.
Yeah.
Catharsis up next. Our first
Ooh,
of
the elemental
evoke
incarnations.
elementals. We have a 6 mana 3/4 for 4 and Boros hybrid. When this creature enters, if white was spent to cast it, make 2 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature tokens. And if red was spent to cast it, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain haste until end of turn. And it has evoke for Boros hybrid.
So just with all the incarnations, you'll only ever get one effect if you evoke it.
Unless there's a double cost reducer or cost
Cost
increaser
increaser.
for spells in play.
Yeah.
Double reverse Thalia.
Give
The
me-
classic.
Giving them Geist-fueled scarecrows.
Oh my
Giving
god.
them Alabaster Leech.
Oh, stop saying dirty words. So this
Obviously-
Honest War is like quite strong. The awkward thing is it's not in a supported cover pair.
Yeah.
But you can just play this as white make 2 Kithkins.
I mean, quote unquote, not in a supported color pair. I'm playing this in every single Kithkin deck ever.
That's true.
Even if I don't add red, if I play this at 6 instead of 2, it's a 3/4 that's made me 2 extra
1/1s.
bodies, which, while not
Exciting.
game breaking, is still very strong.
Yeah, and the fact that you can cast it at 2 and it's a good rate for a deck that wants to go wide
Yes,
makes it very good.
White for 2 bodies. If I'm in a white-blue deck, I'm going to play this and try to lean into the white and have enough white sources to cast this on turn 2. So I can
absolutely agree with that.
I can convoke everything.
So I feel like most of the elementals are going to be very good because
Very
their modal casting abilities means that they're always live at different points in the game.
I know this costs more than Bree, but I'm going to put it. I'm going to say above Ashling's Commander and Bree, because this comes down for 6. If you paid both, put it in A. If you paid both the white and the red,
Then you just get...
it doesn't say other creatures.
So
It
you
is a
get 8
4/5
power of hasty attack.
plus 2 2/2s with haste.
Yeah.
8 power hasty in addition to pumping the rest of your team for 1,
Or if you're just in like some sort of red X beatdown deck.
like goblins.
Yeah, then there might be times where just playing red to give your team +1/+1 and haste is going to get the job done.
I'm less excited than that than I am for the 2 1/1 green and white Kithkins, especially this is good.
I
for
wouldn't
Vivid.
pay I wouldn't pay this in just a red X deck where I couldn't pay the white costs.
Yeah.
The inverse is definitely true, but this is super pack 1 pick 1 material.
If you can find some use for the body before it goes away, then good on you as well. If you can pay the 2 mana and then blight onto it real quick.
Yeah, figure that one out for us, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I like it there.
that's gonna be good.
Chaos Spewer. We're getting into some of our common hybrid mana things that are going to help fill out your set.
Yep.
No,
This
fill
is
out your deck.
For play boosters, because we only have 14 cards to play with.
That's true. We've got to make sure that we've got the playables in there. This is a 3 mana 5/4 for 2 and a hybrid Rakdos. Goblin Warlock. When it enters, you may pay 2 generic, and if you don't, blight 2. So this is either asking you, like fairly obviously, hey, are you okay with playing a 3 mana 3/2 Goblin? The answer is not really. But if you have other things to blight onto, then this is a very fat goblin.
So some people are talking about it being crazy as a 5/4 that sacrifices a creature.
I think that is not true.
Bayou Groff from Strixhaven, a set which also didn't have many stats, was bad and only 2 mana.
Yep. So I think that I'm very happy to say that this is not going to be nuts.
No.
But the ability to blight onto a creature that has 3 toughness and will live, like say for example our very high the C+1/3 goblin that gives a goblin +1/+0. This is going to play very well with cards like that.
Yes. Oh yeah. And I think another thing is like just having stats in general, quite good. But this is a goblin, and it will go with its hybrid mana. It will go in whatever deck you need it to go into.
It will
may
be
not
fine
be-
in the blight deck. It will be fine in the goblin deck.
It won't be as good in a black-white deck. Well, actually, a black-white deck has blight. It won't be as good in like a black-blue deck, but you can play it if you have to.
I kind of feel like this is in the seas, and that it is
Yeah.
potentially below Abigail, because
Yeah,
Abigail
I
has
play-
upside.
Abigail, like Flying First Strike and Lifelink are 3 really difficult abilities to deal with, especially all on the same card.
It's true.
If you can give your Chaos Spewer a 5/4, Flying First Strike and Lifelink.
Oh god, that's gross. Actually, yeah. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
So yeah, I think the stats are going to be quite relevant in this set, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how
It's
it
a
goes.
nice curve filler.
Chitinous Graspling is up next.
Here we go. So we have the hybrid changelings.
3 and a Simic hybrid for a 3/4 changeling with reach. Yeah.
Blue with reach. That's new.
I feel like you're not immediately stoked to be playing this.
I've seen a few of the hybrid changelings at common, and I think this isn't as exciting as some of those.
Yeah. I'm feeling.
Gone are the days of the giant spider 2/4 being good with reach.
Yeah, I'm feeling probably in C-.
I
Like
think
you will,
C-.
you will play this if you need to, but you would rather not.
You're playing it in a green or a blue deck. You're not seeing this as a colorless creature in green blue. I think green blue is the worst color pairing. All of the other color pairs seem to have some kind of theme, even if it's not actively supported. Green blue just
Green
has
blue struggles unless you're green
vivid-
with a light splash of blue to make some particularly powerful payoff work.
Yeah, it's not great.
Deceit up next, another evoke elemental. This one kind of busted. It's
All the evoke elementals are kind of busted.
yeah, we'll already move it up somewhere into the B pluses or A's.
At least.
But this
read it.
is if blue was spent to cast it, return up to one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and if black was spent to cast it, you Thoughtseize your opponent.
And any non-land card. So blue is below rate for a bounce. I don't really want to be sorcery speeding blue for one bounce.
Black is also not you like casting a Thoughtseize for 2 mana in limited is like
Yeah, it's
fine,
your
but not great.
Pilfer's not amazing, and black specifically, like if it was
is
black
very
and a color's probably
restricted.
okay.
Yeah,
This coming down as a 6 mana 5/5 that does both
is
crazy.
nuts.
It is a 6 mana 5/5 that kills your opponent's best creature even if it's indestructible.
Yeah, so this is definitely. I mean, unlike Catharsis, I'm not particularly happy at evoking this at any point in the game.
No, so
I want to be living to cast this for 6.
you have to be in a deck that can make that can cast this. That's true. It doesn't have to do both. I'd be okay with a 6 mana 5/5 that bounces something. That's an Ether Snap. I'd be okay with a 6 mana 5/5 that makes my opponent discard a card.
It's
it won't
like
be
less
as
exciting
relevant.
there.
It's less exciting in the mono black. If you're in blue and black and you see this is obviously like
Yeah,
S tier.
the top of your fairies deck is going to be kissing your feet if you're able to snag
It's
this.
strong, but I think
I think Catharsis is
more-
better because you can more easily evoke it and be happy with the result.
And even if you don't evoke it, it can. If you in a white red deck, you can make 8 power with haste.
Yeah, but
At the
I
minimum on an empty board.
yeah, I do think that this is up at a above Ashling's command.
Yeah,
and
honestly,
stuff.
Catharsis could be an A+ because even on an empty board, it can swing for 8.
That's true. Look,
Only
we'll
6
we'll
mana.
come back to it. We'll come back to it. It's close though.
It's
I mean, how much do you want to have another drink, Dom?
Not that much, but I do think Catharsis is incredible.
Yeah, okay. Look, let's keep navigating the deep waters as we go to Deep Channel Duelist. A Azorius hybrid 2/2 Merfolk Soldier. At the beginning of your end step, you get to untap target Merfolk you control, and other Merfolk you control get +1/+1.
That top ability's fine. I know what it's for, but it's for the Convoke, obviously. But...
It's for Convoke, it's for your Merfolk's tap abilities. Giving something pseudo-vigilance in combat is pretty good, but this is just a 2-mana lord. It's a solid signposty thing.
I'd already play this at a 2-mana lord at a decent rate. It's other ability I don't think will add too much to you.
Yeah, the untap is gravy. This is somewhere in the Bs.
B+.
B+.
Once again, be careful that they don't kill your lord in combat and shrink all your creatures, and now all your blocks are terrible.
Yeah, just be aware of that, but like for 2 mana to deploy, this lets you get aggressive very quickly.
Yes.
And the untap does like do things.
Ixalan taught us that.
It's true. Deepway Navigator, another 2-mana 2/2 Merfolk Wizard.
But this one has flash.
And this one goes infinite with Kiki Jiki and Splinter Twin. Because when it enters, untap each other Merfolk you control.
So it doesn't go infinite with Kiki Jiki unless you have Arcane Adaptation.
Yeah, well, of course you'll have Arcane Adaptation.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. As long as you attacked with 3 or more Merfolk this turn, Merfolk you control get +1/+0.
So it's much more offensive than the other Merfolk.
It's also decent at being reactive to flash this in and surprise block with a Merfolk or a Reachy Changeling.
Yeah, so it's more like a removal spell. Because at first I was thinking, actually, this is not as good as the uncommon one because the toughness really matters, especially on your opponent's turn.
It does. It's close, I think, between the two of them.
It really is much closer than it should be.
Yeah, given that one's a rare and one's an uncommon.
Yeah,
you would hope that it's not.
They're both exactly the same card.
Yeah. They will play quite similarly. I think Flash Speed is quite useful.
I actually reckon they're going to play totally differently, but end up at the same result.
Yeah, so I think that they're both in the same spot. I kind of prefer the Duelist, to be honest. It's close.
Almost
it's
do,
close.
because the +1/+0 only matters on your own turn, and you need to have had 3 Merfolk to do it, which means that you're probably going to be attacking with the Navigator itself. And as a 3/2, it will just trade with something.
So you get one good attack step in, whereas the Duelist is able to sit back, relax, and reap the rewards of buffing power and toughness.
So the benefit you have to consider is whether the Deepway Navigator, as like a combat trick that can untap multiple creatures potentially, is better than the Deep Channel Duelist, making sure that one is always untapped.
I don't know how good your Merfolk are going to be at winning combat, is my concern.
Especially if this doesn't pump them.
Yes.
I think you're right about the Duelist is kind of tastier than the Navigator.
It is close. I will give credit where it's due. I think the Flash Speed does help to move the needle in some interesting directions
absolutely. If this was a mono blue card and cost 1 more mana, I'd be taking this over the Duelist because blue has flash themes, even if you don't untap all your Merfolk.
But this needing to be I think that I'm happy to agree with that.
You're not playing this on turn 2 is the main thing.
Yes.
Deep Channel Duelist you'll play on turn 2 begrudgingly.
Yeah.
It
it's kind of a weirdo vigilance guy at that point in the game. Yeah. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm not, but we have to leave it that way.
Doran, Besieged by Time.
Oh, Doran.
We have a 4-mana 0/5 Tree Folk for 1 and an Abzan. Each creature spell you cast with toughness greater than its power costs 1 less to cast.
Which is a decent amount in this set.
And whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets +X until end of turn, where X is the difference between its power and toughness.
So this is a 5/10.
Big boy.
This is a 5/10 for 4 mana by itself. It doesn't matter if you have no other creatures in your whole deck that have toughness greater than their power.
It also turns the already very high pick 2-mana 0/4 mana dork
into
a monster, which ramps into this a turn earlier.
It gives it +X/+X, not even +X/+0.
Yeah, so it will just never die in combat.
So this ends all combat for your opponent if you can reach Abzan colors. I think
that's
it's
the only
worth
consideration about it.
trying to get to Abzan colors for. Will I pick one this? I'm not sure.
I'm also not sure. I think it's also somewhere in like either B+ or A-.
I think this is an A, to be honest, because it does single-handedly attack and block as a 5/10.
I almost want to put this above Deceit but below Catharsis. Weirdly. Like, Deceit is really good.
No,
but
I
think this
Catharsis, this is what I'm talking about, Catharsis being A+.
Yeah, it's quite possible.
Just do it.
Yeah, alright. I do also really like it.
Yeah.
In limited specifically, like in constructed, Catharsis is probably the weakest of these evoke elementals, but its ability to end games in limited is going to be very powerful.
Maybe that wasn't worth it. So Doran is good to blight onto for the white-black deck. If you take it early, you get to decide if you're playing green-black, white-black, or black-green.
And then splash accordingly.
Yes.
It will be good in pretty much any of those.
Yeah, I'm happy to spec on it early, and if my deck doesn't work out that way, then fine. But if it does work out that way, like
the upside
any way
is
that
so
I can
high.
play that creature, it is a 4
Think about all
of
the other tree folk that we've placed up like quite high on the rankings. The guy that draws cards, the Moonlit Lamenter, all of a sudden this is a 5/8 on attacks if you get rid of all the counters on it.
Wasn't there a 3/7 that becomes a 7/11?
Yeah, open 24/7.
You can go in and buy a chop bar for 50 cents. I know that we talk a lot about, this creature only has stats and no other text. This creature has so many stats. And it also even has some
in a set that is a little bit stat starved as well, which I think makes it even more relevant.
What were they? 5/10. What the hell was it?
He's a big boy.
It's very hard to cast though. So
Dream Harvest. This card I think is
it's in one of the unsupported coloured.
Yes. 5 Dimir hybrid. So 7 mana total for a sorcery.
Ooh.
Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they have exiled cards with totem mana value 5 or greater this way. Until end of turn, you may cast cards exiled this way without paying their mana costs.
So this is the Tasha's Hideous Laughter thing of you hope to hit like a 2-drop, a 2-drop, and then a 10-drop in that
somehow,
order.
Yeah. I just think that the maths on this is almost never going to work out because you're paying 7 mana, and the odds that you get 7 mana worth of spells
very low.
Are medium to low, and you're getting cards from your opponent's deck, which will probably not synergize with the cards from your deck very
well. Have to make it 2/7 mana to cast this.
I think the only way that this is no, I'm actually just going to say that this is bad. This is.
I'll give it a pass because you can play it in a blue deck or a black deck. It doesn't have to be in a blue-black deck.
I think you're making a mistake by playing it in either. I want this at D-.
Yeah. I was about to say, and that's why it's not in F.
Yeah.
And so this is why it's in D-. If it was an instant and supported the blue-black instant speed sub-theme, which neither of the blue-black rares that we've seen so far have, then I think about it, because doing that mid-combat is pretty crazy.
But no, at sorcery speed, this is not
I'd
really
consider
playable.
boarding this in against an opponent whose curve is really messed up, and they're also playing green and can't kill me in the first 5 turns of the game.
Yeah, but even then, it's really
not great.
Not great. We've got the Eclipsed cycle up next, the one that we keep on harking on about. Eclipsed Boggart is up first. Triple Rakdos hybrid for a 2/3 Goblin Scout, and they all have the same rough lines of text where you get to look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal a creature of its creature type, or a land of its 2 types, so in this case a swamp or a mountain, put them into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom in a random order.
Yeah, and so here's the hybrid that I meant when I was like, you can go, mostly red or whatever, because you can cast this for red, and pick up a swamp, or a goblin, or, the other mountains. So.
This card is, all of these cards are going to be good, but they are going to drive you into a certain direction quite hard.
Generally, yes.
Because you're not going to be able to really splash in decks where you're playing these.
It's a colorless spell in a deck that has both colors, and it's going to be broken as hell. And in a deck that only has one of those colors, you better hope that that's the only color you're playing.
Yeah, somehow you're going to have to make monocolored work. That said, I think that these are probably...
It's a 3 mana 2/3 that almost always draws a card, and probably a card you want.
I think it's probably either high C+ or low B-.
High C+. The Goblin one in particular
is
could be decent.
Yeah, I think that the body is going to be something that the Goblin's deck will use well.
You just really have to make sure that you, especially as it has greater toughness and power.
Yes.
You just really have to make sure that that you build your deck correctly to make these cards work, because otherwise they are just 3 mana 2/3s that will find a land, which not the worst.
Not the worst. It's still a creature that's drawing you a card.
Yeah, it's got a card type.
Yeah. Eclipsed Alpha's next. This
Same
is
thing for
3 mana and a 3/2. This is good at trading with its 3 power, so it will end in the graveyard.
Normally, I like the 3/2 more. In a set with Blight, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that I'm willing to put it in the same tier, but below the Boggart.
Goblins is very strong,
Yeah.
Elves have some good cards too.
If this is finding your more concise, you're feeling very good about life.
Yeah, true.
And that kind of goes for all of these though. If they find
Mm.
their like type or enchantment, then you're kind of popping off.
So if we have to rate these against each other, which one's more important, the extra power or the extra toughness?
I think that the being in goblins and having the extra toughness is better.
I think probably, yeah.
Normally,
Normally I'd say 3/2 is better than a 2/3, but yeah, this set.
We've got a Flamekin. This one's easier to cast and it's a 1/4. It's only 1 and 2
Oh wow,
hybrid pips.
that's you could not splash for this, but like if you're in a red-green deck, you could still think about playing this.
I think that it becomes hard to pick up an elemental island or mountain if you're not being dedicated to elementals is the concern.
Yeah, you're more likely to find a land of the corresponding type. Top 4, you need to look at the stats of this. It's something like an 80% chance, depending on how many lands you have of the corresponding color.
I think that this card being easier to cast and potentially having a more enticing start line for blocking is
1/4.
testament to the fact that elementals is a worse archetype.
Yeah,
And so they had to tweak this to be a better card on, right?
But remember what we said about all the bombs being elementals in other colors.
That's
I'd be okay
true.
if I had the bomb elemental from white. I'd be taking this in a
Yeah.
white. If I was playing white red for some reason, even though it's not a supported color type,
We've seen a lot of
blue-white.
good white-red cards as well.
We have. But if we see this, if I'm drafting blue white and I see this, I'm probably going to take it if I already have something good to tutor out for it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I do think that if that's what you're doing, your fail rate is maybe higher, and so I would still put it maybe in the same tier, but below these other two.
It's pretty good to blight onto because it has high toughness, but unfortunately blue doesn't blight.
And I also think that drawing the card is the huge part about these cards, and if you are splashing or considering speccing on this, it's just going to be less consistent in doing that.
That is true.
Eclipsed Kithkin is next. This is a 2-mana, 2/1.
Only 2 mana, yeah.
This
I
is
think
probably
this
the best one.
I think it's better than the other 3, yeah.
Yeah. I still think it's top of C+ at this rate. It could even be low B-.
I'm considering B- because it's another body for Kavoke.
Yeah.
Very early.
Yeah, this 2-mana 2/1 helps you get out the gates and start
A
swinging.
2-mana 1/1 that draws a card is fine. A 2-mana 2/1 that draws a card is great.
Yeah, okay, I'm happy with B-.
In a white-green deck, that thing is insane. In just a deck that has white or just green, less good, obviously, but
I think
I'd
it's a
still
strong
consider
reason to
playing it.
signpost, yeah. Eclipse Marrow, this is another 3-mana 2/3.
this is worse than the Goblin one because the Goblins are better than the Merfolk.
I think it's maybe worse than the Elf, potentially.
Yes.
I
the
think
Merfolk
that
is not as good here.
Boggarts and Elves have seemed like stronger creatures with a better focus than Merfolk have.
Although I think Merfolk has more explosivity and can cast 0-mana spells on your opponent's turn that completely make them lose the game.
That's true.
Which are nice to tutor for, but if they see them coming,
then it's less of a blowout.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that I'm fine with that ordering for these.
Me too.
They're all strong though, and you should look at them and think about them when you see them.
Yes, and obviously if you're already in those colours, pick them up. And if you're not already in those colours, then that's when you really have to think hard.
Yeah.
I hate thinking hard.
We've got Emptiness up next.
Oh yeah, we do.
This is a big boy. 6-mana 3/5 for 4 and hybrid. Orzhov. Elemental Incarnation. When it enters, if white was spent to cast it, you get to return a creature with mana value 3 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. And if black was spent to cast it, you put 3 -1/-1 counters on up to one target creature.
So it's an Earth and a Phyrexian, whatever the skin render.
Yeah.
I think I'd pay black to put 3 -1 counters on a creature. That seems insane.
It's
Would I pay white for mana value 3 or less?
Depends on what the creature is.
Mm,
Like
yeah.
there are some mana value 3 or less creatures, like the horse that kills you, that you'd be really happy doing this for.
The horse that kills you.
It keeps coming up. Dude.
Yeah.
But this card is yet again another slam dunk.
If you can cast
If
this
you
for
can cast this-
white, then obviously this thing.
It's just a
it's
huge
a
3 for 1.
3 for 1. Is this
so
better than the white-red one? I think it's a better supported archetype. The
but I
color
think
pairing.
it's maybe it's close.
I think it's an A+, but I don't think it's as good as Catharsis, because Catharsis can win by itself. Like, literally puts 8 damage on board.
Yeah, this is 8 damage immediately, and then just like still bodies that have power and toughness afterwards.
And Emptiness is just better in a black deck. It also only has it's a 3/5 for 6, which is
Yeah.
fine.
This also notably doesn't really work well with any of the reanimation that we saw in black. Well, I mean, we saw one reanimation spell, but you have to cast these and pay mana to cast them,
So
which also means that no personify shenanigans.
So what you want to do is unbury or whatever, but it needs another elemental. And in white black, you're not going to have that many elementals.
I would agree.
You want to change things.
Yep. But this is another thing where maybe you think about putting a Flamekin in if this is in your
I
deck.
think generally the evoke black ones are pretty good actually because they have that ability to come back. But anyway.
Yep.
Actually, the green one has the green permanent returns.
True. Feisty Spikeling up next. 2 mana 2/1 changeling that during your turn it has first strike.
It's a fresh-faced recruit, which if you played Ravnica was not good. It was fine. But Boros was a very aggressive archetype, and it was one of the worst 2-drops for it.
Yeah, but you would still play it and be okay because it's at least a first striking guy.
In a set with so many, and it can convoke in your other
Yes.
cards. So and it's relevant again here is it can convoke. It's a early body that can convoke.
2 power and first strike is maybe more relevant in this set where the creatures are going to be smaller on average.
Yes, yeah, exactly. With the -1 counters, I think the first strike is a little bit better.
If you sit down from your opponent and they go forest past, then maybe you feel worse, but that's still okay. But this seems like it will have decent play in Kithkin decks and Goblin decks.
It doesn't have much text. I'm going to use this as a curve filler in all of my white and red decks that have high synergy with Kindred, and without them, it's going to be bad.
So I think I'm thinking C-,
C-,
but above the Graspling.
Yeah, the Graspling
Is just a little mid.
that is a card I'm happy to have in my sideboard, but I don't think I'm ever playing it main. Unless I'm desperate.
Yeah, more in a similar
Or
weird thing.
really need elves in graveyard and somehow didn't pick up any elves.
Yeah. Figure of Fable up next.
Okay, so that's a Figure of Destiny, but in white green.
So you get a green-white hybrid for a 1/1 Kithkin. You pay a single white mana, it becomes a Kithkin Scout with base power and toughness 2/3.
2/3, so it's even better than Figure of Destiny so far.
For 1 white, if it was a Scout, it becomes a Soldier with base power and toughness 4/5.
Also better because it doesn't need triple hybrid.
And then for 3 and triple Selesnya, if it's a Soldier, it becomes a Kithkin Avatar with base power and toughness 7/8 and protection from each of your opponents. Because they wanted Commander players to think about putting this card in their deck for no good reason.
Figure of Destiny is the same thing but costs more hybrid mana. It's an 8/8 that has flying and indestructible. 7/8 is basically flying because it can't be blocked, and basically indestructible because it can't be targeted.
It's also protection from your opponents.
Yeah, it's slightly
Rename Nemesis as a 7/8.
Yeah.
If you get to that part of the card, obviously you're winning. Let's just ignore that.
If you're playing a white-black deck and you want to splash green, and then you just chuck this in, it's not even that hard to cast.
I don't think that you need to be splashing green. If you're in white-black and you're decently in white.
I mean, if you're already splashing green,
yeah, true.
If you're playing in white-green, this thing is
nuts.
Obviously insane in the membrane.
Yeah, I think
this is better than Figure of Destiny. Figure of Destiny is a vintage cube staple.
So it's going somewhere in the A's. I don't think it's an A+. I think it is maybe marginally better than Deceit.
I think it does eventually win the game by itself. What's its second mode again?
It's second, so you get 2/3 and then a 4/5.
Okay, so it's just a 4/5. It has no other abilities.
You've paid 5 mana in installments to get there.
So,
and you're threatening to get to the 6 mana mode at that, which is the big thing.
Best thing you do is turn 1 you cast this, turn 2 you can buff it up to a 2/3, or you can have it as a threat of activation, which means it's really hard to block. Turn 3 you can either continue holding out the threat of activation, or you've already buffed it, in which case it goes up to the 4/5, so you've hit for 2 and then it's hitting for 6. Then for the following couple of turns it just stays a 4/5, assuming your opponent doesn't kill it because it doesn't have any evasion or anything. Turn 6 it then wins the game. Even if your opponent has a bunch of blockers and everything, it just wins.
Yes, I do still think that I'm not immediately ready to put it in A+, because your opponent does have a lot of time to answer this. And if you sink the mana into the activated ability and it dies in response, that is brutal.
Yes, that is true. But it didn't cost you a card, but it did cost you a lot of time.
It costs you a lot of mana and time.
It is also a relevant creature type, especially in the 2 colors that it's in.
Yeah, I think I'm happy to put this above Doran.
Yeah, it's much easier to cast in Doran. You can play this in a white-red deck as long as you have enough white sources.
Yeah.
You can play this in a green anything deck.
I think the splashability of this card means that it is a fantastic first pick that will just always be good in so many decks.
I will first pick this over
lots of stuff.
Nearly everything in the set except for
apparently all of the things that are up here.
The 11 cards that are above it.
Yeah.
But, play boosters means that could happen, but it probably won't.
Yep. Flaring Cinder up next. We
Ah.
have a 3-mana 3/2 elemental sorcerer. When it enters and when you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, you may discard a card and draw a card. So this is here to smooth out your draws in the elemental deck, which, as we have said beforehand, we don't
already.
like.
There's already 2 creatures that can be smoothing draws in your red decks. One of them is Ashling.
Yep. You're seeing this a lot more than you're seeing Ashling, given that it is a common.
Yeah, I think I prefer Ashling because it costs less, but...
This is also pretty decent. Let's move on to Gangly Stompling.
That's me.
The Foot Boy.
Yep.
3 mana 4/2
not me.
shape-shifting changeling with trample.
Did you have that pre-prepared, or did you just see the art?
I did have that pre-prepared. I've got some people I know who work at Good Games and have been cracking open booster packs in preparation for pre-release, and they've been seeing a lot of this card, given that, again, it's a changeling at common, and they just go, oh, it's the Foot Guy. And they put it in the pile.
The guy whose feet... Yeah, okay.
The guy whose feet... Okay, calm down.
Yeah.
This is another C-, I think.
I play it above all of the other changeling we've seen so far. Green-red is not a supported archetype, not a supported... Yeah,
it doesn't have to be in green-red because it's a single green or red hybrid pip.
Would I pay 2 in a red trample in this set? Absolutely. Would I pay 2 in a green trample relevant creature type in this set? Absolutely. I wouldn't love it because it doesn't have any other abilities, but it's way better than the other one. We've talked a lot about how trample can get so many extra points through in this set.
Do we want to put it at bottom of C then instead? If it's a reasonable amount better.
I think
it is still very fillerish.
Pretty decent.
The changelings are pretty decent.
I'm happy to take these to fill up my curve, but I'm never picking them early.
Yeah, which I think is a reasonable way to say C-. It's just helping you get there on density.
Absolutely.
Glisterban is up next.
Wow, that's a lot of hybrids. Also, interesting art.
Yeah, I love the art on all of the oofs. Especially the oofs on Lorwyn especially. They're so pretty. 2 triple simic hybrid for a 1/4 oof.
What is an oof?
It's like a little fairy guy. They're often slightly vindictive.
Okay, as someone who's never read Spiderwick Chronicles.
Oh well. Someone who's read Spiderwick Chronicles.
Yeah.
And it has Vivid. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of colours among permanents you control.
So here's that kind of proof that blue-green is kind of vivid, but it's like Temur is vivid.
If you're getting +3/+3 to a creature at the beginning of combat on your turn,
this gives +2/+2 by itself,
which is already quite decent. That's already
it does
3/6 worth of stats.
Does say another?
Yeah, being another is awkward,
but it does mean that on turn 5 you want to have a 3-power creature down. On turn 5 you play this, and then it gives at least +2/+2 to 3-power to make it 5, which is pretty chunky.
This I think is one of the stronger things to be doing that we've seen in the Vivid deck. If you pick up a couple of these, then they play quite well together because then you could just be getting in with 3-power creatures with giant booties.
They suck at blocking. They're 5 mana 1/4s.
4 toughness is a decent amount, but for 5 mana, you are probably hoping for a bit more bang for your buck on defense.
In this set, 4 is a lot to get through. That is true, but it won't kill anything that it blocks. I also think that blue is such a bad color pairing unless you have a...
Yeah, blue-green. And you probably do want to be in both of those colors in order to pay the triple hybrid.
Yes,
you'd have to be very deep in green in order to not be thinking about paying blue costs for things.
Even if you're in a green-red hybrid deck, it's possible just because the green-red hybrid deck will almost always be playing a little bit of blue.
Yeah, you can splash it fairly easily if you've picked up the good mana dorks or decent mana fixing.
So it's kind of +3/+3 to another target creature.
At which
in an ideal world.
I think that if you're getting that, you're fairly happy.
I'm never taking this first pick. Never.
I think I agree. I think I maybe go bottom of C+.
I'm honestly thinking just C.
Just C?
I'd take Abigail over this.
I think I would agree. I think I maybe take this over Chaos Spewer. I think if this gets there, it's stronger than this Spewer.
Yeah,
but Spewer is a good role player.
Yeah, but Spewer is easier to slot into other decks because that triple hybrid is a bit spicy.
If this is doing 4 or 5 off.
Yeah, if you can reach the +5/+5,
then you
have a creature that costs less than 5 in a Vivid deck, then well done.
Yeah, good job.
Alright, the next command.
Grubs, we got the goblin one.
Yeah, so
5 mana sorcery. Makes a copy of the goblin.
it does make the copy.
Creatures target player controls get +1/+1 and gain haste until end of turn. Destroy target artifact or creature.
Or creature, wow, okay.
Target player mills 5 cards, then puts each goblin card milled this way into their hand.
Huh. So once again, we've gone back to goblins are really good to have non-creature cards with card types on them.
Like Grub picking up her own command is a kind of brutal thing to do to somebody.
And this can pick up any like the enchantment or anything.
Being 5 mana sorcery is like a little awkward, but
yeah.
being able to baseline destroy an artifact or creature is very strong, and then having any one of these other modes tacked on afterwards is quite good.
Yeah, so being able to remove one of your opponent's most important blockers while also buffing all your creatures really sucks for your opponent. The haste will not come up. This is 5 mana.
Yeah. I also think that the mill 5 and put each goblin into your hand card reads quite well.
It's going to draw 2 at most.
It's probably not going to draw that many cards. I would agree.
So if we evaluate this as a 5 mana destroy target creature draw a card at sorcery, and it's also a goblin,
that's fine.
I'm still happy with this.
Yeah.
Is it better than the elemental one? Actually, no. I don't think so.
I think that the elemental one is very powerful.
It's kind of depressing because the goblins are way more powerful than the elementals.
I think that this is worse than Bridget's command as well. Hot take, maybe.
I don't think so because it just has flat destroy creature as one of its modes.
That's fair.
And you can try and draw a card. Even if it's low chance in your deck, you can try and do it.
What if you've got Grub and you've got a command? You cast this destroy creature, copy Grub. She Legends rules herself. You pick up Grub's command. So that's just 5 mana repeatable destroy a creature.
It is, yeah.
That's kind of good. That's kind of good. Every single turn, pay 5 mana, kill a creature.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
As long as they don't kill you.
And then do something else.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, no, not do something else.
No.
You make it a token
of
Grub.
Kill a creature. But I think black is one of the best colours that we're looking at to be putting cards of a creature type into your hand because of... We put...
the 2 mana...
Nameless Inversion.
Yes,
so
Nameless Inversion.
And I think Nameless Inversion is going to be quite strong.
I would agree with that. It's very good, small ball, and cares about so much.
So this can find another Nameless Inversion, so it can kind of even kill 2 creatures eventually. But
yeah.
I think copying a goblin is less powerful than copying a Kithkin, and that's sad.
Yeah. Although there are some goblins that I'm very happy to copy, like for example our Boggart Cursecrafter. If we get 2 of those, then we're kind of laughing.
And if you're in black, then you can also copy the Gravesifter.
It's true, and that is kind of nuts.
That is really quite strong, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the same as the Grub Engine.
Grub Engine.
Yeah, the Grengen, if you will. High Perfect Morkant is back, making Redditor's horny sense her getting spoiled. 4 mana, 4/4 legendary elf noble. I have to get the cultural reference in there. Get away from the screen.
She's got legs, I guess.
She's got hooves.
It's the hooves, is it?
It's the dogs.
You've already said foot guy.
Whenever it enters, or whenever another elf enters, each opponent bites 1. And you tap 3 untapped elves you control to proliferate, activate only as a sorcery. This card is very good if you're doing the elf thing. You do kind of have to be doing the elf thing, because otherwise it's just a 4 mana 4/4 that ETB bites 1.
3 untapped elves is a lot for a color combination that doesn't make a lot of tokens. It makes more tokens than elementals, but it doesn't make a lot of tokens.
If you crack your Morkant size and you've got this, then you, first of all, blight 1 equal to the amount of elves that you make, and then you can tap all of those elves to proliferate. So that's living the dream.
You can kill 3 2/2s.
Well, you can do a lot. This card seems like very good if you're doing elves specifically.
I like it that it has 4 power and 4 toughness. I think it's going to be very strong. Will I first pick it? It depends on what else I see in the pack.
I'm thinking maybe higher than Boggart Cursecrafter. I think in your elf deck that gets there.
A-.
Bottom of A-, yeah.
I know that Bree isn't a supported creature type and everything.
It's so strong.
But Bree just kills people.
Yeah.
Morkant does kill people if you build your deck right, but it's so much pressure on your deck building.
Yes, you do need to get there on the elves. It maybe forces you to put in some subpar changelings that you otherwise wouldn't.
Yeah, the dream with this is play a 2-drop elf, 3-drop elf, cast this. Hopefully one of your 2 or 3-drop elves had or your opponent blighted or something, you can maybe
you can
activate it straight away.
proliferate
But like,
and get there.
you don't want to be tapping this to its proliferate ability because it's so big.
Yeah. I do still think the card is very good.
It's good, but I think there's lots of cards that I'll be taking over it.
Yeah, I can see that. Hovelhurler next.
The white-red.
We have a 5 mana 6/7, but functionally a 4/5, thanks to entering with 2 -1/-1 counters on it for a giant warrior. Boros hybrid, you remove a counter from this creature. Another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery.
This reads a lot to me like the one that says that creatures can't block, except instead of making one creature can't block, it makes all of your opponent's creatures not be able to block.
Yeah. It is more mana to do it, but you can... But that's...
yes.
Well, more mana up front. Yeah, this looks very good.
In a white-red deck, in a deck where you're both white and red, you pay this for 5 mana, you have a 4/5. It's a little bit annoying for your opponent's remove. You untap with it, you give...
It gets
another,
plus,
right?
It gets a power boost.
You give 2 creatures you control flying and attack with a 6/7. So they have to block this 6/7, and then there's 2 creatures getting in with +1/+0 and flying that just beans your opponent for so much.
This is a pretty nutty top end.
I
think also
really
in like your aggressive white based decks, in your aggressive red based decks, this is also just like obviously having to pay double colored mana for the activated ability makes it more awkward to play it as one color rather than the other.
You're more likely to activate it once a turn.
But still, I think that this is going to kill people to death.
Yeah, and I'd put it above Bridget's command, honestly, because it will kill people to death. Like, if you untap with this, even if you're in a deck that's only red or only white, it will take 2 turns, but it will kill people to death.
The slight power boost, it's like only a little bit, but I think that that's also really impactful because it's just going to increase the clock by that much more.
The flying is the main thing, and the fact that it itself becomes a 6/7, and then you can then multi-spell. Like, you can activate it while also casting a removal spell.
Kind of gross.
That looks pretty strong. I want to untap with one of those.
Kirill, Attentive First Year.
The other white-red creature.
Yep, we have 1 double Boros for a 3/3 Vampire Cleric. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Copy target triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only once each turn. I am underwhelmed.
I hate this.
This is just a guy.
If you're in white-red, I don't even know if you play this as a 3 mana 3/3 with no relevant creature types.
There's like some... Like, you need to have a lot of triggers.
I think it's so rare you copy a triggered ability.
Yes, a lot of the good abilities that we're seeing with blighting and whatnot, which is what you might be interested to do otherwise, are going to be activated abilities.
It has to be a triggered ability. It has to be, yeah.
Are we thinking like D+?
I'm honestly, this guy has no relevant creature types. He's just a 3 mana 3/3, and if you're not in exactly white-red, he's annoying to cast. I'm not happy with this guy at all.
I think...
even if you want to copy a triggered ability, you have to tap 2 creatures you control.
Yeah, I think unfortunately I'm saying D+ on this. You might have to...
We're nearly out of vodka here.
We'll find something else.
Oh, yeah, I have one of those IKEA racks full of...
Oh, that's the last of the vodka for this bottle.
Don't tell them that.
Well...
It's, this set has emptied the...
Yeah. I feel like we haven't even been that hard. Cheers. I'll
clink.
Clink.
Wait, you got rings on.
Oh, yeah, true.
Nice.
That'll pick up nicely in post, I'm sure. Lorwyn, Imperfect Naturalist is our next card. We have a 2 mana 1/3 Elf Druid. When it enters mill 4, then you may put a creature or land card from among the mill cards on top of your library.
That's way less.
I was about to get really excited.
I was so ready for this to be better than the other. Yeah. Anyway.
And then 2 triple black and tap. Discard a land card. Create a 1/1 black and green worm token for each land card in your graveyard. You worm harvest on a stick! Let's go! Oh, I fucking love Worm Harvest. Okay, so being able to repeatable Worm Harvest is like kind of nutty, right?
Yeah, especially if you double high-five me every time I use it.
I'm a little bit awkward about how the ETB has panned out.
The ETB is so mid, but look,
it's a May ability. You don't have to stack it on top.
I think it curves really well into a lot of your elves in that if you're in a green-black deck that cares about Elf and Graveyard, this is really good at getting it. It mills 4.
Yeah.
You don't have to put anything on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to put anything on top. If you're in the Elf deck, this is what you want to be doing on turn 2 most of the time.
Yeah. A 1/3 is a decent body. Doesn't really attack, but it's going to block very well. And blocking to buy time to Worm Harvest every turn, that's my kind of magic.
Yeah, you can do it at instant speed. You can,
Instant speed Worm Harvest?
Look,
broken.
Worm Harvest was really good when it had, in Retrace in a slow set. This is theoretically a slow set. This could be alright. You can just stop playing lands at turn 5.
Yeah.
Once you have turn 5, every single turn just
discard a land, cast Worm Harvest.
Increasing number of 1/1s.
Yeah.
He's fun. I don't think he's going to be insane, sadly. But I think he's going to be fun.
Yeah, I want to say maybe be below Bridget's Command.
I think he's going to be better than... I don't...
Bridget's Command It is a little... It's definitely not great.
Bridget's Command is Savage Smash, but with an additional +1/+1. And Savage Smash was good, but that set was lower powered.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what does Hovel
kills people. Hovel Hurler
kills people.
Untap
okay, let's put Lewin behind that.
Okay.
That seems fine to me. Marilyn Faye Ascended is our next one. We've got
there she is, the one who sings the song.
Yeah, Sultai stuff. 2 and a Sultai for a 4/5 legendary elf fairy noble with flying, so 2 relevant creature types on there.
That's weird.
Whenever it or another elf or fairy you control enters, exile the top 2 cards of target opponent's library.
That's hark back to Una there.
And once each turn, you may cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the number of elves and fairies you control from among cards exiled with Marilyn this turn without paying its mana cost.
I was ready for this to be really bad, but
it's really good.
It's looking a bit like Doran.
Yes, I think that this probably makes it into the A's.
I think it's going to be tough to play the Sultai, but I was actually thinking if you pay 5 mana for a 4/5 flyer, that's kind of
and
fine.
It itself enters and will be able to try and cast something from the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck.
If your opponent
if you've got any changelings, if you've got any elves early on the curve, then that counts towards the fairy or elf.
Without paying its mana cost. Once each turn without paying its mana cost.
Yeah.
You
do have it has mana value less than or equal to the number
and it does have to have the timing restrictions on it.
Yes.
So but generally speaking, you're going to be casting something in your turn.
Yeah, but if you hit a removal spell out of your opponent, you can cast something, say, a little bit magical Christmas land, but entertain me here. You cast this and you've got like 1 or 2 elves or fairies or changelings in play already. You hit like a bear and a 3 mana removal spell off of your opponent's deck. And you get to cast a creature on your turn and hold up removal on your opponent's turn, all for free.
And you can cast at the turn that you cast Marilyn as long as you have the Elf and Fairy count.
Yep.
So if I'm in blue-black, black-green,
if you're in black-green,
green-blue.
Yeah, I think that you want to be in black-green and splashing the blue for this, because this is just going to play very well with your regular elf decks.
Yes.
Especially with cards like Malkin's Eyes, which we keep coming back to, much like Kraken Festival.
It's if your opponent is on the black-green deck, if they get a bit zealous with the milling, this card will just finish them.
Yeah, the fact that the mill is also a win condition.
So will I first pick this? Again, it's like Doran. I think I'd take
I would take
over this.
Doran over this?
It's a 5/10.
It is a 5/10. This fires, dude.
It's a 4 mana 5/10 that also busts your other creatures. This just says that your other creatures may cast. Look,
you can draw a lot of cards.
You can cast a lot of spells off it if you build your deck right.
I would personally put Marilyn above Doran, but that's because I'm a greedy Sultai player at heart.
I think the thing that ticks it over for me is that it's easier to reach Sultai mana on turn 5
than it is to meet Abzan on turn 4.
Yes, but both of them are green, and so as far as 3 colors go,
these are the best 3.
Maybe Great Forest Druid does need to be the common at B+ because it's so important to cast these absolute dogshit insane
rares.
3 color rares.
I think that Figure of Fable is better because it's more splashable.
Yeah, it goes in a white or a green deck, and if it's in a white-green deck, it wins.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, nice.
Merrow Sky Swimmer up next. We have 5 mana 2/2 Merfolk Soldier with Convoke. Has flying and vigilance, and when it enters, you make a 1/1 white and blue Merfolk creature token. It sort of gets better when you read it. This does play decently well in multiples. Once you get the first one down, the second one comes down cheaper.
It's so close to being really good. It reads like a card from original Ravnica block.
Yeah, it's
like
true.
an uncommon from original Ravnica block.
It's true, which is not something that I'd play in most decks these days. I think
no, except for that one white exile target attacking and blocking creature.
As it turns out, I'm thinking C-, bottom of it, perhaps.
Is it better than the Changelings? It has a relevant creature type in blue-white. If you're in blue-white,
then sure.
If you're just in white, you can Kithkin it out, but it doesn't feel great. It's realistically, it's going to be a 4-mana 2/2 flying vigilance that makes a body.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, 3-mana 2/2 flyers that make a body.
Really good.
So good. So good.
There are, actually, I'll tell you a world where this is really interesting. You know the 2-mana Behold Merfolk that makes a 1/1? You can curve that into this on 3. By beholding it as well. So that's actually an interesting
If you're in mono blue as well.
If you're in mono blue, that also works.
It doesn't need to be in white. You just have to have... Yeah.
I do think that maybe that makes it a bit more interesting, but you do need the density of Merfolk.
Yeah.
To make that happen.
I think this does make your other Convoke more interesting, where you can cast a regular spell and a Convoke spell at instant speed on your opponent's turn while still attacking because it has Vigilance.
If you've got a payoff like Harmonized Crescendo to play towards, that's really cool. There are definitely decks where this will do the thing, but on base rate, it is a little awkward.
This is honestly one of the hardest things to place.
Yeah, because there are decks where this is going to play really well, but I think those are decks where your draft has already kind of made it, weirdly. How about top of C-? It's interesting. I'm not sure if I'm happy with that placement per se. It's a hard one to evaluate.
You can put it lower down if you want to. I'd put it above Flaring Cinder every time, but would it be above the other two?
I think it's above the Spikeling for me.
Okay.
I think it's also above the Stompling, actually, now that I think about it.
Foot Guy.
Yeah, Foot Guy! Sorry. Mischievous Sneakling. 1 and a Demir hybrid for a 2-mana 2/2 Shapeshifter Changeling with Flash.
It's got Flash. It's an early body for the Convoke decks in blue. What does it do in black?
In black, it's like a surprise elf blocker, is the big thing that I can think of. But
then goes into the graveyard that then counts for your elves, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm still thinking C- on this, maybe.
We've seen 3/2s with Flash be bad, and 3/2s with Flash almost always trade up.
Yeah, maybe this is in Ds.
I don't think it's a D because it's a Changeling, and Changelings will... I'm not going to say that they'll always make the cut.
I think that I would put it below...
I'd put it...
I'm happy putting the Sneakling here.
It has no stats.
It has no stats. It's a small boy.
I think the only thing that keeps it from going in D is the fact that there's a lot of small creatures in this set. And Blight means that things will attack as small creatures.
Yes, I think that I can agree with that. Morkant's Loyalist is up next. A 3-mana 3/2 elf warrior. Other elves you control get +1/+1, and when it dies, you return another target elf card from your graveyard to your hand.
This seems so much better than the Mofo one.
Yeah.
I know that 2 mana is quite big for a Lord. Again, we learned that in Ixalan. But even if this dies, if you play this and your opponent wants to kill it or something...
I want to put it top of Big Plus. I think that this is exactly what your elf deck wants to be doing.
I'll take High Perfect Morkant over this. But Morkant's Loyalist is...
very close.
Pretty solid. At the worst,
it's like a very easy 2-for-1. If buffing your team means that it's very easily beyond 2-for-1ing. It's getting you to the point where you win the game.
Even if you're behind and you're on blocks, if your opponent doesn't kill this, then you have some really nice blocks and you get to return one of the creatures that died.
Yeah.
In an elf deck.
Card's good.
Yeah, card's nice.
Noggle Robber up next.
Noggle.
We have a 3-mana 3/3 for 1 and double Gruul hybrid for a Noggle Rogue. When it enters or dies, you create a treasure token.
This is not Jewel Thief.
It's not Jewel Thief. It is here for your Vivid decks, for sure.
It's an uncommon.
It's an uncommon. And it's not Jewel Thief.
And doesn't have Vigilance or Trample.
Yes.
Like Jewel Thief does.
Jewel Thief, very good, though.
Jewel Thief is pauper playable.
Yes. This... obviously, in your Vivid deck, the idea is that it's pretty easily getting you to your, 3 colors of permanence in play. It's also ramping you towards your big spells.
Especially as Vivid does tend to be base green.
Yep.
If not base green, then, base red or secondary color red.
So I think this is like
I hate this at uncommon.
I don't really like this uncommon
It's
as well.
not a changeling. I feel like it should be a changeling.
Yeah, the Noggle creature typing is weird.
It has no relevant creature type, so it really is only for Vivid, right?
Yeah. In Vivid, you are going to want this though, because I think that
Probably.
it's just decent stats and it is going to ramp you to the things that you need to
If
cast.
you're in a Vivid deck that's base green but doesn't have red in it, this is still really annoying to cast.
Yeah, I can see that. Is this another C-?
It might be. I actually don't like it. At uncommon, I think this should be a bit more powerful.
Yeah.
It has no relevant creature types. It has no...
Either that or we're grossly underestimating how good the Vivid archetype is going to be at pulling ahead, but I haven't seen cards to the evidence of that.
Technically, you could play it on turn 3. On turn 4, you attack. If you trade with it, then you have 6 mana.
Alright, full Feastling up next. We have a 3 mana 2/3 Changeling with Lifelink.
Having Changeling and being relevant creature type and either white or black is nice.
Yeah, I think that this is
worse than the Stompling,
but better than the Robber, is where I'm at.
Yes, even though they both come down on turn 3 as long as you have the correct mana for it. But
it is awkward that if you're trying to blight, this is not something you want to blight onto.
It's actually because of the lifelink, but it can take 2 counters before it dies.
Yeah,
so it can
you just rather not.
But if you have anything that buffs anything, this is one of the better. If not, the trample is also really good to buff.
But this is one of the better changelings, I think.
Yeah.
That we've seen thus far.
Although the white-black theme is blight, and it doesn't work super great.
But that's why it's great that it's only a black or a white pip. It can be in the changeling deck.
So you don't have to
it can be the Kithkin deck. It can be in elves. It can be in.
It's an elf in the graveyard.
Yep. Raiding Schemes. 5 mana enchantment. Each non-creature spell you cast has Conspire.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
I'm going to go find more alcohol.
You want to go do that, and I'll just explain some of the reasons why this card is bad while you're off screen.
Yes.
So, this is a non-creature spell that you're casting to make your subsequent non-creature spells better if you have creatures in play, which is a really awkward spot to be in if you are at all hoping to win games of Magic the Gathering. For people who weren't around for the original Lorwyn block to know what Conspire does, as you cast a spell to Conspire, you have to tap 2 untapped creatures you control that share a color with it, and when you do, you copy it, and you get to choose new targets for the copy. Paying 5 mana for this is kind of ludicrous, because I don't know if I'd pay this at 2 mana, to be perfectly honest. I'm very close to putting this to an F. I will consult with Dom a little bit about it, but for now, I am at D- as to its ability to win games. You are going to need to have some sort of really insane non-creature spell that you want to Conspire with this, or just like tons of removal.
Even then,
you still need to balance so much in deck building.
I feel like this card should have had Convoke, or maybe had Convoke at some point in development.
I think that I would
5 mana do nothing.
If this was a red and a green, then I would still be iffy on playing it, like a 2 mana enchantment.
2 mana enchantment, yeah. I think if it was 2 mana enchantment, I would play it because Conspire can be strong. I know it taps down your creatures, but if there's something that we learnt from original Lorwyn block, like doubling a spell
is good.
Yeah.
I struggled enough to find copies of like Gleeful Cover Up.
This is still an F because in your red-green decks, you don't want to have that many non-creature spells, and then you don't want to tap down your creatures to copy them.
Yes. I just think that there's too many deck building constraints that this places on you for no good reason.
Yeah.
And you are just like, when you do get there, sure, but you will have spent so many resources on getting to that stage. It's so unlikely that you live that dream. F. Moving on. Reaping Willow.
Here's our white-black card.
We have a 1 triple Orzhov 3/6 Treefolk Cleric with lifelink. Enters with 2/1/1 counters on it, functionally a 1/4. 1 and a black-white hybrid. Remove 2 counters from this creature. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay. Activate only as a sorcery.
So back in my day, we used to play 4 mana for a 1/5 with lifelink. But then this is a 1/4. It has a semi-relevant creature type. You untap with it. You just return both things that you traded on turn 2 and 3.
It's very good. It reads very good to me.
Its activated ability is its casting cost is rough compared to its activated ability, because I think its activated ability is quite easy to just
Yeah.
do once every turn for a long time.
Yeah, this is definitely shoehorning you into the Blight deck.
It does, because even if your creatures don't trade early, you can blight onto them and then get them back with this thing.
This is definitely one of the better things to be blighting onto.
This feels
because,
pretty
of
good.
course, in the Blight deck, there are probably going to be creatures that early game you're forced to blight onto to sack off. This gets them back.
To what?
To blight off.
Oh.
Don't know what you thought I said. I think that this is maybe a B-.
Yes, because of its prohibitive
I think
casting cost.
I think I like it maybe more than the. Oh, it's hard to say. I kind of like the Kithkin more.
I like the Kithkin more too. It depends on what you follow up with, but then you don't know what you're going to follow up with in draft. I think the lifelink is nice, but the fact that its highest stats is 3/6 means that the lifelink is okay.
Yeah, really good on blocks. Like you can activate this ability and sit this back.
All the tree folk block forever.
Yeah, they're very good at it.
Yeah, funny that.
Crazy. Great with Doran.
It becomes a...
It's a 3-mana 6/9.
4-mana.
Doran discounts it.
Yeah, for sure. Why not? But as long as you pay white and black in your white, green, black deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sanar, innovative first year. We have a 2 double hybrid Izzet, so 4 mana total for a 2/4 Goblin Sorcerer, legendary, and it has Vivid. Oh, great. At the beginning of your first main phase, reveal
Vivid.
cards from the top of your library until you reveal X non-land cards, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. For each of those colors, you may exile a card of that color from among the revealed cards, then shuffle, and you may cast the exiled cards this turn.
This is water. I'm not taking a shot for this one. This is
good. This is like a lot of words that I had to pass. So
I don't remember. I've seen this card like 7 times, and I don't remember all of them.
Yeah, top of your library, you get X non-lands. For each color, you exile a card of that color from among what you exile.
It's like the first Teemo loot that cared about card types.
Yeah. So if you exile, if this is just the card that you cast. You play it, and then you go to your first main, and you've got this, so 2 colors among things. You exile until you hit 2, and you get to exile a blue spell and a red spell from among them. So, and you can cast them this turn.
I've already heard from someone who has done pre-release, which I haven't. I used to do like 12 pre-releases. But I've already heard from someone who's done pre-release, they put this in a just a red deck without blue, and it was good because it added that extra color without the...
Yeah. It's maybe a bit awkward that it can only hit 1 spell in those cases.
But you can only cast the spells this turn, and you do have to spend the mana to cast them. So the cards in your hand kind of get ignored unless they're...
Very, very good.
Or lands.
Yeah. This is a little awkward, but it is a source of card flow. I think, honestly, weirdly, the better you are at enabling Vivid, the worse this gets.
Because it's harder to cast multiple spells.
You only have to exile... It's a May on the exile for each of them. So
That's true.
You can just choose to exile none of them, in fact.
That is actually
if you
true.
don't like the look of any of the hits.
That said, maybe the Vivid is actually fine. Because you just choose the one that you think you'll cast.
Yes, the Vivid is fine, but...
It's in main phase, so you've already drawn for turn, so you have that information.
Yeah. I don't hate this.
It is a goblin?
It is a goblin. It's
a
a
weird
4
one.
toughness creature as well, so you can blight onto it fairly well.
It's a kind of creature where if I cast this...
If you cast this in your goblin deck, you're often getting it for 3. That's actually maybe a good home for
Why
this.
are you casting it for 3?
No, as in you
3
get
colours,
3 colours.
Yes. If I cast this, I'm not thrilled by it, but if I'm see my opponent cast this, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, they're getting so much card advantage.
I could see this being like
bottom B
minus. Yeah, sure. Below the Reaping Willow.
It's easier to cast than Reaping Willow. You have to untap with Sanar. Which
you also kind of have to untap with the Willow.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I prefer the Willow though. We're gonna go to the next card, which is Shadow Urchin. 2 and a Rakdos hybrid for a 3/4 oof.
God, I wish this was a goblin.
Yeah, but we'll see. Whenever it attacks Blight 1, and whenever a creature you control with 1 or more counters on it dies, exile that many cards from the top of your library. That many being the amount of counters that were on it.
Okay. Yeah.
Until your next end step, you may play those cards. Oh dear God.
Okay, so in a vacuum, it's a 2 and either a red or a black. It's a 3/4, but when it attacks, it turns itself into 2/3. If your opponent kills it, even if they don't trade with it, they just kill it. You get one card off the top of your library.
Until next turn.
That's
Which
mediocre.
It's mediocre, but
that's the floor.
Yeah, that's the flaw. I'm still like kind of okay with that. It's a creature that's resilient to removal.
I see why they didn't make this a goblin.
Yeah, if they made this a goblin, it would be like a slam dunk. This is still just like very flatly powerful in Blight because it's a single black pip. In Goblins because it's a single red pip, and that deck also blights a bunch.
Yep, red, black, and white are the
yes.
Kind of blighting.
In that kind of Mardu wedge is where this is going to shine. So
that seems really, really good because it doesn't count as stuff. So you can always cast it before combat, attack with a bunch of creatures that have already been blighted, and get a bunch of value off them.
I kind of want to put this in B or B+.
I'm thinking B+ because it's not truly multicolored. You can put it in a black or a red deck, and you would put it in most black or red decks.
I kind of want to put it above the Curse Crafter.
Yeah.
They're close. I think that this is going to be really good in the Curse Crafter decks, but it's also just good in like more decks aside from that.
This doesn't have to attack. You can just leave this as a 3/4 blocker.
Yep, and you just blight in other ways.
Yeah, and even you don't even have to blight. It's just like
Yeah. I dig it. I dig it a lot.
Seems good.
Stoic Groveguard up next. We have a 5 mana 5/4 Elf Druid
I've seen this
4 and Golgari hybrid. 1 and a Golgari hybrid. Exile it from your graveyard. Make a 2/2 black and green elf token. Activate at sorcery speed.
It never wants to be cast. This is the elf that wants to be in the graveyard for all of your elf in the graveyard abilities.
Yeah, it's awkward that this is a card that you don't want to draw, but
it's fine to draw it. I wouldn't say it's terrible because it has stats in this set. It's quite chunky.
Yeah, it is chunky. So you will cast it, you'll trade with something, and then you'll be able to activate it, and that's just a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
But you'd much prefer to just be milling this over and making a 2/2, and you've just essentially drawn a card for free.
Or you'll discard it to your D+ Iron Shield elf.
Let's not entertain ideas like that, please. You'll ruin the children. I'm thinking that this is somewhere in C tier. I'm pretty happy playing this in my elf decks, but it does feel a bit like filler to me.
I want one of these in my elf deck. I never want to draw it. You're right.
Yeah.
It is green or black, and on both halves. So, like you can play it in a green deck that has any incidental mill, or even just run it out.
Yeah, but I think that the parts of the card come together when you're playing it in your elf deck.
Absolutely.
They feel more incongruent when you're playing it in like a white-green deck or a red-green deck.
The parts come together when you're playing in a self-mill deck. If you're playing Kithkin and you accidentally end up with a ton of self-mill, this is still actually quite fine.
That's true. That said, I think bottom of C tier currently. I think I prefer the Spewer.
Yeah, as a 5 mana 5/4, it's below rate. A 2 mana 2/2, it's whatever.
Yeah, and this is a 3 mana 5/4. Like, come on, what are we talking about? Sig's Command up next. We got the next in this member. We get to make copies of Merfolk.
Interesting art.
We get. I really like it actually.
Yeah,
I think it's cute. 3 mana sorcery, by the way, Kindred sorcery, so you can pick it up with cards that care about that. Creatures target player controls gain lifelink until end of turn. Target me with that, please.
Yes.
Target player draws a card. Again, me with that. And tap target creature. Put a stun counter on it. Again, target me. This is just
you're not a creature.
This is just worse than a lot of the other commands, I think.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, like all of these look like they're about to be really good, but when you combine them, they're just.
I mean, make a copy of a Merfolk and then draw a card is fine.
Fine. Tapping a creature and drawing a card for 3 mana and putting
at
a stun counter
sorcery speed is
not good.
Not good. So
giving all of your creatures lifelink and drawing 1 card.
Not
great.
So I think weirdly this does have to be in a Merfolk deck.
It does. It really does.
Whereas Ashling's Command is just super splashable as this generically powerful thing.
I think this is the same as the white green one where at 3 mana you're not splashing for it so much.
I think I prefer
Bridges
Command to it.
Bridges Command doesn't need Kithkin. Whereas
I kind of think that maybe this is a B-, to be honest.
Yeah, look, giving all of your creatures lifelink can be quite strong. I don't think I'm using that too often. Drawing a card, okay, as long as it's paired with a good effect, and the other effects aren't.
I do think
fantastic.
that making a token Merfolk and drawing a card is what you're going to want to do with this a lot of the time.
Or making a token Merfolk and tapping a creature, and you're not doing that on turn 3.
Yeah. Unless you've got the Lord. If you have the Lord, then
True.
all of a sudden this gets quite exciting.
But this does give you time to find a Merfolk that's worth copying if you don't want to play it on turn 3. But then you have to evaluate it like it's not a 3-drop.
Yeah.
And no, I think it's
Okay.
It's not great. It doesn't play into the Convoke theme at
Yes.
all, really, except for copying a Merfolk.
So would we rate it above or below the
Below.
Kithkin? Below the Reaping
Below.
Willow, I think. Below Sonar? Is
yes,
closer?
because Sonar is hybrid.
Yeah, Sonar's easier to play in more decks, and I actually really like the idea of playing this in just a Goblin stack.
Yeah, I think it draws a card every turn.
Yeah, I think you're right. Tam Mindful First Year. This is the card I've been yapping on about a decent amount as the potential Vivid enabler that you might need.
So it's unfortunate that it's green-blue.
It's just a good card, is the thing.
Yeah.
1 and a Simic Hybrid for a 2/2 Gorgon Wizard. Each other creature you control has hexproof from each of its colors. And tap target creature you control becomes all colors until end of turn.
So it taps to give something hexproof.
Yep. How do we feel about Mother of Runes, Dom? This is kind of similar to a Mother of Runes.
Play Mother of Runes in my 7-point deck, and it's one of the best cards in that deck.
Its static ability applies to creatures that aren't itself. So the first removal spell basically has to target this. It's more like Giver of Runes in that sense.
Unless your opponent is playing black or red.
Yeah.
Or white.
Yes.
So basically the colors of
removal. It does, like, you can use it proactively to immediately enable Vivid as a strategy.
This is much more of a defensive thing.
Yeah, much more of a defensive thing. You want to play this on 2 and just leave it up.
Mother of Runes has a lot of strengths, including the fact that it comes down for 1 of Ether Vial, or just 1 in general, and then untaps, and once it's untapped, it does whatever. This does target itself, but...
It targets itself, but its protection doesn't apply to itself.
So it's going to be really annoying to play against, because, you're right about... it's the first removal spell will have to target it.
Yeah. It doesn't have any creature types that are particularly useful.
Neither Gorgon nor Wizard are useful.
Its body is medium at best. It's just a bear.
It can go in a green deck or a blue deck, so it doesn't have to go in a green-blue deck, which is good because the green-blue pairing is...
bad.
Very... It's the worst. The worst out of all of the pairings.
Yeah. I do think that this is maybe, like... either, like, C+, B-.
I think it's going to be really annoying to play against, and I'm never going to put it in my deck, and I'm going to keep losing to it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's a reasonable assessment.
I think
how do we feel about it, like, compared to Sig's Command?
I think it's better than Sig's Command.
Yep. It's weird how we've got this rift forming between the Eclipse creatures, but this one's 2 mana, which I think makes it better than the others by a decent whack.
Yes, because some of the other ones require 3 of the
pip. And even though the Boggart is good, I think like a 3 mana creature versus a 2 mana creature is such a big difference.
Absolutely. Especially when one of those colors has Convoke.
Tam versus Sonar is an interesting conversation.
Yeah, Sonar's
very good.
Pretty good, actually.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more
Sonar might have to be bumped up.
Yeah, we could bump Sonar over the Reaping Willow, potentially.
Yeah, because Reaping Willow requires mana to be good. This just does the thing.
What about Just Under Bridges? We have Lewin. This guy, I think Sonar's maybe better than Ewan.
You reckon?
Lewin, it does just lock you out with Worm Harvest. Yeah, okay. You convinced me. Let's put Tam
and
below...
it's an elf, right? Lewin's an elf?
Lewin's an elf, yes. Let's put Tam below the Reaping Willow, I think. I think that's a fine place for it to go.
Yes. I'd play it in a green deck, I'd play it in a blue deck. I'm not playing green-blue, so I won't have to worry about that.
Yep.
It doesn't have any relevant creature types, is annoying, but it's like Skrelv.
Yeah.
I evaluate it like Skrelv, and Skrelv was not insane, but really painful to play against.
Thortweft Lieutenant is up next. We have a 2-mana 2/2 Kithkin Soldier for a green and a white.
So this is the Kithkin Lord, right?
Yeah, whenever it or another Kithkin you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains trample.
I think as far as Lord effects go, this is not great. I can see why they've done it like they have, because if you put 2 Kithkin into play off of a Kalachan Festival, then it can give +2/+2 to something. And the trample, again, relevant in this set. I'm pretty sure they worked that out when they designed this set.
That's true.
I think not giving a flat buff to everything is
it makes it far worse.
Yes. I think they also knew what they were doing with that, because there were so many Kithkin tokens.
Yeah. This, again, you have to be playing in the Kithkin deck. I think
I'm gonna put it over the Merfolk Lord because the Merfolk is bad.
The Merfolk Lord. We've got those in B+ right now.
Oh yeah, we do. You're right.
Do we want to bump these down like all the way down to like bottom of B tier for both of these Merfolk Lords?
Maybe
Below Bridget's.
yes, because what's the Thorweft Lieutenant's best thing? So on turn 2 you play this. On turn 3
Turn
you play
three,
Clash
Clashland
Festival.
Festival.
You give
This
this
+2/+2, and you get it
trample.
for 4.
And then on consecutive
And then
turns,
yeah,
if you
consecutive
don't
turns.
play Kithkin, then it does nothing.
But the Clashland Festival can poop them out for you.
If you have Clashland Festival specifically.
You're always drafting that. Don't worry.
You're right. I am.
Yeah. I do think that this is worse than Bridget's Command though.
Yes, actually, if this doesn't specifically have a Kithkin enter every single turn, but all the other lords so far are like if you just have them in play.
I'm okay. Maybe this is a B-. Maybe it's a C.
Yes, but maybe
but
not
below
over
the elf. Okay. Interesting how these have panned out, these Eclipse cards that all roughly read the same, but just the creature types that they care about.
They read the same, but they are so different.
Yeah. Tristan's Command up next. The elf one. You make a copy that's a target elf.
6 mana. So that's
6
the
mana
most
sorcery.
expensive so far.
This is also interestingly the elemental one's the only one that's an instant.
So far, yeah.
Well, there will only be 5 of these.
Yeah, you're right.
So this one, 6 mana, make a copy that's a target of an elf. Return 1 or 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. 1 or 2, weird. Not up to 2.
Yeah, so that you don't choose that as 0. I don't know why they.
That's very strange.
So you have to have a permanent in your graveyard to choose that as a mode.
Destroy target creature or enchantment.
That's good. That's like the goblin one though.
Yeah, like the goblin one. And creatures target player controls gets +3/+3 until end of turn.
Shit.
Untap them.
Holy
All right. Sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Make a token of an elf for 6 mana. Return 2 permanents. Yeah, okay.
Destroy a creature.
+3/+3 to all creatures and untap them.
Yeah. No trample is a little bit awkward, I will say.
Yes, but
with
black, there's some elves with menace. 1 at least.
I'm thinking bottom B+ personally. Potential. It could be better than the
I know this
Curse
is
Crafter.
6 mana, which is it's a lot, but it doesn't say elves you control.
It just says creatures.
+3/+3 to all creatures you control.
This is actually fairly creature type agnostic now that I think about it.
I don't think the untapping will be
super relevant.
No, because
I guess it means if you're using mana dorks to activate the ability, then you get to get them in on the action.
That's a very good point, and we've already said that mana dorks are really good. The thing I was thinking, Blossom Bind says that it can't become untapped. So it means
that's true.
As well. So I don't know if you remember in episode 1 when I said Blossom Bind was so good and that the becomes untapped is so much stronger than doesn't untap during its Chalice untap step.
I mean, think about Devoted Druid with that as well. You can Blossom Bind onto that, and then this can't untap its own ability.
But it can kill itself.
You can't because it can't put the counters on it.
Yeah, you're right. So Tristan's Command is a lot of mana.
Yep.
Popping 1 elf is fine. For 6 mana, that's a lot. As long as you get another thing. 2 permanents, pretty decent. I'm okay to pay 3 mana for that. If I'm copying 1 elf and getting 2 permanents, that's a 3 for 1.
I think that a useful thing to do in this kind of with this card would be to think of it similar to Ashling's Command as like a green card that you're splashing a pip for, and you're hoping to play it for one of the bottom 3 modes, where you're either getting 2 permanents back and blowing something up, 2 permanents back and antheming your board, or blowing up your opponent's best potential blocker that would make your anthem bad and antheming.
For 6 mana, the anthem is very much like each of your creatures must be blocked this turn.
Does this even get up to A- then? It's really good.
It is quite strong. It's an elf in the graveyard.
It is an elf in the graveyard. Morkan's Loyalist gets it back.
Yeah, shit, it does.
You can target it with Tristan's Command and loop it. You can loop it with Tristan's Command.
You can. And we already talked about Graveshifter being like a looping thing.
I think I prefer Bree to it.
Yeah, Bree kills people.
Yeah, I'm happy with this ordering actually. And I could maybe be convinced to shift Morkan below her Loyalist. But it's no.
I think Morkan probably still belongs in A- just at the bottom of.
Twin Flame Traveler's up next. a 4-mana 3/3 elemental sorcerer with flying.
Okay, so like Phantom Monster base.
If a triggered ability of another elemental you control triggers, it triggers an additional time. Yeah.
How much?
So the thing is, this is a 4-mana spell. You will cast it, your elementals will trigger. This is not in play to see those triggers. That's so sad.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, that's a good point. I already hated this.
Do we want to put it below Flaring Cinder?
Are we putting it in G+? Like, how bad are these triggered abilities of elementals specifically?
Some of them draw cards.
I can't believe you said that with a straight face.
I really tried, man.
Ashling has an ability.
Yep, a lot of them have triggered abilities. I just think that this is kind of like wanting you to play things that'll win more.
Some of them are activated abilities.
Oh, great.
It's
but
great.
I think that if you are in that lane, then sure.
It's great in the Team of Vivid deck when you have Shine Strikers and way to cast them early.
Oh, sick. Okay, no, that's the dream. That's the dream. Because you cast this on turn 3 off of the Flame Braider, and then you cast the Smoky guy on turn 6, and you draw at least 4.
This just proves that Flame Braider is good. So Soulbright Seer, which makes 4 red if this is the 3rd time that you've given something trample, that's not even a triggered ability.
It's a triggered ability. It's
an activated ability.
Yes. Yeah, it's not even a reflexive trigger. Yeah.
Squawk Roaster that has
okay.
double trigger.
Look, I'm not talking about this anymore. I want to put it bottom C-.
It's shit. Yeah.
Vibrance is up next. We have the Gruul entry in the Elemental Cycle. When it enters, if red was spent to cast it, it deals 3 damage to any target. If green was spent to cast it, you search your library for a land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle, and you gain 2 life. This seems very good, much like all the other elementals. Because it's either a removal spell or it draws you a land out of your deck and gains you some life.
If I'm paying green for just any basic and 2 life,
it's kind of awkward.
It's not great.
But as Bolt...
if I play this as Bolt, it's decent. And if I can play it as both, obviously it's quite good.
Because it's also a 4/4 body at that stage. So it's a 5-mana 4/4 that has bolted something, gained you life, and drawn you land out of your deck.
Generally speaking, this seems decent if you pay it for 5 mana. If you're paying it for green, I'm not enthused.
Yeah. I think that this is probably similar to Deceit.
I think
it's maybe a bit worse than Deceit.
If you can cast it for full mana, it's cheaper than Deceit.
It is cheaper. Deceit is bigger. Deceit is probably better. Maybe this is like an A- instead. But the removal mode is very strong.
Yeah. Red-green's not a supported archetype, really. No, A bottom of A.
Bottom of A.
This is still really strong if you cast it as red,
yes.
green. But although it's harder to cast it as
it's
green.
Red, and 3. I think you're actually fine with because at that point it's just a Flame Tongue Kavu.
True.
You've got a 5-mana 4/4 that's bolted.
And it kills your opponent very quickly. Yeah.
Voracious Tome Skimmer next. We have Triple Demir 2/3 Fairy Rogue with flying. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card.
I want this to have flash.
This is...
This looks pretty fine to me.
Yeah, this looks good. Obviously, the mana is constrictive, but this is a card that you're only really planning on playing in a pretty reasonably dedicated Fairies shell or Flash shell anyways.
If you trigger this twice, I think this is really good.
I kind of want to put it bottom of B-. Like
B-, yes.
Under 6 command. Yeah, maybe we go here. Maybe we go between Tam and the...
As long as you can trigger it. Would you take this first pick?
I probably would not.
It kind of locks you into blue-black or mono.
It locks you pretty heavy, and blue-black is like a hard lane to be in. Off the bat. Generally. I think that it's a good one to find your way into if you see that good blue cards and good black cards are open. I'm happy with it here.
Can't shake the feeling that we're underrating Tam.
We could be underrating Tam. It is good. Forcing your opponent to throw removal at bear. Below the
bottom of the B. It's hard because it doesn't have a relevant creature type. It's just so annoying to play into if it's in your hand. But
let's leave it here for now.
Yeah, it's Standard bearer.
Wary Farmer. We have a 3-mana 3/3 Kithkin. At the beginning of your end step, if another creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, surveil 1. This is much worse than the mono green one.
Whatever any of them are.
Oh gosh, Crossroads Watcher. That's the one. I think it's worse than this because this has trample and gets power buff.
And that counts the number of creatures that enter, whereas this is fine for one creature entering, but Kithkin kind of want to put 2 into play.
Yeah. Surveilling 1 is obviously pretty decent.
It's fine.
The body is fine as well.
I'd rather play the 2-mana 3/1 that surveils 1 when it enters or dies.
Yeah. Which makes me think. I mean, obviously that card is individually on its own.
This is bottom of C, maybe C minus.
I'm feeling bottom of C. Tell you what, Sky Swimmer in bottom of C.
Yeah.
Farmer in top of C minus.
I'll do that.
Sure.
And then it's the foot guy under there.
Footman. Wistfulness. We have
5 mana 6/5.
5 mana 6/5. Elemental.
Cool.
Green. If you exile an artifact or enchantment. Blue. You draw 2 and discard. And evoke for Simic Hybrid.
So it's a.
I think that very often
force.
this is just going to be a blue card that you play in your blue decks. I don't think that you really need to aim to be casting this for green.
And it's an elemental as well.
It is an elemental, so you can fix for it in other ways. You're quite often not going to need to cast it for the green mode. And if you cast this as a 5 mana 6/5 that charts a course on ETB, boff, that's good. That's very good.
Yeah, it's. I feel like it should have trample or something, but it's still insane.
Yeah, the body's still huge.
In the times that it's relevant that you exile an enchantment artifact,
I think
even if it exiles a small thing, it will still seem pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Deceit and Vibrance in terms of its power
Deceit
level.
can kill creatures sometimes. The thing
I
about
think
Wistfulness has big stats.
I think that I prefer Wistfulness to Vibrance. Maybe.
Yes. The blue on the Wistfulness is similar to the red on Vibrance, but
then this is just a big guy.
Yeah.
It's a
also,
big guy.
Looks like an axolotl, and I do like axolotls.
That's true. The art on all of the elementals is quite cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Just for icing, I do like it. Just for icing.
Vibrance, if I recall correctly, has a weird full art hippo version, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I kind of mess with it.
I thought you meant the concept of vibrant, but you're right. The card is called Vibrance. Yeah.
We've got our special guest cards for multicolor next.
Oh, joy.
Manamorphose comes up.
These are always very good and limited.
This one, not very good and limited, I don't think. 1 and a Gruul Hybrid instant to add 2 mana in any combination of colors and draw a card.
So it is a free card. So if you have 22 insanely good cards and your 23rd card is
Manamorphose.
Not great, then you put Manamorphose in a red deck or a green deck. This card will be so much more powerful if it named the colors after you drew a card.
Yeah.
But us of us who play Vintage Cube, we know that.
Yeah. I'm feeling like in limited, this is probably just a D.
In this particular limited, yeah, it's not.
Yeah, there's not really many great spells matter payoffs.
Oh man, I forgot this is a liter of vodka. It feels really heavy to pick up.
That's okay. You will not have to get through all of it.
Look, Manamorphose is not too dissimilar to the single red pip that draws a card.
Yeah, but it doesn't impact the board at all.
And it opens yourself up to misplace so easily. Storm is not a thing. Prowess is not a thing.
Yep. This is good with specifically the giant. The 4-mana giant that lets you rebound your spells on attack.
But except it only does it on attack, which means that if you don't use a mana then...
Yeah. Risen Reef is up next for a change of pace. This one's a good one. 1 and a Simic, as in 1 blue-green, for a 1/1 elemental. Whenever this or another elemental you control enters, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it into play tapped. If it's not a land, you get it into your hand.
I know that blue-red is a theme for elementals. Obviously, it triggers itself. This card is, it's a whatever by itself.
It's
if you get
an expensive Coiling Oracle, and I think it's very easy to get the extra trigger because, again, changelings.
If you get one other trigger, and also blue has elementals in it, and green has some elementals in it.
Yeah.
This seems
fine. I'm thinking somewhere in C+ is probably good.
With
the potential upside to really pop off.
With the elemental theme being mana value 4 greater makes this better to like.
I'm picking this over the Flamekin, I think.
Yes.
I'm potentially picking it over the Marrow. It's kind of close.
The problem is that it puts you in blue-green.
So
you're kind of splashing it in a blue or a red deck that's not blue-green because blue-green is bad.
If your base... it's hard to splash in a red deck, though, because it's double off color pips.
Yeah.
So I think that you're most likely aiming to splash it in a blue deck, which is fine.
We'll see.
Slippery Bogle, a Simic hybrid mana for a 1/1 hexproof beast. And boy, is he a beast. This is not fantastic. No relevant creature type.
We've seen a couple of auras.
Yeah, a couple of things that are fine to suit this guy up with.
I'm always happy to see a reprint of this because pauper.
Yeah, but I think that it's unfortunately maybe in the D tier somewhere.
I think the best thing it does is add another color for your Vivid decks, but as a 1/1, it doesn't even do
it doesn't do anything.
Well.
I'm thinking that maybe there is a world where you go aggressive and you play this in like some kind of Kithkin deck and you've suited it up somehow, but I think even then it's somewhere in D+. I think it can be top of D+. I think I play Kirill over the Bogle because it's larger.
Kirill has,
I think I play the Bogle over Manamorphose maybe because I can potentially suit the Bogle up. And then I have an actual plan.
Do you want to? You rated the rest of the enchantments quite low.
It's something you can do, and I think it's better than Manamorphosing, broadly speaking.
Manamorphose draws a card.
Yeah, wow.
I think the Bogle's just...
Bogle's just not good?
Not great. Look, if there was more to suit it up with, I'd be very happy with it.
Okay.
But there's 2 equipment.
There's not many equipments. There's a couple of auras that boost power.
Mm.
Let's go D tier. Let's go flat D tier.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Well, we get to finish it off with just a few colorless cards. These should hopefully be fairly quick.
Yeah, I'm
Changeling.
finding it difficult to
way
say fairer.
We have
A+.
No, I mean
yes!
great. It's great.
Look, okay, not A+, but this card is really good.
Yeah, a 3-mana 1/2 Changeling that enters and searches for a basic land, puts it into your hand and shuffles.
If you're thinking about going Vivid, this is critical. If you see one of these and you don't take it in Vivid, then...
I think that if you see one of these, you need pretty good reasons to not take it.
Which is kind of unfortunate because it's colorless.
Yeah. I'm thinking like it could be like a B+, even. I'm taking
not that high. Not for commons.
Okay.
It's a flat B. It's a high common. So
it's similar to the Druid in some respects, in that it'll fix your mana.
Yes.
It's like getting you an extra card in hand. It is a relevant creature type. The body is worse.
Yeah, the body is worse. We put the other 3-mana the 3-mana 1/2 Changeling lowish.
That was because it destroyed an artifact or enchantment.
Instead of tutoring a land. Yes, but like 1/2 is a
worse
weird stat line.
Okay, how about B-?
Yes, I think this is quite good in most decks. You'll be pretty happy to see one of these, but more than one of these and your deck kind of gets weak.
Yeah, it's at its best when you're splashing, and when you're splashing, you're not necessarily super in on your creature type stuff. Unless you're doing Marilyn.
Oh yeah, in a Maryland.
In a Maryland deck, this is nutty.
Yeah.
Okay. Rooftop Percher up next. We have a 5-mana 3/3 Changeling with flying. When it enters, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. You gain 3 life.
Unexciting.
If you're up against your elf's opponent, then you have to wait until 5 to get this down.
And I think we said with Fairy Macabre 2 might not be enough to make sure that there's no elves in graveyard.
Yes. It's a body. You can play it in your decks.
I know in Dragonstorm Tarkir we saw the 5-mana 3/3 colorless creature be quite good, but that's because you could tutor for it.
No. There's C- or D+, I think, for this one. I'm not impressed by it.
I'm not going to put it in D+, but yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, C-. Chronicle of Victory. 6 mana. Legendary artifact. When it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +2/+2, first strike and trample. And if you cast a spell of the chosen type, draw a card.
So you don't You don't even choose a creature type based on what's in your hand.
You can just choose things based on what's in play.
And if you give them +2/+2 and first strike and trample, is it?
+2/+2, first strike and trample. You're just going to be winning on board.
So if you buff 2 creatures with first strike and trample, that's annoying for your opponent. If you buff 3 with first strike and trample,
this is, I mean, at least an A in my mind.
yeah, I wouldn't put an A+ because
it is a lot of mana to get to. Yeah.
So this is the reason why I was like, I want a creature that destroys an artifact.
Yeah, that's fair.
This card specifically.
This is going to kill you to death. If you untap with it, you are going to win. Most likely.
Yeah, because if you cast a spell and you draw a card, and that spell that you cast has the first strike and trample.
Notably, also not if you cast a creature spell. So if you name a creature type, like say you were to name Merfolk and then cast Sig's Command, you would draw a card off of that.
That is correct.
That's kind of dope.
It's pretty good.
Dawnblessed Pennant, we have a mouse that refuses to work properly. We also, as it enters, you choose Elemental, Elf, Fairy, Giant, Goblin, Kithkin, Merfolk, or Treefolk.
That's nearly all of the
creature types that you can have. Whenever a permanent you control of the chosen type enters, you gain a life. 2 and tap, sacrifice this artifact. Return target card of the chosen type from your graveyard to your hand.
If this could name Warrior.
Yeah. You want to be able to recur something pretty good with this to make it worthwhile. Because for 3 mana paid in installments to get something back, that is not a very good rate.
Although if you're playing this in a non-white deck, so like some kind of Teemo deck, you have some Bond that you want to get back from your graveyard to your hand. Especially if you're playing green without the black and you have mill.
If you are doing, like, I think Elves is probably the ideal home for this. Elves of some variety.
Yes, especially because if you're not playing your green-black elf deck.
Yeah, but being able to gain your life when elves enter, which will probably be fairly reasonable, means that you gain a decent amount of life and then you get to rebuy something.
Goblin is good because there's a lot of goblin tokens.
Yep, and goblins are going to be getting killed at some point, and then you can buy those back.
Although they're less good to buy back.
Yeah, that said, I'm not, like, super excited about this card. No, I think this is another, like, C to C minus include.
You only choose one.
You only choose one.
I'd put it in C, but it'll be at the bottom of C as we add more stuff, maybe.
I think so.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
But I want to like it more than it's probably good.
Yeah, I'm feeling like I would personally rate it as C minus.
At the very least, it gets Nameless Inversion back.
That's true. Getting Nameless Inversion back is pretty good. Furdock Core.
Oh.
This is a 3 mana shapeshifter artifact with Changeling. Tap to add 1 mana of any color, so it's a manolith, and pay 4, it becomes a 4/4 artifact creature until end of turn.
This feels really bad.
Yep.
But it has Changeling, so it triggers your things on its cast, and 4 is a lot of stats.
But you have to tap yourself out to do it.
Generally, yeah. It doesn't lose the ability to tap for mana.
Yeah. I'm still not happy with this.
No.
I think this card is not very good.
Manolith is, generally speaking, not a good card.
I kind of want to put this D+. Get back to it. The artifacts and colorless spells tend to be a little bit weaker, so this is going to be finishing with a bang.
Because they can go in any deck.
Yeah, if they could always go in any deck, then we would be less excited by them. Foraging Wickerman is our next spell. It's a Scarecrow. 1/3. When it enters Surveyor 1, and you pay 1 to add a mana of any color, it becomes that color until end of turn. You activate only once each turn.
We've seen a few, pay 1 to add 1 mana any color. This becoming that color type for the Vivid decks.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think the bigger application here is this is a creature that can fuel your graveyard a little bit with the ETB, or like filter your draws.
A filter is more important than
graveyard. And it also is able to be blighted onto relatively well because it's got a big booty. I'm not overly impressed with it though. I think C minus is probably where I would.
In a lot of decks, I've seen this. 2 mana 1/3 filters be quite bad. Especially in Murder's a Color of Mana. That thing was good. Bad even when it seemed like it was good. In a dedicated Vivid deck, I'd play this and pretty much nowhere else.
Does that mean another D+? I play it over the core. Gathering Stone. We have a 4-mana artifact. As it enters, choose a creature type. Spells you cast of the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. When it enters and at the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a card of the chosen type, you may reveal it and put it into your hand.
Okay, I've seen some people put this at F. I don't think it's F.
I also don't think it's F.
I don't think it's
great.
good.
Yeah. You have to have gotten a lot of spells of the chosen type.
It's just Herald's Horn, but it triggers when it enters.
Yeah.
The fact that it does mean that you can put it into a graveyard instead of just drawing it also is a big draw against Herald's Horn. I don't want to play 4 mana for this.
Yeah.
I think this is not great, yeah.
It's not another D+, is it?
Where in the D+ do we put it though?
I would put it maybe below the core, to be honest. It's close between this and the core.
I'm going to go over the core because it can draw a card, even though the
draw
core
cards.
can become a 4/4.
Yeah, no,
I
I actually like this better than the core now that I think about it, but I don't like either of them.
It's very similar to the core, but it does.
Alright, pour up.
Oh my god.
Mirrormind Crown up next.
Oh no!
Are we double queuing you? 4 mana artifact equipment. As long as it's attached to a creature, the first time you create 1 or more tokens each turn, you may instead create that many tokens that are copies of the equipped creature, and it equips for 2. Pour up a double.
I'm pretty sure we've talked a lot about how there's not enough tokens in this set.
I'm thinking D-.
Or F.
I want to go D- because maybe you get there.
No, I don't.
F.
It's 6 mana to make your first token a copy of it. I think this is
Yeah,
straight
it's pretty
out.
dog water.
I've poured the double shot already. It's fine.
Good job. Puka's Eye. 2 mana artifact.
Love a puka.
ETB, draw a card, then choose a color. It becomes the chosen color.
Oh.
So it cantrips, and then you pay 3 and tap to draw a card. Activate only if there are 5 colors among permanents you control.
Alright, so the real vivid payoff.
You get a weirdo Phyrexian Arena thing.
So
you have to sink a lot of mana into this to start drawing the cards, though. Actually,
at least it draws when it enters. And it will up your vivid count by itself.
By 1. And it only does it's only more than a 2 mana cantrip when you get 5 permanent colors in play. This is...
It can be your 5th permanent color itself, but...
It can, but you have to be doing so much.
Okay.
It combos with Tam. That's all I can think of.
Yes, it does. So, up until this point, I've assumed that a Vivid deck will reach 3, and with some difficulty, 4 colors. And,
If you
and
really
I feel
do
like
the
you've been
thing.
a bit higher in Vivid than I have. And if even you're saying that it's really bad to reach 5 colors, especially, look, it will take mana to reach 5, right?
Yeah.
So then you'll have to spend the other 3 mana to draw 1 card.
Yeah, it's a bad rate, I think. Like, even once you've gotten this online, you've paid 5 mana to draw 2.
Yeah.
This is another, at least, it's D at best. I think it's a D-.
Oh, these artifacts suck.
They've really given us something to think about at the end of this.
I'm
But
going to be blind in a minute.
we got Springleaf Drum up next. Isn't that exciting? We got Springleaf Drum.
Do I need to pour a second shot?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
1 mana tap an untapped creature you control and the drum to add a mana of any color. This I would say is more like a D+, potentially. But I don't know.
It has... In Merfolk, it triggers their tactability and instant speed, but they already have
ways to do that. And Convoke, yeah. This is not great. D.
I'm happy to see it in standard again. I don't think it's good and limited.
Yeah, okay. Let's play it at D. Stalactite Dagger.
Ah, finally. A card that's at least better than D+.
This is actually kind of okay, I think.
Yeah.
It's a 2 mana equipment. When it enters, you make a 1/1 color shapeshifter creature token with Changeling, and the equipped creature gets +1/+1 and is all creature types. And it equips the 2.
Pretty good. It's
We've seen cards like this get pretty reasonable. Like, for example, in Avatar, we saw Kyoshi Battlefan, and that was an important role player.
The Torch in Dustmon, because in at least the
Glimmerlight,
Glimmer, the Kyoshi Battlefan equips itself automatically, whereas the Glimmerlight, you did need to kind of pay 3 mana before.
Yeah,
it
true.
made it
I
2/2.
just assumed that this auto-equipped.
It doesn't, but the creature type
is a changeling, and then it gives whatever you equip this onto.
I
I think either bottom of C or top of C minus. It's
maybe.
better than the Persia, I would say.
Yeah. Look, I'll be playing this as a filler in my Kindred decks.
Yep.
It's pretty decent in some Kindred decks, in fact.
Yeah.
But it's like not amazing.
Okay, well, now we've just got the Colorless bonus sheet.
Oh. Bonus sheets have historically been mid.
Dolmen Gates.
Oh, never mind. That's fine.
2 mana artifacts, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to attacking creatures you control.
In its original set, it was crazy. In this set,
it's probably fine.
Could still be quite good.
I think that it's definitely C+. Yeah, C+ seems fine. It doesn't add to the board itself in a deck that otherwise wants to be aggressive, which is its biggest tick against.
Yes.
But only 2 mana to deploy something that's just going to let you crack in with impunity is quite decent.
If you play it on turn 2, then you want your turn 3 creature to be attacking on turn 4, which is not brilliant. So you kind of want to be multi-spelling with this and something else on a turn when it means that your opponent just can't kill your attacking creatures.
Yeah, but this seems to be good in your Goblins deck, in your Kithkin decks.
Yeah.
Decks that are going to want small creatures to be getting into the red zone and maybe not always wanting them to die.
Yep.
Door of Destinies. 4 mana artifact. As it enters, choose a creature type. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, put a charge counter on this artifact. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each counter on this artifact.
I think this was in Foundations, which had some mild creature type themes, and this card was nuts.
This set has many more creature type themes.
It has a lot of creature.
I think this is going to be very good.
Change.
Festival! Oh my god! That's maybe the best synergy you could even dream up. Holy shit!
It makes 2/3.
Yep, you get this on 4 and just activate Festival every turn afterwards. How does your opponent win?
They don't.
How do they win?
They don't.
Holy shit! Yeah, okay. This is like
it's 4 mana by itself.
It's 4 mana by itself. This is at least
B+ because it doesn't put a.
Okay,
yeah.
A-.
Look, it doesn't put a body onto the board. You have to have drafted your deck in a very specific way.
But I feel like in this set it will be easier to do that.
Sometimes you just name the thing that you already have 2 of on the battlefield.
I wouldn't be surprised.
No, you have to cast
things
2
afterwards.
things in your hand.
So you do want... This
so
is a bad top
Clash
deck,
Hand Festival
actually.
doesn't actually work that well with it. Except Clash Hand Festival triggers it, but its activated ability does not.
When you cast it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not when it enters.
Kind of anything good. That does, I think, maybe make it
a B+.
B+.
Yeah.
Just the fact that if you top deck this, it's kind of miserable.
Yeah, it is.
Painter's Servant, baby. Painter's Servant, baby. What a reprint for Eternal formats.
I am going to die.
Yep. 2 mana, 1/3. Choose a color for vivid purposes.
Yay.
Everything is that color.
Yay.
In addition to their other colors.
Yay. Scarecrow, not a relevant creature type.
F.
D
minus just because it blocks.
Yeah.
Because it's a 1/3. You blight onto it. And then 1,000-year elixir.
Yay.
You may activate abilities of creatures.
I'm so glad we finished with colorless.
They had haste and pay 1 and tap to untap target creature. Oh, Jesus. Tommy, okay.
I'll live.
That's great. This is an F, I think.
Yeah, I think it's even worse than...
Yeah, I think it's worse than the Crown.
Wait, does it give something...
You may activate
abilities. It doesn't
abilities.
even give something haste. It just taps it. Which isn't even good for Convoke or anything.
Oh, God. So, just to recap, let's see how many shots we've taken over the course of these 2 recording days.
Thanks.
So we had 6 10, 12, 15, 20, 25, 31, 32, 33, 5, 37, 38, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46 from D or lower, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 2, 53, 54, 55, 57.
Probably, yeah.
57. Spaced out. They probably weren't all full shots.
Some of these got moved, but I did take shots for when they got moved.
That's brutal. It's done now, though.
Liver.
Yeah.
My favorite part of this is a totally inaccurate tier list, which I now have to defend against some of the best drafters in Australia.
Let them know that it was all my idea. You can still save your own reputation if you pretend that I was pushing really hard for certain cards to go in certain rankings.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thanks, Frank.
Yeah, tank my rep, I'll do it. But yeah, that is our Lorwyn tier list. You can find it at all good purveyors of tier lists.
I can put a link into the video.
Yes, that would be great, I think.
I think I
let
can
people,
do
yeah, let people see what we've made. Do you reckon you're going to go in and do an edit and post?
No.
This is just what they get?
Yes.
Tell us what you think we got absolutely horrendously wrong.
Please.
We probably got several things horrendously wrong.
Everything. We're releasing this after pre-release, so people will have a chance to
play the cards.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to play a pre-release tomorrow. I'll figure out
It's
a way.
1 a.m.
Today. Good night, Tom.
Good night, Moon.
Signing off.
Thanks.
Do you have a spiel?
God no. If you want to find our first episode of this, then you should have done that before you watched this.
Yeah, that's true. Why have you not done this in the proper order?
This tier list sucks.
What do you mean it sucks?
No, sorry. It's really good.
Yeah.
I'm a mythic #1 ranked drafter.
I think that, a lot of this makes sense to me. Which maybe speaks to my own limited abilities. But, a decent amount of these cards, yeah.
Look, we'll find out. Prove us wrong.
Yeah, prove us wrong. Beat us in drafts.
Yeah.
Bet you can't.
Yeah.
I'm really good.
Alright, see you for the next episode of Don't Drink Your Draft, and thank you for watching.